Watch it on.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया शोडाउन के ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में। मेरा नाम है रंजीत मामा सीने पटेल, मैं हूं आप सभी का होस्ट। We started this tournament with 24 teams, but today only 16 remain and only one will lift the trophy up and walk away with the lion's share of the prize pool, that is 15 lakh rupees. But that's not it. We had incredible action, a lot of drama, emotions running high. Let me give you a brief recap of what happened in the tournament. All esports started off really well, maintained the consistency throughout the tournament, getting those crucial chicken dinners and getting those finishes. And Hyderabad Hydras were as dominating as ever. They started off the tournament really well as well, but then we saw some quality matches between Team Soul and Team Godlike, when Goblin's Goblin mode was out there in full force in Miramar. But that's not it. Of course, teams who were struggling to find the points had a tough time qualifying for the top 16, but Skylightz Gaming playing really hard. But nonetheless, Nigma Galaxy had plans to ruin their fun. But that's not it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a lot of action, so buckle in. There's a lot of drama, but we have our experts waiting for us. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Mamba. You know, just for you guys out there, by definition, a showdown is a final test, a final confrontation intended to settle a dispute. That is exactly why we are here today, to settle the dispute that which team is the best here in India. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the BGMI Showdown. My name is Angat Singh Chahal. I go by The Experiment. And joining me are gentlemen who need no introduction. Of course, we've got the Super Johnny himself right over here to one of my sides. And of course, the son, Arca, is going to descend down for one last day. It is the finals, gentlemen. How are you both feeling?
I mean, I'm super excited. First of all, I'm sorry I got to cut you off right there, but I am that excited that I'm just going to cut off everyone at this point. The last day of the finals, as even Mama was talking about it, 24 teams started this journey. We saw some of the biggest names take a tumble, and now they are not here for the grand finals.
Arca, big day, buddy.
I mean, I know it's a big day, but at the same time, you know, so many calculations running in my head. One thing which strikes in my head is, what are the IGLs thinking right now? Who's going to be that cool, composed person who can actually lead everything to perfection?
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out, because, of course, the top 16 teams have made it to the finals of the showdown, which means, well, we did have to say goodbye to 8 of the best teams in India. But again, that is how the cookie crumbles. Some win and some do not, but we will see them in the not so distant future. But now, as you mentioned, you know, you're going to be kind of speculating as to what's going on in the minds of all the IGLs. In fact, all the players right now, you did have a look that, you know, some were being a little anxious. But before we get into all the action, let's just remind all our lovely viewers as to how the points are going to be distributed. Now, of course, position points, well, they are the name of the game, but one finish equaling 1 point means, well, you can rack up all those finish points for yourselves as well, John.
Yeah, and getting those finish points becomes quite important to stay up in the rankings. Although we did talk about this yesterday, the tiebreaker situation has been changed. But as we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the list of the grand finalists in front of us. We have seen an amazing run from Global Esports in the recent days. Our esports just barely managing to qualify the last game. I mean, it was very exciting. But we have the most, I have to say, of the most dominating names on our screen over here. OR Esports is going to be here, Team EXO is on our screens, and then Hydra Esports. I have to give special props to Hydra Esports. They were looking absolutely incredible in day number 3.
They were indeed, and I like the fact that, all these teams now have qualified for the finals. That's what we're going to be showcasing. But Arka, let me pose a question to you right now. I'm going to talk about OR Esports real quick, and I know we might just get a little slack for what we're about to say. That little curse that seems to be looming over their heads. Hashtag number 2. I know exactly what you all, you know what I mean. Do you think they're going to break it? Because they are looking oh so good.
Right. It's a showdown, right? A lot of things are supposed to break, and I think a curse is going to be the first amongst them to make sure that OR finally, with the smile they've started, they might end up with the same kind of smile for the first time throughout the tournament. I don't see pressure in the boot camps of OR, so obviously vouching for them to be on the top of the table.
Another team that has been actually making a lot of waves in the showdown are the boys from Hyderabad Hydras. Now, John, they've had their ups and downs in the past, right? I mean, let's just talk about their road in the Pro Series. They did have a few good games, but unfortunately they were middle order at that time. However, this time around, they are right at the tippity top. What do you think is going to be their game plan for today?
I mean, as you are talking about their journey after the Pro Series, in the Master Series as well, we saw Hyderabad Hydras take a tumble. The Kings of Miramar were completely missing from the map. And in this BGMI showdown, we saw them return. Once again, delivering amazing performances. This time, not just on Miramar. They started off with a win on Erangel. So the momentum is theirs for the taking. Yesterday we saw amazing utility usage from carry. Ace Black was looking quite incredible with the way he was doing. Striker, the man needs no introduction at all. He has been quite consistent over the years as well. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what sort of a fight do Hyderabad Hydras bring to the finals, because their history in the finals has been a little bit shaky.
A little shaky indeed. And Arka, my next question is going to be to you because, Johnny just mentioned that they did win Erangel. In fact, they won the first 2 Erangels in this tournament, right? They did come back strong in Miramar as well, and you love saying that they need to strike when the iron is hot. Do you think it's going to be nice and hot for them today?
Oh yes, absolutely. The first 2-3 games is going to give us whether the team is going to make it or break it in this tournament, because ultimately it's just about the 5 games they're going to be playing today, and very different maps are coming in. It's not like they're going to be sticking onto one map itself. So everybody's performance is going to be questioned, and I think the confidence which is there in the bootcamp of Hyderabad Hydras, if they start one game good, I think they can take the whole day itself.
Well, I do believe we do have 6 games in store for all our lovely viewers, and there's a little bit of a surprise that's going to come in, but we're going to hold on to that because we're going to talk about that later. Now, let's talk about another big team that has done good in the league stages so far. Team EXO finally, Johnny Boy, getting that one chicken dinner, but I kind of would have liked that story that, they'd maintained their top 3 position without one.
I mean, they did, in fact, for the longest time. The first 2 days, they were consistent enough to stay in the top 3, the top 4 without any chicken dinners. And that is the thing that makes Team EXO extremely scary. And along with that, I mean, you do see Immortal, we do see Tom, but the man, the myth, the legend, Sensei, the teacher, the master of everything. We have to see if he returns once again to the table, because it is going to be important for EXO to be in their best form. Yesterday, Punk and Fierce were doing an incredible job. They have been quite consistent throughout the run. EXO is known to get those finishes. Not necessarily the chicken dinners, but the finishes are always going to be there. High numbers, 10, 11 finishes every single game.
As Clint Eastwood likes saying, well, are you feeling lucky? Are you Punk? Do you think they're going to be feeling lucky today, Arka?
I feel so. I just hope that Sensei is going to be coming back with that ailments he was undergoing, but in case he's going to be coming back, I think that Team EXO is going to be even more aggressive, because the way they've started the tournament on the aggressive stance, I do believe they would want to bring back the same way, because 12 to 13 finishes is what they were trying to get in every single game, which is almost equivalent to the 2nd position. So they already have the placement points and finishes itself.
I do totally agree with you over there. And, we did kind of bring this one point up that Tom is going to be the new addition to their team, especially since he was an analyst for the team for such a long time. But let me tell you one thing. A little shaky start. He did make some waves there, Johnny, yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. A lot of waves. And even with the IGL, the main IGL not being there, we saw EXO at least deliver on those finishes aspect. And that has been the cornerstone of how they like to play, just the raw aggression that's there with the team. It is going to be quite interesting to see how they make it work today, because again, it's the finals of this tournament are very interesting. It's not a marathon that you usually see. This one is a sprint. 1 day, 6 matches, that's all you have to make it to the other side. And hey, we see him. Sensei is back.
Well, there you have it. The IGL is going to be back in action, making sure he leads his team from the charge right from the get-go, which means we might just see a few shuffles coming in later on. But that is, of course, the name of the game, right? You got to make sure all your boys are in perfect synergy with one another because, as you mentioned, this is not a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 100-meter dash, in fact, because 6 games are going to determine which team is going to walk away with the massive chunk of 15 lakhs, but also, you know, you have that crown on top of your head, and once you are numero uno, well, all you have to do is just brush off all the competition. Now, speaking of numero uno, OR Esports, they've held the position right from the beginning till the end. Question is, are they going to get that hashtag #1 today, Arca?
I feel that, you know, they might or they will. I don't know why I want to, you know, place my complete bets on this squad. Because one thing which they've seen recently, which shows the confidence in the bootcamp, is when Aru told, we are no more supporters but 3 assaulters looking forward. Wherever IGL points, that is where we shoot.
You know, although we don't have a betting license yet, John, I do want to shout out, place your bets, place your bets. Are you going to be betting on OR Esports as well?
Well, I'm going to be split between OR Esports and EXO. I expect both the teams to deliver. I mean, we always talk about Aru and Atanki, but this time Aditya has shown up quite nicely as well, and that just makes a lot more interesting and intense. And it's going to be quite interesting to see if OR Esports do in fact deliver during these finals, because as you mentioned during the start of the day, XP, their history with the finals, it's not that great.
It isn't that great, and you know, I'm not going to use words like choke because, of course, there is pressure mounting on everyone's shoulders at this stage, right? I mean, of course, everything is going to be on the line, but I kind of feel like these lads are composed. You did have a look at Aru at the beginning when Mamba was on stage. He was having a good time. He was showing a few peace signs out to the crowd. Atanki, as usual, was just with his head down because, of course, you know, he wants all that piety to come in handy. But of course, OR Esports, we're going to have our eyes out for these boys because, well, have a look at those grenades. Jelly was just decimating his opposition left, right, and center.
I mean, you all remember how the entry was for OR Esports, right?
I loved it.
Yeah, I mean, for the viewers who haven't watched the player entries on day 1, after we are done with the finals, you need to go back and specially watch OR Esports because that was a statement right there. Jelly just silencing the rest of the competition with his entire team, and OR Esports, I think this can be the perfect opportunity for them to do that. Not just lift the trophy, but silence all the critiques that have been saying that, as you said, OR Esports, they chose during the finals. They win this, everyone is just going to be quiet.
I think they can do it, and Arca, I'm pretty sure you're going to agree with me. Now, we've talked about the big dogs on our table right now, but again, it's a clean slate for all the 16 teams today. Now, coming to day 3 of the league play, I'm going to pose a question to you. TSM, they managed to scrape through on the 16th position, Arca, with 77 points. In fact, they shared that with Kinetic Esports, just edging past FS and UDOG, who unfortunately we've had to bid adieu. Now, I do know that we are going to have something interesting coming up for our viewers in just a bit, but if you were in TSM's shoes, Arca, what would your game plan be? Are you going to go for those placement points, or are you going to let all hell break loose?
I mean, I would say me being in the bootcamp, I would suggest my IGL to stay with me because OAS, what he's doing every single time, he's going to be holding that off angle far away, trying to lead these 3 people in the front, trying to assault. But rather, he's also one person who's got so much firepower and frontal battle so strong. At least a 1v2 is possible by his hand. So sticking to the team is going to be something which I would suggest for the side of OAS to do.
Well, before we head over to OS and I do believe Ninja, let's just have a look at the performance comparison of the top teams. And, well, although OR, they do have that lead right from the get-go, there were moments that Team EXO did look like they were just going to overtake them on the overall leaderboard. But again, consistent gameplay coming in from all 3 teams, John.
I mean, look at how close it got during match 6. I mean, the points just overlapping for almost all these 3 teams, and they have been quite consistent. Hyderabad Hydras, there has been the trend of them starting the day off quite slow and then picking things up during the last few matches, apart from day 1 where they were looking quite brilliant, in fact. But XP, I want to ask you this. I mean, we will be having a conversation with a few of the individuals from the side of TSM, but you have in fact played up against these lads. You have been in the same lobby against them. What are the tendencies of OAS as to how he likes to lead his team in a situation like this?
Look, the thing is, he's one of the old school competitors over here, right? So he's always going to give precedence to position than just all-out gunplay. Now, I'm not going to say that they don't have the gunplay to back it up because, oh boy, they definitely do. But the thing is, what they're going to try and do today is control the environment. They're going to try and get the lay of the land. They're going to make sure they position themselves in such a way that, you know, all they have to do is basically point their weapons in a particular direction and mow down anything that moves. But again, it is easier said than done. Let's do one thing. Let's have a listen from the boys themselves, because Mamba Senior is on the stage with them just now.
जी हाँ, जानेंगे जरूर इनकी क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहने वाली। उनके आईजीएल भी मेरे साथ मौजूद है और यहाँ पे सबसे पहला सवाल मैं आपको यही पूछना चाहूंगा ओवेस, यू आर नोन एज वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट आईजीएल्स इन द कंट्री। आज का क्या प्लान होने वाला है? वन डे फाइनल है, बहुत क्रूशियल होता है, बिकॉज एक ही मौका मिलता है आपको, 6 मैचेस है एंड इट्स डू और डाई। तो क्या प्लान्स लेके आए हैं?
सबसे पहली चीज़ तो यही है कि गलतियाँ नहीं करनी है। जितनी कम गलतियाँ करेंगे उतना ज़्यादा विन चांस बढ़ जाएगा। तो ज़्यादा इतना सोचा नहीं है, क्योंकि वनडे फाइनल है तो बेस्ट देना है। इतना ज़्यादा कुछ स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं बनाया, नॉर्मल हमारा गेम प्ले खेलेंगे और बस गलतियाँ नहीं करनी है, ये इतना ही बात हुआ है हमारा।
सेकंड द बेसिक्स व्हिच इज अ वंडरफुल थिंग। बेसिक्स बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल होते हैं कई बार सही पकड़ने, लेकिन आपको मैं जब पूछना चाहूँगा, यू आर नोन एज अ नेक्स्ट बिग थिंग, आज कितना कॉन्फिडेंट आप महसूस कर रहे हो एंड कैसा इम्पैक्ट आपको लगता है आप क्रिएट कर पाओगे टीम के लिए?
कॉन्फिडेंट तो बहुत हूँ। हालांकि अभी थोड़े बहुत दिनों से हमारा डाउनफॉल चल रहा था, बट मेन है कि जो लोग जब भी डाउनफॉल चल रहा है तब कॉन्फिडेंट रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि अपने आप पे और अपने टीममेट पे ट्रस्ट रखना चाहिए। जो मेरे को अपने आप पे और मेरे टीममेट पे बहुत ट्रस्ट है कि हम कर लेंगे, और यहाँ तक अभी खड़े हैं। मैं हर टाइम बोलता हूँ ट्रॉफी के लिए हमारा हर टाइम टारगेट रहता है, और इस बार हम ट्रॉफी लेके ही जाएंगे।
यार निंजा का कॉन्फिडेंस मुझे काफ़ी अच्छा लगा, लेकिन मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि कई बार आप आते जब फाइनल्स के लिए खेलते तो ऑब्वियसली आपने गेम्स एनालाइज करी होती है, यू कम इन विद डिफरेंट प्लान्स। यहाँ पे 6 मैचेस होने वाली है, तो डाइसेक्ट करके आएगी पहली 3 गेम का ये प्लान होगा, फिर देखेंगे क्या करना है, प्लान ए बी सी। कितने अल्फाबेट्स लेके आए आज?
मतलब ऐसे प्लान ए बी टाइप तो समझ लो दिमाग में है, ऐसा कुछ ए बी सोचा नहीं है, बट दिमाग में है कि स्टार्टिंग में अपना गेम प्ले जैसे खेलते हम खेलेंगे, और अगर बाद में कुछ चेंजेस की ज़रूरत पड़ती है लास्ट गेम में या सेकेंड लास्ट गेम में या थर्ड लास्ट गेम में, कि कुछ चेंजेस करने पड़ेंगे अकॉर्डिंग टू द गलतियाँ जो हुई है, तो उस हिसाब से देखेंगे। वैसा है, मतलब दिमाग में है, बट अभी तक डिस्कस नहीं किया है उसको।
या अगर डिस्कस करने की ज़रूरत ना पड़े तो सबसे बेहतरीन चीज़ होने वाली। लेकिन निंजा आपके कप्तान, सॉरी आपका आईजीएल तो बहुत ज़्यादा खुश यहाँ पे नज़र आ रहे, कॉन्फिडेंट नज़र आ रहे हैं। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ विकेंडी में, वैसे सवाल इनके लिए होना चाहिए, बट मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि विकेंडी में कोई क्रेजी स्ट्रैटेजीज हमें देखने मिलने वाली है?
स्ट्रेटजीज तो मैच में दिख जाएगा। बस हम ओएस ने बोला था कि तुम लोग मेरे पे ट्रस्ट करो, मैं खिला लूँगा अच्छे से, तो हमको उस पर बहुत ट्रस्ट है, उसको बहुत पता है वीकेंड के बारे में। बस इतना बोलूँगा, ओएस बोलते हैं।
ओएस बोलते हैं, यहाँ पे प्लेयर्स भी बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट फील करें, पूरी की पूरी टीम के साथ जिस तरीके का जेलिंग आपका, सब कॉन्फिडेंट फील करें। बट देखेंगे हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स की क्या राय है यहाँ पे, बिकॉज द बॉयज आर लुकिंग रियली कॉन्फिडेंट। लेट्स सी व्हाट दे हैव टू से।
Well, I mean, you can't really say anything else except OS both here. But you know, the best thing for TSM right now is they have the veterans on one side. That's of course OS and all its experience and comes in, and then the up-and-coming Ninja. And now, of course, you know, it's the best of both worlds for this team because they have the gunplay.
This one, because it was out of the mix for quite a while, then it came back in, then for about a month the teams were not really playing any Vikendi, and now they have to play just one and perform.
Arka, now before we do bid you adieu for the first game, I want to ask another question to you. Now we've got one Vikendi, we have one Sanhok and one Miramar, of course 3 Erangels. Do you think that's going to be something that the teams are looking forward to, or would they like, you know, those double Miramars once again?
I feel, you know, finding an average in the map of Erangel and then dominating in your strongest map would be the best strategy coming in from any team. Obviously, you can't expect the side of Hyderabad Hydras as well as the side of TSM to perform that well when it comes to map of Miramar, because the competition is way too rare. So probably they'll be trying to find an average in the maximum games which is to be played, that is Erangel, and try to give you 100% in the map you feel you're the strongest. And I do believe that will be the best strategy for them.
Well, I mean, you know, even getting the averages is going to be a bit tricky because it's only 6 games, but there you have it, the players all on your screens right now, and I'm pretty sure you can already point out to your favorites. So for now, Arka, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to say goodbye to you for the first game as Johnny and I are going to take you to the action. Now, Johnny, I'm not going to try and put you on the spot right away, But do you think we're going to have a slightly slow start to the day where all the teams are going to try and keep their distance from one another?
Yeah.
Or do you think we're going to have some drop clashes right at the get-go?
I don't think the drop clashes are going to happen, at least in the first 2 games, because the first Erangel, it doesn't make any sense for anyone to mess up their entire day's momentum just to secure a few extra points. It's a very massive gamble. And on Vikendi, we know, I mean, the map is not really known for those hard shift zones. It's always like you get the center early on, then you just hold on to your position, and that's how the map has been played for as long as it's been there. So the first 2 maps, it's not going to happen, but once we start moving on game number 3, game number 4, that's when you start to see clear divisions of what the top teams are, where the top teams are, where the middle order is going to be, and where the bottom teams are going to be. So in third match, maybe we're going to see some cheeky drop clashes, but the first 2 games, I'm expecting a slow start. It's all try-harding right now.
You know, the best thing is right now, it is a clean slate for each and every one of these teams. And I'm just going to remind all our players, it's OR Esports, Team XO, Hyderabad Hydras, Skylightz Gaming, who had a good last day, Hydra Official, Enigma Gaming, Nigma Galaxy, Global Esports. Man, they played spoil sport at the end there with Revenants. If you remember in Novo, Team Soul finally having a good few games in the end. In fact, the last couple of games, they had 20 pointers each, which made sure they got their seat in the top 16, as did Team INS, Team Godlike, Orangutan Gaming, 7C Esports, R Esports. I wonder what Canary is going to bring to the table. Kinetic and of course TSM, but ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It is time, as the Big Bird is going to take the skies for the first time in the finals of the Showdown, and looks like they're going to be flying from Lipovka all the way above the Sosnovka military island. Now the question is, where is that first dreaded circle going to form?
Well, it's going to be quite interesting to see what is going to happen, but since the trajectory of the plane leans heavily towards the eastern part of the map, we do expect the teams going towards the west to be in a little bit of a pickle, and a few of the big names, in fact, do like to start from the Georgia Pool, the northern Georgia Pool hospital area, so it's going to be quite interesting to see how they are looking and feeling about this trajectory of the plane. One of the big names has to be Team Godlike. What are they going to be up to? TSM as well, but we do see EXO taking an early exit, headed towards Milta already. Enigma Galaxy heading towards the Milta power position, and well, it is a split drop coming in from Enigma Galaxy, because we do see Apollo taking control of the Lipovka city.
Well, of course, you want to make sure you have as much real estate in your hands as possible. But the thing is, I'm looking forward to those little clashes as far as vehicles go, because we know that the Hyderabad Hydras, they love heading to Northern Georgia. We know that, of course, a couple of teams are going to be heading there along with them, as Global Esports this time around are going to be calling Yasnaya Polyana their home. But there you have it. The circle is going to keep in trend with the flight path, as it is going to have a little bit of an eastern aspect, and parts of the military island itself are going to be in play as well. Another switcheroo coming in. Team INS down in the military island. Oh my goodness, talking about Hyderabad Hydras. We were expecting this, as it is going to be a revolver that's going to be let loose. And well, Neo with that UMP is going to make sure that the IGL and Striker, 2 of their strongest players, are going to be out in an instant. Now, this is exactly what I was going to bring up. All those little clashes for the vehicles. And buddy, Hyderabad Hydra already down 2 members.
Well, let's see. They are going to be down 2 members. I think the third one is going to fall as well. Hyderabad Hydras out in the open, and well, Jonathan is going to get a pickup. They might just go for a hunt right now, and no.
Oh, they're going for it.
Driving problem.
They might just go and get them on the bridge over here, because A, Jonathan does have that M16, he does have a full magazine, and well, once they line up their vehicle behind them, we might just see an early exit for Hyderabad Hydras. Now, Neo was there to block them off, but oh my goodness, buddy, this is it. They can't really have a lot of options. They might take to the water, because survival is going to be the name of the game, and ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a major upset right at the beginning, as there you have it. Z-God is going to be calling all the shots. He's going to be swimming deep down under the water, making sure he gives their position away, and Jonathan, well, he is just going to rack up those finishes. Not the start Hyderabad Hydras were looking for.
Yeah, and this sort of a play makes the position of Georgia Pool a lot more easier for Godlike to work with, since Hyderabad Hydras do play from the northern Georgia city. That means their neighbors are not going to be there, and even if they are just going to be barely surviving. But I don't see Hyderabad Hydras getting out of this situation alive in one piece or in any piece. As a matter of fact, 3 minutes in, we might just see the first team eliminated.
I mean, that's exactly what it looks like. If not Jonathan's bullets, it's going to be the lack of oxygen in his lungs that's going to get the better of Maxi. And, well, they are going to be keeping an eye out on the finish feed. They know that there is going to be a wounded animals down there in the waters. Unfortunately, Hyderabad Hydras looks like their lives are going to be snuffed out pretty early, as Carry, although he is closer to Jonathan right now, well, sooner or later, like we said, you know, your lungs can only hold so much oxygen. You are going to have to come up for a breath every now and then. As have a look at that. Shadow and Neo, they are still looking for that man, and there you have it. They found him. I'm pretty sure the comms are going to be on right now, and they're like, hey guys, I mean, I'm sorry we have to do this, but oh boy, it's going to be difficult being in the Hyderabad Hydras camp right now.
Well, that is definitely going to be quite difficult for them. Carry, I don't think he's going to get an opportunity to go out for air anymore, as Neo has taken that passenger seat in that vehicle, just looking to see if he can spot out the head of the last surviving player from the Hyderabad Hydra squad and finish him off. But seems like Godlike, they're just going to give up on him instead of wasting their time just searching for that one extra point. They're going to be satisfied with the 3 they have already gotten for themselves. In fact, 2 they have already gotten for themselves. And kudos to Hyderabad Hydras for denying that one extra finish point, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, Carey now the last man standing for his team, while his teammate finally just gave up and, you know, gave himself over to Davy Jones' locker over here as he met himself with a watery grave. Now, Godlike, they're going to be happy with their 2 finishes, but they also have to make sure they have enough loot, enough armor, enough helmets for all the fights to come later on. And of course, Carey, all you can do right now is swim off into the distance, hoping that no one else is going to come for you, because there you have it. If you have a look at the circle, a majority of the teams are already going to be nestled in the first zone, with Team Soul at the usual drop spot at Gatka. No one challenging them this time, because we did kind of see yesterday, right? Team INS, they were a little bit of a thorn in their sides, especially from the south, where Omega, all by his lonesome, was pretty much caught off guard. But for now, Team INS are going to be calling the Sisnovka military base their home.
And with the eastern plane path, we do also have an eastern circle centered around that shelter prison area. So Enigma Gaming right now do hold the smack center of this position. They're going to be there for a while, but they have to be extremely careful, because Nigma Galaxy or TSM might just show up to challenge them. Nigma Galaxy have done that before. It did not really work out. Let's see if they want to go for round 2.
Well, usually Nigma, you know, I mean, as you did mention, Apollo did drop down at Lipovka all by his lonesome. But for now, as we just had a look on our maps on our screen, they're going to be pretty much together once again. You've got to make sure you have all your members intact and together if you want to take a fight up against a team like Enigma. But as you mentioned, you know, TSM, they drop down near the farm and all those surrounding areas, pretty close to Milta, which means we might just see a few shots fired sooner rather than later. But elsewhere, as Team Godlike, they've made their way to Georgia Paul contested. They're going to have a good time over there. Carey, the last man standing, did manage to make it out of that fjord, and now he's going to be looting, well, whichever compound he can. And for him, survival and pretty much staying at the edge of the circle is going to be the name of the game. And speaking of the circle, there you have it up on your maps right now on your screens, as all the teams are going to be coming in. 7C Esports coming in via the Eastern Highway, making sure that they have that little mountain just west of Lipovka all for themselves. In fact, they might even push up towards the prison Lion Rock, as I like calling it. But again, Team INS, we did see they are on the move. In fact, they are heading to the eastern bridge that leads to the Sisnovka military base itself, which means we might just have a little bit of a skirmish with the boys from our esports.
Well, let's see when is it going to break out, and they have to be extremely careful about it, both INS and our esports, because they have to worry about all the noise and the commotion that they make before they cross the bridge. If the fight breaks out before that, that is, because once you are on the other side of the bridge, you have to worry about where you will find some cover. TSM is going to be blocking your way, EXO is going to be blocking your way. The only free path that you have available right now is if you head a little bit west between Farm and Pachinki, but that entire area suffers from a lack of cover available for the teams. I mean, there's not enough for the taking. The movement is going to be restricted if you get stuck in a 4-on-4 team fight. So it is going to get quite tricky from here on out, but let's see. INS, our esports, as you said, XP quite close to each other, and Joker with this high ground and a DMR in his hand will definitely be inflicting some damage.
Well, there you have it. The shots are going to be let loose finally, but the problem is they just dropped out of render distance. That might be changing any second soon, as Canary is going to find himself in a precarious situation. But there you have it. The little bit of suppressive fire is going to come in, trying to make sure that the teammate is still going to be alive and kicking, as Gil is now going to be on the back foot, making sure he patches himself up. Well, we were anticipating INS to lay down a little bit of an ambush for the boys for our esports. I would have kind of figured out that, you know, the clutch god, I do believe, is going to be on the lower ground towards that infamous blue building over there. Funnily, John, he hasn't let loose a few shots as yet, because that might just give our esports the impression that INS is only on that massive hill to their south.
Information do you have about the position of your opposition? Our esports, they're gonna back off, just wrap around that hill while staying inside the zone and try and see if they can cross over from the water. It can be quite an interesting decision, but INS, I mean, I do see them falling back just a little bit to block that way. So it's just gonna be, it is gonna get quite a lot more interesting from here on out. But we did see the circle shift towards the west. Well, not completely, it's still towards that farm area, and there's a massive cluster of teams out in that open position, so all hell is about to break loose.
I mean, Milta and those infamous compounds to the north leading to the shelter are all going to be occupied by one team or another, as our esports, well, they're still going to be on the backdrops right now, just outside the circle. Now, I'm sure they are trying to pick a game plan over here, right? Either they take the fight straight to the mountain up top where INS is, or they still have the option to go possibly towards the military base and even make it to the main island on the other bridge. Now, of course, that is a gamble that they are going to have to take, because chances are no one is going to be blockading their way. But there you have it, Crazy Soul. I think he has an inkling that someone is going to be coming their way. In fact, looks like they are going to be taken off to be. One man is going to be taken out. Crazy Soul is going to be shot at. And a car just flew over his head. Oh my goodness, this is a Michael Bay movie over here right now, as that AKM is going to be rattling off all the shots. The M4, unfortunately, he just has red dots on all his weapons. But for now, he's going to be happy with that one finish. And, well, that one knock he just managed to secure for himself.
Well, let's see, can they convert it to an extra finish for them? INS, they have to be quick about this. Kinetic is going to be taken off the board already, and INS, they're going to look to see if they can inflict more damage upon the players of our esports, as our esports have in fact figured out a way to get some distance between them and the opposition. It's still the early game situation. This is the second blue zone, so there is still a possibility if our esports have enough healing utility on them, they can go through the blue, use the military bridge, and then backstab either Team Soul or Hydra Esports.
You know, I mean, I kind of anticipated that move coming in. Now, my biggest critique for our esports was the fact that they actually alighted from the vehicles. They try to have a look at the mountain and see if they can spot anything. That was valuable time that was lost. That gave Crazy Soul enough time to, you know, position himself in a little bit of an ambush. And now it looks like Joker is going to be chasing them down to the other bridge. But elsewhere, we were expecting something to happen with Enigma Gaming, as Evo has taken a few shots courtesy of Global Esports just off to the right of your screens right now. But elsewhere, as all the teams are going to be coming into the circle, we might just see a little bit of a fight break out between Godlike and Kinetic Esports. But again, this is all speculation at this point, because what's going to happen is the moment you see vehicles in the distance, right? Of course, you're going to let loose a few shots. But the thing is, no one really wants to lose any personnel at this moment. And, well, that is, of course, going to be the name of the game. And speaking of losing personnel, we did see Hyderabad Hydras almost getting wiped out early on. But it does look like Carry is going to be one of the last few team members coming in to the circle at this point. And lucky for him, no one is really to the north around Shelter and Mansion, except, of course, Enigma Gaming.
Yeah, and Carry has to be extremely cautious. He is the last man alive for his team. We did see what happened when the game started to Hyderabad Hydras, is Godlike dropping the hammer of the gods upon the entire team. But on the other side, as you said, XP, the situation between Godlike Esports and Team Kinetic, it is getting... Well, it is getting a little heated up as the minutes go by, but so is this entire fiasco. Hydra Esports and Team Soul just keeping vision of each other. Now, Hydra Esports over here, I believe, have a little bit of an advantage, which it feels like has been taken away, as I am having a look at the map. So you do see the dark green circle towards the north. That's just Omega holding a flank. And if Hydra do not have an idea that the IGL of Team Soul is just making that 200 IQ move, they might be taken out. But Godlike is moving south. Oh boy.
Now
I
here's the
want to
thing.
see that.
Here's the thing, Godlike is coming in from the south, which means Omega could be in a little bit of trouble. Our esports are going to be laying down some shots in Team Soul's direction as well, but have a look at all that kerfuffle in Milta. You can't really make out which team is which because it's like a kaleidoscope just exploded on my screen right now, and it's all going to be names, it's all going to be different colors as teams are going to try and get a nice little piece of real estate for themselves. But there you have it, Akshat. The spots some movement in the distance. Team Hydra official over here are still going to be keeping their ground. They do have to make the circle, but they are leaving it a bit too late because if Team Soul gets in before them, if Godlike gets in before them, it is going to be pretty tricky finding a way in. But if you notice one thing, everyone is expecting the northwest of the new circle to be occupied, but the thing is, it's quite the contrary.
Yes.
It is all empty.
Exactly. Everyone, as you said, expected that, all right, the northern western zone, the farm area, the farm compounds are going to be occupied. But no one went there. And because of that, a massive cluster of teams is just holding the Milta city right now. INS, having crossed over the bridge, using the gas station as cover, have in fact initiated a fight against Orangutan, and it's not really going their way. They have one player knocked out, but it should be an easy revive for them to secure. As Crazy Soul, we see him and Gil heading towards their fallen comrade, and they are going to be able to bring him back to their speed.
Got to give it up to Drigger, though, because he did manage to take him out at distance. And speaking of Drigger, well, his victory is going to be short-lived, and it's going to be TSM from behind who's going to come in and, well, put that proverbial knife in his back. Now, Orangutan, they do have a good position. I like this compound, to be honest with you. It's right at the water, and, you know, you pretty much have your backs against the wall, but looks like Carry is finally going to be spotted out, and with that, Hyderabad Hydras are going to be the first team to be eliminated here in the finals of the showdown. Let's see if they can bounce back a bit stronger. But for now, Godlike Esports, well, WizGod, he does have the God in his name as Orangutan are going to be driving past. Ash's position has given away. I wonder if they know that someone is lurking so close just beyond that wall. Because again, Orangutan, they were in transition, right? First, they were trying to go for that gas station where Team INS was. Then they decided to do a quick U-turn, but now they're going to be facing Team Godlike. However, their woes might be short-lived because the circle is going to be shifting away from them. We are going to have the city of Milta in play, which means 7C Esports and Team EXO are going to be a happy bunch of people. However, how does OG WizGod come out of this situation alive, John?
Well, it's going to be quite tricky because we did see him running around a little bit quite while the players of Godlike Esports were closing in. So I'm pretty sure they heard those footsteps and they know that there's someone lurking right next to their compound. But on the other side, in the feed, we do read that our esports have been caught off guard and they are being picked apart by the players of Hydra Esports, and there is a fight breaking out between 7C Esports and INS as well. I believe INS, they're going to be taken care of in a few short moments, but Godlike Esports right now just making sure that they have vision of where everyone from the side of Orangutan is going to be. And well, with that information, they do take a dip down to the shoreline and will be approaching the gas station that a few moments ago was in control of the players of INS, but INS decided to ditch that and move inside the circle.
Now, Team Godlike are going to pretty much follow them in their wake, and let me explain that. Because Team INS, they also took that little beachfront and thought that, you know, they're going to come up south of Milta unattested. Unfortunately, TSM, well, not TSM, 7C Esports were lying in wait as OS. Oh boy, that is going to be a little tricky. He does manage to make it to safety, almost getting knocked down over there by Team EXO. Now, Team EXO, this is their city. They know every single nook and cranny. They should have a proper lay of the land. I wonder if they can use it to their advantage. But the problem is, so many teams, John, are going to be calling Milta their home right now that it's going to be a bit confusing as to where I should be laying down all my lead in. But if you have a look at the map, Team Soul finally making in. OG are going to be taking their sweet time. Of course, they did let Godlike go in before, but now there you have it. Godlike are going to be trying to come in a bit harder on the western edge of Milta, as Nigma Galaxy are now going to be opening up on Hydra official as Dynamite is brought down to his bloodied knees. I love this look overhead, this bird's eye, because each and every compound is going to be taken by one team or the other, but it looks like TSM might be in the brunt of all the action because they're surrounded on all sides.
Yeah. And it's going to be quite tricky for them to stay alive if the zone moves away, which there is a high possibility of it happening, because
Oh, you
now
want
the
that drama.
cluster. Yeah, I want the drama. I mean, it makes me sound like a horrible person, but I just giddy up whenever the teams are suffering.
Damn, man. I mean, you have that little sinister streak in you by the look of things. But of course,
yeah.
see, right now, TSM, of course, they have their positions, right? No one's going to be really coming in on their spots at this moment. But again, they don't have a lot of options elsewhere. Looks like Crossguard is going to be taken down as Wexy and Kinetic are going to be fighting. But for now, Enigma's Evo taking the fight straight to T-.
Well, the Molotovs are going to be lobbed. He's going to try and see if he can flush Gale out of his position. And if that does not happen, Evo is all set up to push in himself. Another utility being committed, does not have a lot left. He has 3 nades, 1 Molotov in his pocket. On the other side, Gil, just 6 nades on him. So he's going to have to wait for the cook-up times as well. It is not going to work out. Gil stuck in a corner, tries to take the fight, takes a lot of damage. 1 knock secured, but stands in the molly. Just pixels, 1 step in and he burns alive. But Evo, his Molotov is, well, not just taking down the opposition, but takes his own teammate out as well.
He does indeed. Of course, he was almost burned to a crisp, as he is going to carry him to safety before he patches himself up. Elsewhere, looks like WizGod is going to be brought down by the god himself, Apollo, making sure he lays down the herd, because OG just opened up on Team Soul moments ago. And speaking of Team Soul, there you have it, Omega with a Molotov of his own. He's going to be following it up with a grenade, hoping to flush out offload Trigger to split the beans, as Aru is going to be joining in as well. Elsewhere, looks like instead of Soul taking them out, Akshat just went down to AKOP's grenade.
Well, but let's see. Aditya is going to just try and pop a few shots inside that smoke, see if he can catch anyone off guard. Team Soul right now just trying to see if he can clear the back lines and finish off Orangutan before they are allowed to move in. Goblin, this nade, if this lines up perfectly, it's going to finish off Trigger, and it goes in. The damage is dished out, but not enough to get the knock. Now Goblin's getting shot in the back, as the players from the side of Godlike have heard all of this commotion and are going to keep their eyes on this position. AKOP finding the knock from the flank as well, and now it is Team Soul. They have lost their star player. Goblin, Akshat and Omega in the back lines trying to take this fight. It's going to be tricky, but Omega finding the knock, and well, that's all she wrote.
Beautiful.
For Team Orangutan.
Let me tell you one thing, that was a grenade and a gun combo, because he blew one up to smithereens and shot the other one down, and Diljit is going to be doing the same with his opposition. Now he does have that 1 finish to his name as Team Kinetic Esports. Well, they're going to be taking the fight straight to the enemy, as Global Esports find themselves evicted from this game in, I do believe, the 14th position. Elsewhere, 7C Esports, they're taking the fight finally to Team Godlike, but they are going to be shot at from the distance, something that you can't expect. All this commotion, all this chaos, oh my goodness, that grenade, had it been just an inch to the left, it would have spelled trouble. But Neo, the one, is going to make sure he holds his fort and secures it, and now he's going to go in for the revive. Elsewhere, Omega blown to smithereens courtesy Ninja's grenade.
Well, let's see. Spray God with a lot of utility being committed. Team Soul not looking to stop anytime soon, dealing with the players of TSM. They have lost 1, but if the revive comes in, it's again going to be a 2v2 situation between the two sides. Godlike Z-God is going to be taken out. Madman and Spray God just 1 nade after the other, trying to see if they can, in fact, take care of the players of Godlike without revealing themselves. It is quite smart, but a little too difficult to execute from this angle.
It could be, because the thing is, they need to go for the compound, but there you have it. Sprayground is going to be brought down, and it's going to be Enigma Rex from behind Team Godlike. In fact, that's going to be dishing out all the damage. Now, elsewhere, we did have a look at Pokar taking on the fight against Hydra, as Skips is going to be brought down. It's going to be pandemonium. It's going to be chaotic right now, because someone just let slip the dogs of war, and everyone is going to be toppling over like dominoes, one over the other. Now, Kinetic Esports looks like their days are going to be numbered, as 2 of their members have fallen prey to Skylightz Gaming, and in fact a lot of other teams, as Team Soul with 3 finishes are finally ousted in the 12th position. But now Team Godlike, survived by Neo and Z-God, they still have this compound, but the circle has kind of shifted a bit up north. Enigma Gaming are going to have a good lay of the land. In fact, they are spread far and thin between the buildings, making sure they can thwart anything that comes their way. But oh my goodness, Madman with a sliver of HP. If this grenade is going to hit grenade, that looks good. It's going to go boom, and with that, 7C Esports have been destroyed and, well, out in the 11th position.
Well, but let's see. It is going to be quite a lot more interesting as we are in fact closing in towards the closing few moments of the match. Punk. He's going to try and see if he can clear the front lines for his team. Now, the situation as far as the zone control goes, it's going to get a lot more hectic for everyone. Not enough cover available. It looks like the circle is headed out in the open. Oasis is going to dodge a lot of the nades coming in from the side of Team EXO, but it is getting a lot more, well, it is getting quite noisy over here. A lot of nades being popped between the two teams, but TSM, they are just playing inside for cover. They don't want to take this fight. It's going to be quite risky for them.
They can't really, because at one end you've got Team EXO breathing down your necks, and at the other, if you show your backs to Enigma Gaming, well, chances are they might just put a few bullets in your back. Elsewhere, Enigma's Avatar is going to make quick work of Kinetic Esports' Pradhan, as now KE are going to be down to one man, but there you have it. Just as I mentioned it, it was Enigma who are now going to be firing in TSM's direction as well. Keep in mind, Team INS, although they still have just that one man alive, he is a bit of a crazy soul, and well, they don't like backing away from fights as well. Grenades are going to be going off in every direction. Now, Team EXO, if you have a look at the compound right now where Sensei and Faces, it's still in the circle. Immortal is going to be joining them soon, and I do believe Hydra Dynamite, the last man standing for his team, well, he is living on borrowed time at this moment, but EXO, Sensei making a push in. He does light a Molotov up, making sure he follows them. That grenade is going to be perfect. As Space is going to make sure that Blaze OP is brought down. In fact, they're going to be done in the 8th position. TSM bid us adieu as Godlike Neo is looking over at Enigma.
And well, as we were talking about it, XP, the aggression from the side of Team EXO, it's not stopping. The first game of the finals, they make quick work of the side of TSM. Well, at least the last two remaining players. And I feel this game is going to come down between EXO, Enigma Gaming, and Skylightz Gaming as well. Enigma Gaming, all they have to deal with is the last few remaining players of Team Godlike and INS. And look at Crazy Soul. Yeah, he's won with the opposing team.
It's like you know that one character from back in the day in Bugs Bunny, be very, very quiet. That's what he's got to do right now, because he can't move a muscle, he can't bat an eyelid. If he does, well, somebody might just put a few bullets in his noggin. But for now, the circle has shifted away from all the gentlemen on our screens. It is going to be open warfare, ladies and gentlemen, and this is where Skylightz Gaming, because they've had all their vehicles blown up, right? They've got that makeshift fortification out in the distance, and now all these teams, Team EXO, Enigma Gaming, even OR Esports, they're going to have to come out one by one. But for now, it's going to be a 4-man Enigma Gaming up against Team EXO, because only one of them is going to make it, as Rex is going to blow Zygarde to smithereens, which means, well, Team Godlike are going to be down to one man. But again, Neo can't do anything at this moment. Crazy Soul can't really do anything at this moment, because if they make a little bit of a commotion, Evo and Avi could put them 6 feet under.
Well, let's see what the approach in these closing moments is going to be like for the squads, because even if they can't win, they can definitely ruin the game, ruin the winning moment for the side of Enigma Gaming. And well, things have started off. It is Skylightz Gaming getting the first knock, as Rex, the star player for Enigma, has been taken out, and EXO, they find this as their own opportunity to move in. The nade is quite close, but not close enough. The second one is, though, as Punk's nade will be enough to take down another lakh. Avatar is going to be for Immortal, also takes down Evo. So Enigma Gaming, their struggles are looking quite intense, as all of a sudden it's just down to their final player with Pong knocked out. It is not gonna wait, he went up and the players of Enigma are right there.
They're right there. And also you got to keep in mind, Arthunki is never one to be quiet, because he's going to be making sure that Skylightz Gaming are going to be in a bit of trouble, as Fierce is going to make sure that, well, his days have been outed, as Avi is going to put him down on the ground with that UMP. Now the thing is, Team EXO Sensei is doing something pretty smart. He's going to go on a massive northern flank to try and catch Skylightz Gaming off guard. But the question is it going to be enough? Because have a look at Arthunki, one man standing for OR Esports, and more often than not, John, he's always the last man standing, and he never backs away from a fight. In fact, Skylightz Gaming being reduced, if I'm not wrong, to a 2-man squad for now, just because of that one gentleman on their left flank.
Well, anything can happen in these final few moments. Anything can go wrong. Imagine if EXO and Skylightz Gaming, they fight among themselves, and Arthunki just fires a few bullets, takes away the chicken dinner from all these three teams sitting there with a man advantage. He is out in the open, and as I say his name, he was like, where is he? Where do you see this, lads? Takes him out, and now we're down to the top 3.
Oh my goodness, the zone is going to be lucky for Enigma, as they still have that wall for cover, which means, well, the days are not numbered yet, and one good grenade could spell trouble for Punk and his teammate Immortal. In fact, Their mortality can be tested. There you have it, but it's going to be from the other side as Samraj lobs one hot potato to perfection. And well, it wasn't Enigma, it was the other ones getting the job done. And now he's going to make sure that Evo is going to pay for his little mistake as well, which means Avi, although he is going to be behind cover, he doesn't have to drop for cover. He might just be spotted out. As Skylightz Gaming now, they have the advantage. Avi with that MG3, oh boy, that is the weapon you want to have in this situation. But you want to have some rounds for that gun as well, as Evo is going to be confirmed. And well, Sensei, he can't really do anything. And looks like Skylightz Gaming might just run away with the show in the first game of the showdown.
Well, Sensei right now is trying to see if he can use Enigma Gaming as a distraction and close in on his teammate. Well, he's made the noise. Avi is out, and it's going to be a 1v3 situation for Sensei to deal with, and they know exactly where they have to shoot to take him out. It looks like, ladies and gentlemen, Skylightz Gaming, the winners of the first official tournament, are also going to walk away with a win on at least this first game of the grand finals of the BGMI Master Showdown. Sensei gets up, takes a few shots, and that has to be the cue for Skylightz Gaming to finish him off. An amazing win for the lads of SG, by the way.
I liked how, fortune did favor them, the tables did turn, because Team EXO were showcasing that, hey, this is our city, and we run this show in Malta. But since it moved away, I did kind of predict that, Skylightz Gaming, they're going to have a heck of a field day, just making sure they get everything that moves in the distance, well, to a full stop, and that is exactly what happened. As for now, they are going to be at the tippity top as far as the showdown is concerned. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, only 6 games will decide the fate as to who walks away the winners. But for now, your winners in first game, Skylightz Gaming. As Arca would like to say, they definitely are spreading their wings, and well, they're getting to fly off in distance.
Well, I mean, but players of EXO, they look quite upset of this missed opportunity of theirs, and they have every right to be. They had all 4 players, a few little... Well, right, I'm not gonna call them little because these are the grand finals. Few silly mistakes right there. Fierce is charging up without even checking and making sure the ground floor of the building was clear, allowing Avi to go for a revive and then in turn take the fight against EXO. Punk stepping out in the open, getting knocked out. The nade from Somraj was the thing that they did not expect, and I have to give props. That was a wonderful nade right there. But apart from that, EXO made a lot of blunders in those final few situations.
Peek out and lay down a few shots in Enigma's direction. That kind of gave their position away. And we were expecting if Avi had a grenade, it would have been game over for the two. But from the distance, Samraj capitalized on that situation. And well, as a result of that, Team EXO was just survived by one man. And there's only so much the Sensei can do in these situations as well. But again, for Team EXO, it was a heavy hitting game. I mean, they racked up quite a few finishes for themselves, but I like what Enigma did as well. Malta is not really their forte, but boy, did they hold their city nice and clean. But now let's have a look at who's going to be crowned the MVP. It's going to be Rex from Enigma Gaming. 4 finishes, 846 points of damage.
I mean, it's going to be quite impressive performance coming in from Enigma Gaming. Rex was taken out a little bit earlier before Enigma could even think about closing out this match, and that did put a major impact on their performance during those final few fights. But hey, I mean, Rex was a key for Enigma, and so was Pukar for Skylightz Gaming. 4 finishes secured, 744 damage laid out, and survival time of 26 minutes and 20 seconds.
I mean, of course, it was a wonderful game for Skylightz Gaming as they did get the chicken dinner. Fierce living up to his name once again, making sure he dishes it out damage in every which direction. But again, Team EXO, like you said, made a couple of oopsies there at the end, and well, those blunders did come in and put them in the ground.
I did not see that.
Did I miss something?
Yeah, I mean, it was just the lad from INS proning down and a vehicle flew over him. We did not notice that during the game.
We did not, but of course we did see something similar when I did kind of point out, wait a second, are we watching a Michael Bay or a Rohit Shetty movie? Because, we had all that action taking place elsewhere. But again, this was a good one game, and I did accept the fact that Hyderabad Hydras almost lost out their entire squad at the beginning. Action was a little prolonged, and of course someone let slip the dogs of war, as Shakespeare said once upon a time, and it was all chaos at the end.
Yeah, and this situation from the side of players of Team Kinetic, just driving the buggy slowly into the field, cruising down the field, not in a 6-4 apparently.
Cruising down the street in my 6-4. Our minds are in tune right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to wish they had a 6-4 because at least the front would have been covered up in that situation and they would have been shot. But Enigma Gaming taking full advantage of those exposed bodies, and every single time, I mean, I have to say, Enigma, they also played this game out perfectly. Skylightz Gaming, we know Somraj is an absolute genius and a mad lad when it comes down to those rotations, the timings, where they need to come in from, where can they expect a fight from. Somraj knows all of it. But EXO, they had to adapt to that uninvited pressure that was there in Minta Power, and then find a way to get out of that situation. And that is what I found the most impressive from the side of Enigma Gaming in this game.
Absolutely, because, Enigma Gaming, of course, kudos to them. But just coming back to Skylightz Gaming, I'm sure we're going to have a little peek in the brains of the players in a few short moments. But just before we do that, the thing is, they were in a precarious situation, right? Because they were out in the open. Had the circle not been in their favor just a wee bit, had it forced them to kind of move further in, behind all the cover of the burning vehicles and those haystacks, it could have been a different story. So kudos to Somraj and the boys for keeping their cool about them, because they weren't panicking, they weren't hesitating, they knew they were at the edge of the circle, they knew they were pinned down because they were getting shot at from two directions there, mate. But you know what, we're going to speculate a little bit later. Let's go over to Mamba Senior, because I do believe he has an interview with Skylightz Game.
that will be the perfect birthday gift. लेकिन बात करें BGMI तो जीत चुके थे आप, शुरुआत यहाँ पे भी उसी तरीके से करी है। सवाल ये है, ट्रॉफी के ऊपर तो नजर है, लेकिन अगर जीतोगे बर्थडे पार्टी भी होगी, आफ्टर पार्टी भी होगी, क्या प्लान्स है आपके?
अभी 5 गेम्स बचे हैं तो हम उसी हिसाब से खेलेंगे। अभी तो सेलिब्रेट नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन अगर अच्छे गए तो उसके बाद तो पार्टी होगी, जीत गए तो।
इनवाइट करना मत भूलना, नहीं किया ना बुरा मान जाएंगे हम। लेकिन वीकेंडी की बात करें, आज वनडे फाइनल्स है, वीकेंडी में आपकी क्या प्लान्स होने वाले, बिकॉज डाइसी हो सकता है सारी टीम्स के लिए।
वीकेंडी के एज ऑफ नाउ तो कुछ प्लान्स नहीं है,
बिल्कुल भी नहीं। मतलब जिस तरीके से जवाब दे रहे, मुझे लग रहा है कि इनको ना यहाँ पे रुकना भी नहीं था। ही वांट्स टू गो इन ऑल गन्स ब्लेजिंग। बट आपको मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ पुकार, क्या लगता है यहाँ पे जो वनडे फाइनल हो रहा है, कई बार होता है कि इट गेट्स यू ओनली हैव 6 मैचेस, क्या लगता है वनडे फाइनल्स में कौन सी टीम आपके लिए दिक्कतें खड़ी कर सकती है, कौन सी टीम आपका सबसे बड़ा कंपटीशन हो सकती है?
टीम्स तो सारी अच्छी हैं, बाकी कुछ स्पेसिफिक टीम्स है जैसे OR, एक्सो, गॉडलाइक, ये सब एक मेन कंपटीशन है।
हॉट ड्रॉप देखने मिलेंगे किसी ऊपर?
नहीं, अब ड्रॉप से जाएंगे,
अपने ड्रॉप से चलेंगे। बट जानते हैं एक्सपर्ट्स की क्या राय है इसके ऊपर, हॉट ड्रॉप्स नहीं दिखने मिलने वाले। बट फोक्स ओवर यू।
John, I mean, Somraj is often referred to as the Iceman of our community, which, of course, you get it. I mean, whatever works for you works, but sometimes it can also come off as a bit cocky. But that is the best thing about esports, because, the cockier you are, well, the more people fear you. And, of course, you saw that emotion. It was blank. It was blank. He said, what are your plans for Vikendi? Nada, because they're not going to be letting us know them at this moment. But there you have it. They did win the first game, 26 points in all.
Ooh, and as you mentioned before when we started the day, that it's going to be a fresh start for everyone on that leaderboard. It is a quite a close situation right now. Skylightz Gaming with 26 points, EXO is going to be with 23, and Enigma Gaming with 21 points. And then there's a depth for where Team Godlike and OR Esports are starting off with 11 points on the board. But a few of the hard hitters have missed the mark. I'm talking about Hyderabad Hydras, Global Esports.
Yeah, but one thing that is going to pop out is the fact that the top 3 teams all have 11 finishes for themselves. That is something that, you don't really share in all these finishes, especially at this stage, because initially it looked like Team Godlike would be running away with the show because they did have the momentum, especially. As you mentioned, they took out Hyderabad Hydras pretty early on, but I guess this is the best time to actually put Skylightz Gaming head-to-head against Team EXO, and looks like Skylightz, even though they were in the precarious positions ever so often, they didn't really take a lot of damage.
Well, yeah, they were managing to be quite safe, not taking any unnecessary fights, no unnecessary aggression from their side. In the early stages, were till about the 20-minute marker for them, it was just about holding the edge of the zone, playing from the edge, just hiding their position. And from there on out, they started taking a few fights, only going for the players that they were sure that they can finish off in one go, and not really getting into a situation where you knock someone out and then you have to think about closing the distance to secure that point. Somraj is having none of that.
Oh, he's having none of that. Again, I love the fact that, he's got that steely demeanor on his face, and, well, he's not going to let anything be known through his emotions. But now let's just have a look and see as to how they came and did what they did, because, of course, they did drop out down Pachinki. That is their favorite drop spot. But this is a smart move coming in.
Yeah.
Now, they pretty much diverted all their attention. Basically, they did not hit anybody head-on at the farm, at Milta. In fact, they went over Team Enigma, who up until quite a long time, John, had shelter all to themselves. In fact, if you have a look at the path that they've taken just south of prison, that is where 7C Esports came in as well. But all they did was, yeah, go on.
Yeah, there's an important reason for this right now, because while everyone, like, I believe it is whoever's on the desk, on the Hindi desk, are the ones doing all of this, but we are on the same page, because there was a massive cluster on Milta, on farm. There were like 10 different teams holding that spot. Sombras realized there's no way we can charge into the circle in a straight line. They had to take a wide path. And look at those damage numbers. Up until the 20-minute marker, they just had one finish.
Nothing up until that mark. But again, if I could have the pen in my hands, just keep one thing in mind. You see the farm, and you see Milta, and you see shelter. If I draw a triangle between the center of all of them, that real estate was pretty much open at every single time. Not a single team was up on those hills, and that is where, you know, Skylightz Gaming, they came in from the north, and in fact, they kind of crept their way in towards the final few circles, and they did most of the talking with their weapons towards the very end. So again, you know, I mean, kudos to them for having that presence of mind. But again, it kind of felt like, you know, all the teams, because they've been fighting one another for so long, you know, it's like an open notebook, right? We can read the plays of everyone else. So they're like, wait a second, if I want to go from point A to point B, I'm going to go this way. But it looks like everybody had the same idea. So, you know, we had a cluster of teams down south, and unfortunately, a few of them could not even make it to the final few circles.
Well, but this was just game one, and we know the surprise that's in store for us next, the map of Vikendi. And what is going to happen on Vikendi?
I'm glad we got our jackets on, mate.
Yeah, I don't have a jacket, but I'm pretty sure with all the ammunition that's going to be laid out, it's going to get heated up.
Things are going to be heated up, because have a look at the damage graph on your screens. 11 finishes is what Skylightz Gaming, Team EXO, and Enigma Gaming share. But looks like Enigma did a lot more talking with their guns.
Well, Enigma Gaming were also talking, so was EXO, Skylightz Gaming. As you said, 11 finish for all these three teams. But as we did see, the early fights not really working out for anyone. Hyderabad Hydra is just not even having weapons to fight back, and they were just taken out. I wonder if Carry shot a few bullets. I don't think so, because he was just moving in. It was Skylightz Gaming who took him out as well. As we did see them move just north of shelter, that is where Carry was coming in from, and Vexy just found an easy target, took him out. That was the first finish they got.
But it sounded like Pucard just called out to him. In fact, he Pucard him, if you know what I mean. But, you know, we are going to have a look at the schedule. It is going to be the icy tundras of Vikendi coming up next, and I am going to be just a little bit disappointed, because I do love that map. I love the fact that, you know, anything can happen. But of course, we are going to have a little switcheroo before we get on with the next game. But again, a wonderful start to the showdown, and as expected, all these teams, Spotty, they are here to throw down whatever they have. They're going to be putting their best foot forward. But John, I do believe the action is going to continue on the other side of a wee little break. But again, before we do that, I mean, I think this is exactly how we were anticipating the showdown is going to be like.
I mean, it's quite a close call right now, and it still can be anybody's trophy, especially with just 6 games to play. If you even perform in one, you stand a chance to lift that trophy.
Well, for now, the action is going to continue, but as we said, just a little after this short little break.
Watch it.
ये लोग हैं डकैत। हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो।
तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला।
तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना?
जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं।
तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल लग गया, पेल लेगा साले।
Well, after the heat that was laid out on Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to cool ourselves on the map of Vikendi in match number 2. Welcome to the BGMI Showdown. This is Super Johnny, joined by Arka alongside with me. Arka, are you prepared for the action on Vikendi now?
I mean, absolutely, because I wasn't expecting so much of action in the map of Erangel, to be specific, especially towards the farm area. No matter who knew the area or the topography much better, it's just that they couldn't pull it off. Because placing yourself in the right place at the right time gives you that bit of a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I'm also excited, I mean, for the map itself now, because for me personally, it's been more than a year since I've seen a competitive action on Vikendi, since I've casted competitive in action on Vikendi. So it's going to be quite exciting. I'm pretty sure the players are prepared for this action as well. We heard from Owace at the start of the day that they... we heard from Ninja Jot that they do trust Oasis call out on this map, and I would agree with that, since back in the days there was a lot of Vikendi in the mix when the map rolled out. Everyone, especially the competitive players, were quite interested in this map, since it does rely on you pulling the best survival tactics that you can, pull them out of the bag, make sure you are in the center as early as possible. Then just it becomes as to how much cleanly can you hold those positions. But hey, this is a new day, it's a new game, and a new set of faces as well on this stage, so let's see what's going to happen.
No matter how much hard cover you have in the map of Vikendi, the windows are so big that you can get stuck in any corner. And you need to make sure that you respect the circle, but still find that hard cover, which is so hard to find. And that is where, teams are going to be trembling when it comes to the map of Vikendi. But let's not forget that the experienced ones, obviously, as you said, will have a upper hand over here. But yes, in the previous officials, as we had seen Vikendi being played by most of these teams, I do believe that, few places, just like, how Team Soul have their own drop location, and EXO, who have been phenomenally well when it comes to the map of Vikendi. Let's see who's going to be taking it home.
Well, let's see who will be taking it home. We are quite excited to find that out ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. As the game is live, we do see the plane on our screens, and it's going to be quite exciting to see how this game is going to go about. The trajectory of the plane starting from well, the southwestern corner of the map, going all the way towards Peshkova. It's going to be quite interesting to see where everyone is going to decide to go. Arka, I have a question for you. Do you expect a drop clash on this particular map? Because this is going to be kind of an off-pick of the day.
I don't think so. I don't think so that teams are ready for it, because just in case they go in for a drop clash and a third party comes in, it's going to be hard for you to, avoid the third party. Probably, I would say that, better avoid it. But one place I would want the final circle to be forming in is going to be the Dino Park area, because there are caves inside that area. And just in case the final circle forms in over there, and they'll have to play amongst that maze which is formed up inside the Dino Park area, that is where the real action is going to get intense.
Well, talk about real action, and the circle is on our screens right now, just completely centered, and it is going to be quite interesting to see how the teams will be making this approach. So Villa, Dino Park, all of these positions do become an interesting starting point for the teams. But talk about starting points, and well, INS, they are in a little bit of a pickle, as smack in the center is where this fight is happening, and Team Kinetic, they're off to a great start with Daljit finishing off Joker and securing the point for his team.
I never expected, as I said, it's not going to be easy for you to go in for a drop clash, but Team INS, we all know how they are. They are that hefty wolves who want to get those early finishes for themselves, and same goes for the side of Soul at this point of time. Eventually they go towards the side of Winery. That was their drop location, but right now meeting Godlike in the most center part of the map. I would lock, not a center part, but Cosmodrome is to such a point in the northern eastern side of the island that it looks like it could be the epicenter anytime soon. But the circle, since it's not favoring both these teams, I really want to see which among these will be coming out on the top. Goblin has got some damage, but no damage dealt by the side of Godel. Let's see who's going to be coming out on the top.
Especially, I mean, Z-God with the UMP was trying to see if he could get a flank. And Cosmodroming is an interesting fighting location. Multiple levels, you have a lot of verticality in action as well, plus a lot of cover laid out for you to just go for those flanks. If you are smart enough, utility usage becomes quite an important issue in a Cosmodrome team fight. But on the other side, we did talk about Team Soul, Godlike. They are the players of Hyderabad Hydras in the distance, and they're going to be waiting to close in on their own teammates, in fact, because on the map we did see a little bit of shots being fired on towards the players of Hyderabad Hydras from Enigma Gaming. Now, if the Hydras again are split among themselves and they lose out players early in this match, just like the previous one, then their run in the finals is going to get a lot more tricky.
But it's the other way around, right? That is where Enigma have on the receiving side. They've lost a player, and Hyderabad Hydras have picked one for themselves. So it's good for us to say that Hyderabad Hydras are starting off on a good note when it comes to the map of Vikendi, on the path of redemption, where they'll have to get at least 20 to 30 pointer in this game just to strike a balance in the middle bracket, so that the next few games they play, just one more winner chicken dinner and they can challenge the top spot. This is what happened as Avi was all stuck behind a rock. He thought that the opponents won't see him, but as we said, in the map of Vikendi, it's going to be hard for you to hide behind any hard cover. But if you do find yourself a good hard cover, then you can assault complete squad with just one good spray.
Yeah, and there's plenty of hard cover available on this map. That is the
trickiest part.
Yeah, that's the trickiest part, because on the other maps, like you talk about Miramar, you talk about Erangel, you talk about Sanhok. Well, Sanhok has a lot of trees, but they are not wide enough, so I'm not going to count trees as proper covers and rocks as proper covers. Vikendi has a lot of compounds laid out between the major locations. It's like you move cover to cover to cover to cover, and that's how you survive, and that makes it very tricky to go for those team fights and commit to those team fights, because you know the utility is going to head your way as soon as you find the knock. You know the opposition has a lot of area to hide around in, and that is why on Vikendi we usually have a very slow early start, and in the late game, because of the blue, is when the teams are forced to fight, and that is what I expect from this match.
Now, one other thing which we have to look out in the map of Vikendi is the drastic shift of the circle. The final few circles, the way it changes its course is so hard for you to predict. And even though you'll be holding the hardest compound, it's going to be so hard for you to come out of it and take a fight. And again, it's going to be hard for any team to rush in towards a compound, right? As we all know, the big windows is going to allow the opponents, just in case they know the right angles to be holding against the team, they can just welcome them with a pour of lead.
Well, let's see though when the lead is going to start to pour. We were seeing OR Esports on our screens, and behind them Skylightz Gaming is going to be there. Now I'm interested in how does Skylightz Gaming manage to find the way towards the zone. It's going to be quite interesting. On the other side, INS now trying to deal with the players of TSM, as Clutch God, it feels like, has some information as to where the opposition is going to be. Crazy Soul in the front lines as well. Owace, Aquanox, Ninja Jordan, Blaze. Do they expect a collision here? And with the way Owace positioned himself right on top of that broken wall, I don't think so. They know INS is near them.
And that's a very good thing, actually. You know, if Team INS get caught off over here, I don't think so they can survive with the split they're holding. But you know what? What is one other thing which I love the most about the map of Vikendi? The footsteps which is going to be visible. If you walk on ice and then into the inland and into the hard buildings, you can see the footsteps of the snow inside. So you get to know if somebody has been there or not. The vehicle tire tracks are going to be there. So you'll know if somebody passed by the, the very place you're trying to go. So ultimately I would want to see how things will turn out, as Team INS are going to be falling back, eventually sticking to the basics of fisting the air so that the footsteps are not heard to the opponents.
Well, but let's see. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see, as you mentioned, a lot of opportunity for teams to be a little extra cheeky on this particular map. This map makes you just open your strategy and tactic book to the last page. You're going to be searching for every single small little nook and cranny that you can find to use to your advantage. There's a lot of strategy that Vikendi is going to force to use, and even the mechanical aspect of the game do end up becoming very, very important. But let's see, TSM. It looks like they have sent Owace, or in fact Owace has gone for a flank, or maybe he's just trying to see if he can get some vision, try to kill some angles, but he's going to be caught out in the open. Shots coming in, and they do manage to connect. Gil lands the last one. Owace knocked out in the open, and that's going to be a TSM losing out on one of their players, and in fact their IGL.
Now, this is what we said, right? OS needs to stick with this team, needs to make sure that he's one of the last men standing, because in the final circles, every time and then, he's proved to us that, you know, he is capable of pulling off a wonder when it comes to the final circle. But ultimately, a 3v3 fight with the equation coming in equal, now Team INS can look forward to be a little more aggressive. But what I'm worried is the kind of farming they've done. TSM on the other side have 7 grenades compared to Crazy Soul and INS, both of them put together somewhere around 2 to 3 nades for themselves. So in case there's an exchange of grenades coming in from either of the sides, still INS will be on the losing end in case they get a knock. It's good to say that, you know, Team INS and TSM should back off from this fight as they hold the center of the circle. All they have to do is watch out for the others who are rotating around. With INS not having a hard compound for themselves, better head on to 1.
Well, but let's see. The game still in its early stages. 8 minutes in. The first blue zone is going to close in right about now. And it is going to be quite tricky to see how the teams are going to approach this. Team Kinetic, Hydra Esports, towards that Krichas Dobromesto position. And even in that area, again, teams colliding like this, there's a very low possibility of that happening.
Now, Mount Krisnich is where the tension we need to take again. Godlike, after, you know, they know that Team Soul is going to be towards the Cosmodrome area, because they were the first team to rotate around just in case they plan for gatekeeping the side of Team Soul. It's going to be so hard for Team Soul to make it inside the circle from the northern side, because they have Hyderabad Hydras, Godlike holding another one. If they go in for a right side reverse coming towards the side of Cement Factory, they have OR, Esports and Enigma Galaxy going in with one another. So it's going to be hard for Team Soul just in case Godlike holds it, but it looks like Godlike is thinking otherwise and heading on to the center of the Gorka area to find some hard cover for themselves.
Again, I mean, that's the default strategy on Vikendi, right? You go to the center, get a compound, and then just hold and pray till the end of the game. Now, the veterans of the scene, they know this. I want to see how the newer teams are going to play, and a few of the newer ones are definitely going to be the lads from our esports, who were, well, absolutely incredible in their run during the league stages. I've seen them during the Master Series as well. They're very good with their firepower, but they need to figure out that in Vikendi, it's not really necessary to bring in all that aggression super early in the game. You just have to play for position.
No, they are all playing in the corners, right? Take Hydras, take OGs, take R Esports, take Nigma. All of these teams are playing in the corners, and we also have the side of Hyderabad Hydras as well. But one thing which is shocking me is Team Soul playing in the corners itself. They are the teams which have played very well in the map of Vikendi. As we all know, respecting the circle should be the top priority for any of these teams. It's too early. The first circle is just forming in with the second one almost coming into the picture. But holding the death center, the importance of that is going to be visible over the course of time.
Let's see. I mean, we did see, as you mentioned, Team Soul playing from the edge was definitely quite tricky, but OR Esports Aru, in fact, taking on one of the players from the side of Nigma Galaxy again. They were playing on the on the western edge towards Podvosto, and now these teams have finally started to move in together. I believe they were headed towards Villa, but now Nigma Galaxy might have to switch up their strategy since OR Esports are looking to commit on this fight. First team fight breaking out quite earlier on in the game. Apollo dishing out the damage. MJ is going to be down on his knees again, but Aru gets taken out as well. Apollo getting shot in the back as Atanki manages to find an angle. Whiskey is going to try and save his teammate, but will this be enough for Nigma Galaxy to recover? OR Esports, they're going to get their own revives in. Jelly is going to try and make his way towards his team while Dreams tries to hold the back line, cover the back lines. Atanki, you have to be extremely careful. There's a man around the corner, and he is going to strike, and strike hard he will. Aditya is going to pull in as well, and that's going to be it. Nigma Galaxy making quick work of OR Esports as OR Esports become the first team to be eliminated in this match.
I mean, an unnecessary fight, an unnecessary push coming in from the side of OR. We have been telling this, stick to your basic. It's not going to be hard for you. It's going to be very hard for you to rush into a hard compound and then take the fight. But ultimately, you know, they had to pay a very hefty price. Nigma Galaxy doing wonders over here. I don't know how the fourth player got taken on. I do believe that someone else came into the picture, like REX, probably from far, far away, who took that finish away from them. But you know, that was a very, very sad ending for the side of OR. After a performance like that in Erangel, getting taken down, not sticking to the basics, the crosshair placements going wrong. Oh my goodness, this is not what we expected from them.
As you said, this is not what we expected. I mean, just watching that team fight completely, and OR Esports also chiming in from the outside. I was wondering what was going on with Jelly and the other lads getting taken out in the open before they were part of the action. But that does give a hint to the players of Nigma Galaxy that someone was close by. They just have 3 points and not 4.
Rightly said. You know, they would have counted everything, but still, again, I'm pretty disappointed by the side of OR over here, because when they were pushing in, we always said the early commotion is going to give the third party teams to a very good hand, and that is what we witnessed over here. That's going to be OR Esports putting them down so early that it's going to be hard for the teams from here on, especially the side of OR. Now they have to become the loose cannons for the next few games to recuperate whatever they've lost in the map of Vikendi.
Well, I mean, they have lost quite a lot after what they were doing, like the kind of momentum they could have built for themselves from the first game. Now that momentum has been broken down, and OR Esports, the next Erangel for them becomes a do-or-die situation, because if you want to play for the trophy, you have to perform in every single game.
Exactly. Find an average of 15 in every single game. At least the first 3 to 4 games where you have an average of 15, and then you tend to defend it in the rest of the games would be the best way for you to take it forward. But ultimately, you know, we are able to see that few teams are not able to do so. Hyderabad Hydras were one of those in the first game, and the same fate will go for the side of OR. Skylightz Gaming on the other side. They are again playing for that rate rotation, because they understood that the momentum of the tournament is in such a way the teams are prioritizing the center of the circle, and when everybody are thinking the same, why don't we think out of the box and come in late from one corner which is going to be least held by somebody, and grab that winner chicken dinner for themselves.
I have to say that rotation right there is definitely way outside the box. I mean, you can't even see the box from where Skylightz Gaming is coming from, because they started from the southeastern side of the map, went all the way up north, and are entering the circle from the northwest. But on the other side, Team Kinetic in a fight of their own. Godlike Shadow is going to take down Aryan. That's the first knock in action, and Pradhan is quite close to the opposing side as well. They can be caught off guard. Pradhan is going to be taken out. Z-God getting the knock, and Neo getting the finish. Team Kinetic in a world of hurt now.
Now this is where I said it's going to be hard for you to rush into a compound. If you don't know how to execute it, better not take that fight. tried to prioritize the center of the circle, and not only have they come in and knocked at the doorsteps of Godlike, but they've delivered some really strong artilleries, because ultimately an MG3 in the hands of Godlike could be so devastating for the rest of the players. We'll wait and watch as to what's going to take place, as Team Soul right now will be trying to tag off the side of Nigma. Maintaining that in a burst mode was the best thing to do, coming in from the side of Omega, who's now going to traverse away in the vehicle and regroup with his teammate to the hardest cover. A very, very good gameplay coming from the side of Team Soul as well.
Well, it was an amazing play made right there, because otherwise had they just charged forward blindly, they could have been taken out and finished off. But they are managing to just play from the edge, rotate slowly and steadily with the blue zone itself. And well, 25 seconds later, the blue zone is going to start to move in. We will have the 4th zone on our screens, and that is where things get wild on Vikendi. But hey, I was wrong, as Goblin is going to be taken down by Apollo. And well, the God of Archery definitely doing wonders right there. But securing a finish in a situation like this, I don't think that's going to happen.
Now, this forest area, especially at where you can see towards the northern side of Villa, will allow the players to go in for a revival. I mean, it's going to be much more easier for them to take the fight from here on. But ultimately, what's more important is how they're going to traverse away from this position. They need to have enough smokes to, you know, avoid all those crosshairs to be placed towards them. But ultimately, you know, it's Nigma Galaxy, right? Since they have information and knowledge is power, let's see how much can they make out of this.
Well, as you said, let's see how much can they make out of this, because it's going to be quite important to secure those points. Oh, rotating on a scooter. Well, but unlike on Sanhok, scooters do become a viable option on Vikendi.
Yeah.
You don't have to cover a lot of distance very quickly. You do have a lot of those solid covers available. You can go on the other side of the ridge, and these snowmobiles, I like how awesome they are.
Oh yes, snowmobiles. I like the sound. I like the way they can drift so fast between two places. And also, you know, it does allow you to, you know, stop in a place behind a tree and still not get vehicle damage, which is going to be one of the most crucial thing. You need a very small vehicle for yourself when you're moving around. But Goblin on the other side, on the verge of redemption, he wants to take down the player of Dreams, who was the exact player who put him down as well. And just in case they had a knock, I do believe that would have agitated the side of Team Soul to rush into the compounds of Nigma Galaxy.
Well, but let's see, Team Soul, they do realize that there is no reason to force a fight against the players of Nigma Galaxy. They can just walk away from this and find a better position inside of the circle right now. Just that the compounds on the southern side of the Goroka frozen lake are pretty empty. We don't see anyone there. Enigma Galaxy is there in the distance, but you don't necessarily know that they're going to start shooting, and the line of fire is not even available from that point. So it is a safe, viable option for Team Soul to move towards, but they are just being extra cautious. After what is happening to them since yesterday, they do not want to take any risk. But talk about risk, and Orangutan pops up. 2 players knocked out. Team Kinetic, they had lost 2 of their own in the early stages, but they do not care right now. They want to take this fight. They want these points. And well, WizGod is going to try his level best. The UMP in his hand. The damage was dished out. Max Cash is going to be taken out. Team Kinetic down to the last player. Daljit in the barhouse is going to be finished off. And Orangutan just getting that wipe onto the players of Team Kinetic. 2 points secured, but now they have to go for a revive on their own teammates.
Now that is where from far away 2 other teams are going to be coming in and chiming it out over here. It's going to be TSM versus the side of Nigma Galaxy, as TSM came in from the right corner where it was the hardest cover. And look at that, using throwables and making sure it's a defensive maneuver is going to be Apollo, as Aquanox is going to be pushed back trying to find another off angle altogether. It's going to be Nigma Galaxy buying time to make sure they assault the side of TSM, and successfully they do it, because the support of INS came in from behind, and now the concentration of Nigma Galaxy against the side of Team INS. Yet again, this is going to be finish after finishes, which is going to be raked up by the side of Nigma Galaxy. Holding a hard compound, welcoming everybody with a pour of lead. This is what you're going to be rewarded.
Exactly, this is what you are going to be rewarded with. But Nigma Galaxy, they have 7 points already secured to their name, and they're going to look to get a few more. Hyderabad Hydras, they are trying to chime in, and from the rare INS Clutch Guard, we do see him getting taken out by the players of Team EXO. Whiskey is going to get a revive in. Get a revive from Apollo right now. Carry is trying to go for a push along with Maxi, but they, as soon as they pop up to the first floor, they're going to find 2 players. The knocks come in. Nigma Galaxy, they're bleeding, and they're bleeding quite a lot. 2 players getting taken out, and and the team is down. And well, almost on the verge of getting finished off as it's just one last player surviving.
Now this is where MJ is going to be very, very careful. He's got the deadly Rosa in his hand. He has to pull the trigger only when required, but extends too much and gets taken down. And Team INS, the closest towards the side of Team HH, are wanting to come in and chime in over here. But the point is this. The damage against the side of Nigma Galaxy was way too much. And HH found the iron hot and struck it exactly when it was required, getting themselves the best of the hard compounds. But will that be enough for them? With this corner, can they get that winner chicken dinner for themselves? With the circle forming in and again favoring the side of OGs, EXO and Team INS, I can see that 7Cs are also pretty close towards the side of INS.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be quite close, but are they willing to take the fight? I mean, they are making a lot of chaos, but 7C Esports, as you said, they just looks like they're focused too much on global esports right now. They want to take that fight. And Skylightz Gaming, they're going to use this as an opportunity of theirs. One player knocked out. Gamla Boy was taken out, but the trade did come in fact, as Knuckle was taken out by Pukar and now finally has been finished off. So point has been secured. Skylightz Gaming, they do manage to figure out a way to recover from this chaotic situation. Somraj himself showed up to make sure his teammate was not getting wiped out. But this is just going to get worse for Skylightz Gaming, since the more close to the center they move, they will be surrounded in a few short moments. They have the players of Hydra in the back, Godlike towards the north, Orangutan right in front of them, but Enigma Gaming against the players of Team Soul. Savitar with this nade can definitely do quite a lot of damage.
Now this is where, you know, Team Soul is extending too much is what I would like to say. Not only are they taunting the side of Enigma, who are almost closer to the circle, they're also giving away their location towards the side of Godlike and any other team who's going to be passing by over here. With the commotions coming in, I do believe this could be the beginning of the end for them, but ultimately Savita gets caught off angle, he gets taken down as Omega is going to get that confirmation. Now Enigma are going to be a two-man standing, but Team Soul trying to play from the corners and still dominating, getting one finish for themselves. Have they done enough, or are they extending too much? Still, this question is going to lie until the fight between Godlike and Team Soul is going to take place.
Yeah, and today, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very special day. You do keep seeing the live rankings on the right-hand side of the screen, so there is definitely a lot of pressure on the teams that did not have a wonderful time in game number 1, but our top contenders are still there. Enigma Gaming, Skylightz Gaming, and EXO still managed to survive to the late game stages. 23 minutes in, almost. Enigma Gaming going for a push towards Godlike, but Akshat spots out Rex, and a few shots did connect, but Evo from the backlines just zones in on the players of God, and Neo was taken out, and Akshat is going to steal that point. Oh, it goes away. Wow.
I mean, Enigma at the right moment just had to tap that one last bullet to take away that steal, but Shadow on the other side is going to retaliate with the grenade, put an end to the complete squad of Enigma right behind that stone, a perfectly placed grenade, but ultimately they're going to be regretting taking that fight because Team Soul from far away did the damage. Now again, Team Soul are building up more enemies for themselves as they have to make it inside the circle. From one corner, they dished out the damage towards the side of Godlike. On the left corner, they're trying to take the fight against the side of HH as well. And let's see who's going to put an end for the side of Team Soul. But in case Team Soul survives this fight, with 5 finishes already in their name, they can do much more in the final circle.
Oh, but look at the circle, smack on top of the players of OG and Orangutan right now. They know what they have to do. They have to make this game count. And there's going to be a lot of chaos towards this eastern part of the map, since there are like 5-6 different teams outside the zone right now. INS, Gil taking down one of the players from the side of Team Soul as Goblin is going to be put down. 3 players all grouped up together in a very chaotic situation as they have to worry about the players of Hyderabad Hydras closing in from the rear. Our esports on the other side against the players of 7C. I want to see what's happening in that fight as well.
Now, Team Soul, even though Hydras had a very good opening against the side of Team Soul, it's going to be Team EXO being a blessing in disguise for them, as Team Soul will now re-strategize on the teams in front of them. Hector and Omega outside the, hard buildings might be walking into the crosshairs of Gil, who's holding a very good off angle right next to the building through the windows. But ultimately, Team Soul, the way they're playing, it seems like they know this map very, very well. They have done wonders before. I won't be shocked if they do wonders yet again. It's going to be Trigger taking down Canary, and a fight with a 3-way Mexican standoff starting off far away. It's going to be HH versus the side of Team EXO, where EXO suddenly are on the receiving end.
Well, and now Hyderabad Hydras, they are going to find themselves sandwiched between EXO and the Hydra Esports team. Godlike Esports getting taken out by the players of Skylightz Gaming in this match. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 teams remaining, a nade barrage on the players of Hyderabad Hydras, and the grenades are going to be enough. But who are getting those finishes? It is the players of Team EXO securing those points for their team. Hydra, they just get one. And what? Was that correct?
I mean, yes, they just got one because all that hard work was really reaped benefit by the opponents, and it's got to be Team Soul right now rushing in and making sure they put an end for the side of Team Hydra. But least do they realize that there's no other team far away, and it's going to be Hydra's Secret going in for a heal battle way outside in the blue. Now Team Soul on the receiving end, as INS, as I said, was having a very good off angle against them. Now starting to strike in from behind as Sensei is going to be coming in yet again, stealing the finish away from them. Team EXO have got so many finishes in their pocket already. All they have to concentrate right now is to make it inside the circle. The strategy is pretty simple, right? Talk through the gun. Make sure they're known through the gun, and eventually it's going to be Team EXO who will be dropped down with just 2 players now. The revival has to come in and also have to make it inside the circle with Striker looking out for them.
Well, it is not going to be easy for them to pull it off, but it is going to be quite intense if they actually manage to do that. Skylightz Gaming on the other side do realize Global Esports right behind them, and they will look to clear that angle. 7C Esports doing wonders with their position, just managing to hold on to those compounds and realizing that they are the only ones in the circle. Everyone else will have to go for this open push, and it is not going to be easy for them. 7C, they have full advantage to bring themselves back into the contention for the title, but all they have to do is win this game, get the winner chicken dinner, secure those 15 points at least. On the other side, Hydra Esports finally being forced out of the game, and we're down to the top 5 teams, 15 players alive. EXO is going to say bye-bye, and they're going to dip out back to the lobby, and one more squad in fact is going to be bidding us adieu, and that is our Esports.
Goodness, our Esports puts an end for Team EXO, and 7C puts an end for the side of our Esports. What a turn of events happening over here, as 7C now concentrating on putting an end for another squad altogether. Only other squad to be holding the hard compound is going to be the side of Orangutan. Madman with the grenades doing it right, as AKOP is going to be retaliating back with the guns. It's going to be Pukar from far away taking down the side of GE as well. It's going to be OGs now concentrating on taking down the last player of the 7C, so that it becomes much more easier for them to bring in a two-way battle. It's going to be Sarang and his friend Madman coming in from 2 different angles. A double trouble against the side of AKOP, who can actually turn things around.
Well, let's see though. 7C Esports, they are managing to hold on to this push quite nicely. Sarang has taken a lot of damage, but AKOP, there's no way he will dare charge into this building. He knows a crossfire is waiting for him on the other side. Now Madman is going to drop down from the top, and well, he won't be needed as Orangutan have already been eliminated from this match. Hyderabad Hydras have been taken out on the 3rd position. We're down to the top 2 teams. And Skylightz Gaming, can they manage to make it 2 winner chicken dinners in a row in these grand finals? The only thing that stands between them and victory right now is the squad of 7C Esports.
Now this is where I would want to see who's got the maximum number of med kits and then trying to go in for a heal, whereas the other will be trying to come in the open. The bait and switch could also be used by the side of 7Cs over here with the man advantage, but who's going to be getting that real estate for themselves? Who's going to have the right kind of smokes to evade the opponents, to block off the opposition's eyes, and then try to take the fight into the faces? Behind the small hard covers of vehicles and trees are the side of Skylightz Gaming, whereas 7Cs are going to be coming in with so many grenades and so many throwables that this could go in their favor.
Oh no. Somraj, he's going to be down on his knees, and it's going to be up to Vexy and Pukar. Pukar's position has also been compromised. It looks like the victory is going to be snatched away from the players of Skylightz Gaming. It's a 2 versus 4 situation in the final battle, and 7C Esports, they know exactly where they have to shoot, and they don't even have to shoot. All they have to do is just keep their crosshairs there and make sure that Skylightz Gaming do not enter the circle. This is 7C Esports' victory, and there is no one taking this away from them. A 1v4 situation. Pukar, once again, they know where he is, hiding behind the smoke, and he will be finished off. 7C Esports, ladies and gentlemen, securing the winner chicken dinner on Vikendi. And there was one thing that you mentioned, Arka, about healing. Even I had forgotten. This was the map where the heal battle strategy was found, and we did not see anyone going for it.
apart from the side of Team Hydra, right? Because the last man standing from the side of Team Hydra, from the third circle or the fourth circle itself, he was trying to go in for a heal battle. But how successful was he? Will the points table will reveal that. But 7C on the other side, you know, look at the seriousness on their faces. They're just going to be making sure that, you know, they don't come out of that game phase and keep that concentration still on their faces. Whereas Skylightz Gaming, a little bit of a pressure, not getting that winner chicken dinner, but they have done enough. They need to take it a little easy on themselves. They're outperforming themselves, that is right. But, you know, burning out won't be a good option.
I mean, it's just 6 games and we know how intense Somraj can get. I don't think he's going to be satisfied until they get chicken dinners in every single match. And I don't blame him. That's how just the man is. I mean, he's very competitive in that way. But 7C Esports, mad props to them. Definitely a wonderful defense till the very end, and Skylightz Gaming as well. I'm just impressed with the way they rotated and made it to the top 2. Because as we talked about it during the game as well, they started out from the southwestern side. I believe they were somewhere around the cement factory area. They went up all the way north, moved up west, and then from the northwest is where they entered the zone. They were playing edge to edge to edge to edge, and they had just managed to survive very, very cleanly while also securing a decent number of finishes.
Now, it seems like, you know, one other team, when we speak about finishes, are going to be very happy with the performance, and that's going to be the side of Team EXO. Yet again, they have picked up so many finishes, and the concentration of Sensei from the starting of this tournament, where it was all about in sticking with the team and making sure they concentrate on finish points, seems to be going right. But how many position points have they gained in this game as well? And when will they start looking out for that winner chicken dinner? And the major chunk of 15 points, which is going to be coming with it, is going to be one side of Team EXO. Whereas on the other side, we're going to be having the side of Hydra as well.
But let's see, the MVP of the game, it is going to be Sarang from 7C Esports squad. 3 finishes, but that's 706 damage and the 28-minute survival time are the things that matter for the MVP. I mean, priority is given out to damage and the survival time. Finishes just 20% priority to the number of finishes that you get. But 7C Esports, I mean, they were more focused on just finishing the game in the top 3, in the top 2, and they ended up with a winner chicken dinner. But we did talk about this Nigma Galaxy, all the early action that they were a part of. It does pay off for Whiskey, at least, as he gets into the top players list with 5 finishes and 556 damage dished out.
Now, Big C from the side of Nigma Galaxy with his teammates have restricted more than 2 teams from entering to the very hard compound they were holding, and almost took down another squad as well. But ultimately, all those finishes will be counted, and with the match standings coming up on our screens, it's going to be beautiful for us to see a little bit of a change apart from the side of Skylightz Gaming, who have got consecutive 2 games of a top 2. And this is the kind of gameplay you need to have in the beginning itself, right? Make sure that the first 3 to 4 games you're in the top 2, and then later that gives you a chance for you to go and chime in and pick up those finishes, or even think something out of the box.
Well, I mean, out of the box thinking does definitely work out on a map like Vikendi, but this was the only one these lads are going to be playing today, and after this it's all just Erangel, Sanhok and Miramar that they will have to battle it out on. One massive blunder that we saw was from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, who were actually doing quite well for themselves as far as taking the team fights is considered. But at the moment when they got sandwiched between EXO and Hydra Esports, there was so much utility being lobbed, players going down left, right and center, and well, one of the nades from the side of, I believe it was Ace Black, who was taken out from one of his teammates' nade. It was one did backfire, yes. Yeah, one of the nades backfired, and it was Maxi's nade actually who took down Ace Black. So that sort of resulted in Hyderabad Hydras just being down to that one player who was later finished off. Striker definitely could not survive the assault, but up until then, the squad is looking pretty good. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, it seems like they've showed up in the same form they were in during the league stages.
It's working out for them, and then why not go for it? But it's just that, you know, the timing was wrong, as you correctly pointed out, between Hydra and EXO taking place, with a little bit of a silence coming in between, where both of the teams were going in for a revival. That is where, you know, they made a mistake of coming in between and became the patty in the sandwich. So ultimately, all of that is going to be visible over here. Sensei started off with his carpet bombing, took down almost 2 players over there, and almost after that, it's going to be the side of Team Soul coming in and trying to reap benefits of the hard work being done by the side of Hydra Hydra and EXO itself. But far, far away, the invasion of 7C against two hard compounds were phenomenal. And finally, they got that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an incredible Vikendi performance from, I have to say, every single team, considering for the last month, a few of them were not even playing this map that much in a competitive setting. It was just those Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok, and after that coming over here, adapting so quickly, when even in the league stages we did not have any Vikendi. It's just this one game in the finals, and it was quite an incredible run from everyone. But now I want to see what they have to say about this, because from here on out, 4 matches remaining. It is 2 Erangels, 1 Sanhok, 1 Miramar. What is going to happen? How are the teams looking at? I mean, the top contenders are definitely going to be feeling quite confident, but hey, let's find out as Mamba SR is joined by the winning team on the stage.
मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले जिनसे बातचीत करेंगे, जिन्हें पूछेंगे हम सवाल और जानेंगे कि मैच में क्या हुआ था। लेकिन सारंग, सबसे पहले आपके पास आना चाहता हूँ। आखिरी दिन पे आपकी टेंडेंसी होती है कि आप अच्छा खेलते हैं, फाइनल्स में आते हैं, यू गेट दैट कॉन्फिडेंस समहाउ। आज लग रहा है कि वो मोमेंटम आपको मिलने वाला है।
मोमेंटम तो ऑलरेडी मिल चुका है। पहला गेम भी अच्छा था अपना, थोड़ा बहुत चोक कर दिया, बट अभी चिकन आया तो ये मोमेंटम तो आ चुका है। तो अभी देखते हैं नेक्स्ट गेम्स में कैसे आता है।
जी हाँ, जरूर देखेंगे। लेकिन अलादीन, कम हियर, बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हो आप। देखिए मुस्कान दिख रही है, ये देख के अच्छा लग रहा है। बट आप मुझे ये बताइए, मैडमैन आया आपकी टीम के अंदर, मुश्किल होता है सिनर्जी बनाना, लेकिन मैडमैन का आने के बाद सिनर्जी कैसे आपने बनाई और क्या इम्पैक्ट है उस प्लेयर का?
जो हमारे टीम में एक्चुअली 2 फ्रैगर्स है, तो हमारे को उनको सपोर्ट करने के लिए प्लेयर चाहिए था, बिकॉज मैं स्विच किया था आईजिलिंग के लिए, तो इसलिए उनको वो एक सपोर्ट, उसका परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा दिख रहा था, तो हमने बोला कि चलो ट्राई कर लेते हैं इस इवेंट में। एंड काफ़ी बढ़िया खेल रहा है वो, एंड काफ़ी कुछ अच्छे से सही जा रहा है हमारी टीम का भी।
जी हाँ, अच्छी बात है। लेकिन देखो, ये जो सवाल पूछ रहा है, डिप्लोमेटिक जवाब मत देना मुझे, क्योंकि हर एक टीम डिप्लोमेटिक जवाब देती है। क्या लगता है फाइनल्स में सबसे बड़ा कंपटीशन कौन होने वाला आपके लिए?
फ्रैगर्स में जॉनी ऑब्वियसली होगा, और अभी
पूरी की पूरी टीम्स में,
पूरी की टीम्स में गॉडल एंड SG फॉर नाउ।
अच्छी बात है, नाम दिया आपने, वरना बोलते सारी की सारी टीम हमारे कंपटीशन में बहुत डिप्लोमेटिक हो जाता। बट कांग्रेचुलेशंस नॉनदलेस, गुड लक टू यू एज वेल। ये तो हमारे प्लेयर्स काफ़ी ज़्यादा मुस्कान, काफ़ी हैप्पी, एंड जानेंगे हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स क्या कह रहे हैं। आप बताइएगा ज़रूर स्पीडो की क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे।
Well, that was a very good answer according to me, because they exactly know whom should they stay away from or whose crosses they do not want to meet. Because as long as they're doing that and they're concentrating on their advantages, I do believe that they can come on the top of the table.
I thought you were going to say they know exactly who they have to beat. You just went like this way, like yeah, we have to avoid them. But it seems fair. I mean, you do not want to be the one facing the full brunt of the force, especially if a team like Godlike, with how Jonathan has been very consistent in the last few days. Neo has definitely stepped up to a whole another level. But at least for now, Godlike is being kept under control. Same can't be said for Skylightz Gaming. Skylightz Gaming, first game they got first, and second game they were second with 7 finishes.
Oh yes, and I mean, I would say that 7Cs with that 27-pointer, now with the breathing space coming in, they can do wonders in the next game. And if they capitalize on back-to-back games, I do believe that Skylightz Gaming and 7Cs will be fighting it out for the championship themselves. But Hyderabad Hydras, what a good comeback over here after the first game going down first and the second game coming to the 3rd position. A good game for them as well.
Well, it was definitely a good game for them, but can they get a few more? That is going to be a question. But a head-to-head comparison of 7C Esports and Skylightz Gaming, and it's clear to see damage received numbers do matter a lot on Vikendi, because if you, as I have been saying since the start of the game, if you get to the center, you don't have to do a lot. You just have to play defensive and hold on to that compound, and that is what 7C Esports were doing. Skylightz Gaming, that wide rotation did give them a little bit of a trouble, but Somraj knows how to deal with it. We do have the damage graph on our screens now, and again, Vikendi is all about those extended fights, so everyone got a fighting opportunity, but not everyone could make it through.
Oh yes, and this is where I would like to see how much of damage has Team Hydra done. They've done just a damage of 559, where they were capable of doing more because of one man not coming into the picture but going in for a heal battle somewhere far away. Secret yet again trying to think out of the box was not working out for them. But in case he had stuck to his team and gone in for a heal battle when he thought that the complete team was clearing off from the lobby, I think that would have been a better option for him. But ultimately, it's all about the game, right? We are just speculators and dreamers, and we can just say things as the pressure, the momentum building in the game can be a little harsh on you.
Yeah, it can get quite harsh, especially in a situation like this, wherein for the grand finals, you don't have a couple of days to just figure out what everyone is going to be up to, what they have been prepping. You just have the first 2 games. And after that, it is just all about controlling the momentum. As you said, Arka, before the match started, that alright, 6 matches in, you have to just try and see if you can deliver your best in the first 3, keep a 15-point average, and then protect it for the remainder of the matches. Only one team has been able to do that.
I mean, that overall points table is going to make it even more clear, right? Skylightz Gaming on the top with 45 total points, 27 placement and 18 finishes. And from here on, with that placement point already going in their favor, now they can concentrate a little bit of taking fights here and there. But they're clever enough what to do next. With 7Cs getting a winner chicken dinner, huge jump of 6 positions for themselves. But OR Esports on the other side, the way they've fallen down, I don't think it's way too late for them to bounce back. That's one good game, as we said. It's got to be more than enough for them to come back to the 2nd spot, which they've lost right now.
Yeah, but they still have 4 matches. And 4 matches, I mean, it does not sound like a lot, but it's the same for everyone inside the lobby right now. Everyone just has 4 matches, so it's going to be very difficult to bounce back from the bottom to straight to the first position. That is not going to happen at this point. But from the middle of the table, you can definitely try to find the opening if you are consistent enough in at least the next 2 matches. Which, well, the next one is going to be on Erangel, so teams will have a reset opportunity on the next map. But what is going to happen, I think only time will tell.
Now, as I said, who finds the average in the map of Erangel will always have a better chance with 3 times the map to be played. But Vikendi was one of those maps where somebody had to become the loose cannons, and it was the side of 7C as well as Team EXO. No matter how much Team EXO is trying to concentrate on that finish points, they're still not able to come up to the top 3 spot. And that is where I feel that, you know, they need to control that aggression and probably concentrate more on getting those position points, because we all know their firepower is strong enough to take around 20-30 finishes.
But for now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next match, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Watch it early.
ये लोग हैं डकैत, हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो। तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं। तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू। अपेल लग कैसे पेल देगा साले?
Welcome back once again to the BGMI Showdown, where although we were in the icy tundras just moments ago, things are definitely heating up. Arca, of course, you being in the studio is going to make things a bit brighter as well, but boy oh boy, Skylightz Gaming with 2 consistent games at the tippity top with 45 points.
I mean, you can expect something like that, right? As soon as your first game goes well, you know the confidence which surges to your spine. All you have to do is just concentrate on getting another one to get all together, because crosshairs are working fine, your IGL is placing you right, you exactly know what you're doing. So, you know, 7C is also picking up the same kind of confidence. Now, let's see which are those teams who will be able to, you know, replicate that, as Team EXO, even though they are in the top 3. You know, very close to the side of 7Cs. They need to do a little more hard work, specifically in this game, or else Skylightz Gaming is going to create a huge difference between the first and the second spot itself.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you talk about Team EXO, they are 2 points shy of 7C Esports, who have 31 on the overall table. EXO have 29. Skylightz Gaming with a nice little bit of a cushion with 45 points to their name. But boy, oh boy, like you mentioned, you know, every time in Vikendi, you need someone to be the loose cannons. Normally, it's always INS, but this time it was 7C Esports who were running around and knocking and finishing people to their heart's content. 12 finishes coming in the last game. Goes to show that, boy, these guys definitely have the gunpowder to back it up. But now, as you mentioned, you love using the words average as far as Erangel is concerned. It is going to be Erangel once again. Question is, are Skylightz Gaming going to be able to, you know, keep their momentum rolling in their favor? Because, well, they are the winners of the first India series that did take place a few months ago, and looks like these boys are in form.
I mean, when we speak about form, there's going to be 2 different names which is going to be coming in my mind. One is going to be Team Soul, and the other one is going to be Global Esports, because both of these are the recent winners, right? One official and one unofficial. So Global Esports still on the bottom of the table with Team Soul. What kind of form are they going to be coming in with the map of Erangel is going to be one thing which we have to look out for, because ultimately if they choke another game, I don't think so it's going to be easy for them to come back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the big bird is going to take to the skies once more as we fly high above the plains of Erangel, and looks like we might be bisecting the map pretty much in half, as we are going to be flying from the west to the northeast, just a little bit, flying over the plains of Godka. The school is going to be directly below the flight path, and well, things are going to end north of Lipovka. Now, this time around, for especially teams like Hyderabad Hydras, I doubt they'll have that early little kerfuffle that they had with Team Godlike in the last game, which means, well, they should be a 4-man squad till the latter half of the game. But for now, Team INS dropping down. Preferably they'll be heading to the ferry pair, or maybe they might just even make their way across to the military base, as we've seen them do in the past. But the problem for me here, Arca, is, alright, listen, Hydra official, they're going to be calling Primorsk and that Western Highway their home, right? INS might just have an early clash with the H from Orangutan.
No, somewhere I feel Team INS are thinking otherwise, right? Because they see that there are no shoots opening up towards the side of Gatka area, so they realize that Team Soul is nowhere over here. So what are they going to do? They're going to think otherwise and probably, you know, land themselves in Gatka region itself. Whereas Team Soul on the other side, pulling the right cards is what I would like to say, as they go in towards the side of Jorgopol, where it's going to be another team that's going to be Global Esports and Godlike themselves. A huge group of teams over here, as Team Soul and Godlike will be meeting one another in the apartments.
Well, there you have it. Western Georgie is going to be the amphitheater of all the violence, death, and destruction to come, because Godlike, oh boy, they're going to be going up against their arch nemesis, their rivals, in the form of Team Soul. And if you had a look at the circle form earlier, it is going to be to the north, with in fact the shooting range and that massive mountain to the side as the center. But it looks like Hector is going to spot something. In fact, this is giving me a bit of a deja vu moment, because if you remember, the first Erangel ever played in the showdown was the fight between Godlike and TSM, and from this very window where Hector is right now, I do believe OS did get the better of one of the members from Team Godlike. But for now, It is going to be the calm before the storm, as Hyderabad Hydras, they've made it safely across the bridge, and they're going to be in the north of the city as your winners from the last game, 7C Esports. Well, they're going to be in their favorite Saverni and shooting range area, but this is going to be interesting. Elsewhere, Rockstar opening things up with a bang, as Equinox from TSM is brought down to his knees. But Shadow, he's in a good position here, Arca.
Oh yes, Shadow always trying to lurk out in the shadows, finding that off-angle player, because Team Soul also tends to send Omega far, far away. And in case Shadow finds Omega over here, which I think he has, and both of them know each other's location, let's see who's going to be striking first. If Team Soul is going to regroup with Omega and concentrate on Shadow, Shadow will be going down first. But just in case the whole squad of Godel is going to be pushing in towards side of Omega, then Shadow supporting him, Omega will be losing. So for the first team to be taking that first step, will be losing a player or not, as Omega comes out in the open, makes the biggest mistake of his life, and Shadow is going to be concentrating, putting him down, and that's going to be the first nail to go down against the side of Team Soul, and they're going to start regretting the decision as to why did we change our drop location.
Well, he might not be lurking in the shadows just yet, but he did strike like as if he was, because Omega was completely oblivious, and down goes Hector as well. This is going to be problematic, as Jonathan is going to be a fiddler on the roof up top on this house, getting those obscure angles, and well, I'm pretty sure he surprised Hector as well. Now, Akshat has the decision to make. He doesn't have a lot of angles, but he does have an angle on Z-Guard. Z-Guard, in fact, is almost going to be brought down to his knees. No, but he's going to survive with a sliver of HP, as elsewhere, we still have the fight breaking out between our Esports and TSM. And by the look of things, our Esports, well, they did just lose a member, but you got to keep in mind, TSM lost one moments ago, of course, in the form of Equinox, as he was taken down. Now, Omega's down on his knees. Aksha's doing the right thing.
Oh, no!
So he picks himself up, but it looks like another action is going to be taking place as Jonathan, as expected from behind, is going to be taken out by Global Esports' Joker. Now, GE, buddy, up until this point, they were spread around Mount Everest, but it looks like they're going to be coming in hot from the hospital.
I mean, I don't know how come Godlike are going to be... They were not expecting the side of G to come and backstab them like this, but ultimately G has been that blessing in disguise for the side of Soul, who can now recover and probably take the fight into the face of Godlike over here. After doing the damage, very, very cleverly, Godlike is going to be falling back, right? So the off angle being held by Manya, he's going to be rotating around, trying to, regroup with his teammates, as Hector would want to fire towards him. But the hard work, the way he used the Scarrel to take down the opponents, Godlike is going to be regretting that Johnny went out of the game.
Well, they are going to be regretting that, especially since he was up on the roof, and Joker, if you have a look just a little to the right of the hospital from his perspective, was laying down all that hot lead in his back. Now, Manya, we did see that little switcheroo with Shadow just moments ago, because, well, Shadow did have that flank, but now it's going to be secure in Global Esports' position. However, they are going to have to go on the defensive just a little bit. Now, this is the time when Team Soul can maneuver around, but elsewhere, we might just switch to a fight because Canary's gone down. In fact, Blaze with his PP Bison is going to make quick work of the team, and the first team to exit in this game of Erangel are going to be the lads from our Esports, which means, well, we aren't going to be seeing any dancing just yet. But now, as far as Team Godlike is concerned, they are in the thick and thin of it. They're in a pickle, because if they move out to the north, they have Team Soul waiting for them. And, well, of course, Joker is going to be lying in wait to their south. Now, this is where Team Soul, Arca, can actually maneuver just a little bit, come in on the backdrops, maybe go by the cliff, and get that position that Manya has for himself.
No, this is where, they're way spread around, right? Even in the minimap, we're able to see that only 2 players of Global are trying to hold this angle pretty much close to the opponents. And in case they try to rush in, they're going to be having a man disadvantage. And with Godlike going in to take a revenge against them, they're just going to eat them up with a snap of a finger. So that is what, Godlike won't be wanting to do so. But as you wanted, they're going to regroup to that shacks, and that is where they're going to be continuing their farming. But ultimately, the fight between the side of Godlike and Team Soul, that has come to an end for a brief period of time.
Speaking of snap of finger, of course, luckily Thanos is not going to be in this lobby right now. Otherwise, half the players would have been wiped out. Something that we saw in the first Erangel when all had let loose, especially in that military region. Now, we did just quickly have a look at the map, and something interesting did catch my eye as Team INS. I do believe they are going to be... Wait a second, I'm going to try and confirm this. Are they actually on the open waters, or are they just on the beach? Because they are coming in from the western front. In fact, if Global Esports' Joker, or Knuckle for that matter, aren't careful, they might get a few bullets in their backs as well. But for now, T-, I do believe they are going to be taking the watery route, which means for now they are going to be secure, but I'm going to be concerned for Manya's position. Main reason being, Hyderabad Hydras could be watching them with a keen eye from the north across the water, which means, well, they could have a little tricky situation. But again, this stalemate on our screens is still going to continue here, but there you have it. This was the fight taking place elsewhere, as it was Aquanox who was the first, in fact, who was brought down in this game.
Now, after that, the retaliation or the revenge taken by the side of Team TSM was phenomenal, as OS finally coming front and making sure that he takes the fight from the front, gets that, a lot of damage against the opponents as Kinetic puts down Ninja Jord. It was the rest of the teams. It was easy for them, right? But Shadow on the other side, coming in from the shadows, making sure he does the damage, but the Scarrel buff, which is going to be coming into the advantage of Johnny every single time he goes in for a spray, but was restricted completely by the side of Global Esports. So many ifs and buts already.
Now have a look at that. We were talking about T-. Keep an eye on the left of your maps right now. In fact, they're going to be coming in behind Orangutan. Now this is interesting because if I was in OG's position right now, I'd be thinking, hey, wait a second, guys. We're up here in Zarki, pretty much one of the corners of the map. No one is going to be coming up behind us, so I wonder if they have eyes in the back of their heads, because sooner or later, they're suddenly going to come under heavy fire from the boys from inside out. Now, the thing is, all the teams are going to try and vie for that massive mountain dead smack in the center, as if you have a look at your bottom right of your screens, Team XO is going to be making it to the circle unattested, as are the gentlemen from TSM. Speaking of T-, there you have it. They finally made land. Joker was lost early on, but let's see if the circle is going to favor their move. And for now, they might just creep in unnoticed behind Orangutan.
Now, Orangutan on the other side have no clue whatsoever that Team INS have taken such a drastic rotation and one of the best maneuvers for me according to the map itself, because with the circle going in towards the side of Zarki, obviously OGs won't be looking out for their backlines, right? They feel that, nobody came to Zarki, we don't need to worry about anything else, let's just concentrate on the team up front. But rather Team INS coming in and backstabbing them and out of nowhere putting down the side of OGs, who are not doing that well when it comes to the overall points table. They're going to be suffering even more.
Amen to that. Now, another thing that did kind of catch my eye was the quick rotation coming in from Global Esports production. You guys are on point, because I was hoping for the map to come up. Have a look at that. Now they've got the buildings on either side of that notorious bridge near the containers, which means they have that Wizard Tower under control with Manya and Joker. They've got that compound under control as well. And, well, things could get tricky if somebody decides to move in. Hyderabad Hydras, on the other hand, are going to be moving further inland. They're going to be moving up that mountain, making sure they have a good 360 vigil all around. Now, as far as Western Georgie is concerned, Team Soul and Team Godlike still in that little bit of a stalemate. But the problem is Hydra official are now going to be calling the top of Olympus or Everest, depending on how you want to call your mountain. They're going to have that position, and they might just have a little peek at someone jumping on the roofs. But for now, again, it's all speculation. Orangutan, on the other hand, they've moved further inland as Team INS. Well, they're going to be coming in uncontested as well. But if you have a look at the Eastern Front here, Arca, Team XO might just lock horns with TSM unless they go north of that fjord.
I strongly feel they're going to go north of that Yasnaya region and then try to come in towards the side of Severny, because they know that somebody will be near that bridge area. But just in case TSM becomes a little more overconfident, thinking that nobody might be over there, Team EXO would love to punish them and pick up those 4 finishes, because Team EXO needs those finish points from the get-go so that they can concentrate on getting the position points from here on. But ultimately, the way Team Soul and Godlike are just concentrating so much on each other, that's going to be weighing them very, very heavy in the later stages of the tournament, because not having finish points, not having position points is going to be very, very bad for either of these big teams.
Oh, I definitely agree with you, but then I have a counter as well. Now, the thing is, both these teams, they still are in the first circle, which means, well, they don't really have to budge just yet. And Soul also has another contingency plan in play. They can make a quick getaway thanks to that bridge to their north. That's going to lead them to the northern city of Georgopol. So, they do have a few options up their sleeves. But the problem is they have lost that one man. And, well, every single man does account for something or the other, especially at this stage of the competition. And speaking of every single man, Skylightz Gaming, they're going to try and make sure that they hold on to all 4 members alive and kicking till the end. because, man, if they have another good game, chances are they might just run away with the show. And speaking of running away, Team OR Esports traversing just beyond them, they need to have a couple of good games as well.
I think Team OR over here are looking a bit more confident by the rotations coming in. They're going in for a split rotation rather than, trying to stick together. Shows that, they feel that nobody can, tag them or probably take a fight against them, because they know each and every team's drop location and the rotations perfectly. IGL Jelly has done his job right, but ultimately looking towards the Georgia Paul area, can you see one green person far away from all these teams? That's going to be Goblin trying to go in for a rotation, trying to come in and backstab the side of Godlike, or probably try to find an off angle. If that does work out for the side of Team Soul, probably they'll be making it inland very easily towards the side of Georgia Paul after finishing off the side of Godlike.
Well, on the other side, I see Team EXO driving dangerously past Kinetic Esports, which means, well, we might just have a few drive-bys. But once again, it has been almost a millennium that both these teams have been in the same position we left them, as elsewhere Global Esports' Joker is going to be opening up on OR. But now Team INS, well, they're going to take the fight straight to 7C, as they are going to be trading off a couple of knocks on either side, with Aladdin patching himself up as quickly as possible. Crazy Soul does the same thing. In fact, a few grenades are going to be lobbed in. That is going to be brilliant. If it was time to perfection, Aladdin could have been knocked out, but now he throws one out of his own, which means, well, they are going to be in a world of trouble. But elsewhere, Diljit is going to be opening up an arrow, but we're going to focus right over here, because you got to keep one thing in mind. Although Aladdin is going to be in the building, his teammates could be the wild card coming in from behind, but it looks like WizGod is going to thwart that, as Madman was brought down. And wait a second, Team Soul finally opening up on Godlike, as two of the members are down on their bloodied knees.
Now again going in for a wide spread from the side of Godlike, backstabbing them and backfiring at them is going to be two easy finishes going with Team Soul. The composure coming in from the IGL of Team Soul is giving them benefits. It's reaping benefits for all those hard work, and now they can concentrate on making it inside the circle. But Shadow, is he going to be persistent to take them down, as it's going to be Spray God now hitting the deck? It's going to be Aladdin going in for a retaliation against the side of Team INS. Crazy Soul, that's happening far away, as Z-God, who's now down on his knees, would have relayed information to his teammate telling that Team Soul is coming towards you. Better watch out.
Well, looks like Aladdin did not have his genie in a bottle this time around, as they're going to be out in the 15th position without any finishes, as they were taken apart by OG and INS. But now Shadow, he is going to be lurking. He's going to make sure he doesn't make any sound, as all three members of Team Soul are going to be jumping past them. Goblin might just take a little peek inside. If he sees something, well, he definitely hears something now, as the AKM is going to rattle off shots. But no, it's going to be Goblin making sure his AKM is going to do all the ra-ta-ta-ta-ta, as Team Godlike out in the 14th position with just that one finish. However, on the other side, Enigma, they seem to have been caught a little off guard, as TSM are going to be coming dangerously close. In fact, Blaze might just show his position, and Avi is going to have to go in for a little bit of cover, but no, it's going to be Enigma Savitar that's going to get the better. But wait a second, it was Trigger from the distance who's going to put Enigma in a world of trouble, and now they're going to be in a bit of a pickle. But looks like TSM, buddy, are moving away from them, as the circle is going to move a bit further to the north, and, well, shooting range and that massive mountain are going to be in play, which means Hyderabad Hydras are going to be a happy bunch of people.
Obviously, right, and Team OGs are also going to be happy to get one finish for themselves. All they had to do is just make sure that they weaken the opponents and pick up those finishes when somebody else is doing the hard work, as Avi also gets finished off. This is when Enigma Gaming will be two men standing, where it's going to be the side of Team TSM with the last man standing, and the position they were holding at the bottom of the table. They have to be very careful with the games they play, as 7C goes down, our esports have gone down, and Godlike, especially Godlike, getting taken down over here. This is going to be a game changer for the side of Team Soul, because now they can climb up the ladder and equate themselves in the overall points table right next to Godlike.
You know, we've all tried to shoot at the planes as they come and give their cargo drops, but it looks like one of them did finally crash, and there you have it. We might just see some action breakout in the vicinity. But now, Nigma Galaxy's dream, he does have the high ground, but he realizes that Team EXO, well, they've driven past them, and he's going to make sure he doesn't take in a few shots. Unfortunately, on the other side for TSM, their journey in Erangel in this game comes to an end, as they're going to be outed in the, I think, 13th position, if I'm not wrong. Yes, 13th position with 5 finishes to their names, which means, well, it's not the best outing, as Savitar is now going to be opening up on Team EXO from the distance. However, they've got to be careful, because they're just a 2-man squad.
OGs on the other side will be waiting to capitalize in moments like this, as Rex is going to be persistent to get that finish for himself and will eventually get it thanks to Savitar from far away. No matter if it was Rex or Savitar, it's still going in the pockets of Enigma Gaming, and they're going to be happy about it, as Team EXO trying to go in for a late rotation on the northern side especially are going to be paying a very hefty price, because look at how Enigma is being persistent on going behind the side of Team EXO and wanting to put an end for them. It's going to be OGs coming in from the other side. It's good for us to say that right now Team EXO have become the sausage in the sandwich.
Smart move coming in from Savitar to make sure his backline is secure, because if you have a look at your minimap, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see a few purple spots heading in their direction, and those are the gentlemen from Nigma Galaxy. But for now, they do have that high ground to work for, but looks like shots are going to be fired. In fact, Enigma is going to be firing across over the heads of Team EXO at the gentleman from Orangutan behind them, but there you have it. Fierce is going to make sure that Savitar is going to be taken down, which means now, well, Rex's work is definitely cut out for them. As far as Enigma Gaming are concerned, they are going to be in a bit of a bother. However, Orangutan from the high ground could be drastic, but looks like Goblin and Akshit with their AKMs are going to make quick work of Hydra official, as another fight is going to be taking place on the eastern aspect of northern Georgia. But Aryan, well, he's going to be blown to smithereens, courtesy a grenade coming in from Knuckle. Skips goes down, which means Hydra official now are down to one man, as Soul are trying to rack in all those finishes.
Now G on the other side against the side of Skylightz Gaming, the team which is looking more composed is now on the receiving end. After losing a player, now they'll have to re-strategize, because they've got two teams in front of them. One is going to be Global Esports and the other one is going to be Kinetic. Every single mistake they make, they're going to be making sure that they lose a player, as Manya from one side will be doing a lot of damage against the side of Team OR, putting down two players. Now Global Esports have put in more enemies, but then they can bear.
Well, the circle is going to be shifting down south, which means INS are going to finally have to leave the safe haven of their compounds and move in. But this is where Hyderabad Hydras, they have the high ground, they know this terrain, they can really capitalize on a lot of finishes, as Team Soul make quick work of their opponents, as Hydra official say bye-bye to us in this game. Team Soul up to 6 finishes, 3 members still alive. They are looking good, but a team that is not looking good right now are the boys from Skylightz Gaming, your winners of Game 1. There you have it. Pukar is going to be taken down as well, and now there's only going to be one man. The question is Rexy going to be a bit too sexy for them? Because, well, he is surrounded by the enemies on all sides. You've got Global Esports on one end, you've got Team Kinetic Esports at the other. Oh boy, survival is going to be just a little bit tricky, but looks like Thunky comes in from the flanks and takes out Joker, as Ronnie is going to make sure he gets the better of OR, Aditya, and Thunky, which means OR Esports, buddy, down to one last man, not looking good again.
No, this is where OR will have to, take the fight into the faces of GE, try to put an end for them, because GE right now are doing so well in the lobby. With this backlines cleared off, they are on the verge of getting that winner chicken dinner for themselves, as Vexy, the man you call sexy, is now fisting there and getting a bit more closer. But Daljit on the other side says, I can see you in the shadows, as I am the ninja to have the best gun in the hand, as Joker will now have to go heal himself and probably take the fight against the side of Team Kinetic. Least does he realize it's going to be Daljit yet again, bringing his experience into play, will be getting that finishes against the side of GE.
Well, he does get that little knock over there, but he gets taken down instead, as Joker was going to be on hand, making sure he gives his teammate just a little semblance of cover. Unfortunately, is it going to be enough? Because Manya is going to be confirmed, as Nigma Galaxy, who were looking oh so good, are going to be taken out by the fierce weapon of Team EXO's Fierce. Now, Team EXO's woes are still not over, but looks like INS were going to come in and backstab, but OG from the distance are going to thwart that. But we're going to focus on this fight right now, because Ronnie is still alive and kicking. The only thing is, he only has smoke for cover, and looks like he's going to be focusing all his attention on not the team that is going to be the biggest threat to him right now, but the ones that are going to be driving in the distance in the form of Team Soul. And well, that's not a bad idea, because Team Soul, they're going to be caught out in the open. Question is, can Kinetic capitalize on this? Because with one bang of the grenade, Max Kosh is going to send Global Esports packing, and now Team Soul are going to be potentially in the crosshairs of Team Kinetic.
Now this is where Team Soul need to be very careful. In case one player gets taken down, then the rush is going to be inevitable from the side of Team Kinetic, as they're going to be coming out in the open. Akshat will have to make sure that he puts down at least 2 players to restrict the opponents and coming in a bit more closer, as Max Kosh will be trying to get that buggy for himself. Daljit will be the next target, but it's not going to be easy, as Trigger from far away yet again. OGs are going to be coming in third party and making sure they put an end for 2 players over here, as Daljit will be stealing 1 for himself and Trigger is going to get 2.
OG are looking good. They have 7 finishes for themselves already, and now Team Kinetic are going to be finding themselves in that little tricky position themselves that Team Soul was just a few moments ago. Now, the thing is, the circle is going to be in the favor of OG. Now, they do have that high ground, as you can see clearly on your screens, but that little shack right in the center, in fact, it is pretty much at the center of the next circle, is something they want to capitalize on as well, because for now, Team Kinetic, the only option they have is to make sure they deploy enough smoke plumes to obscure the vision of their opponents if they want to have a chance to move in. But also, let's not forget, Team Hyderabad Hydras, all 4 members still alive. I love the fact that this Mexican standoff, buddy, we have full stack squads on either side, Kinetic Esports, OG, and HH. Question is, who's going to take it? There you have it. That push does finally come in, and as expected, that little shack is going to be pivotal, as Pradhan is going to stay on the back lines, trying to stay, give some suppressive fire. Unfortunately, Drigger kind of anticipated that, but now this is the question. Hyderabad Hydras, instead of coming in from the north, mate, they're going to be coming in where Kinetic is. Have a look at Ace Black.
No, this is where, they're going in for a split rather than sticking together, making sure that, they have information. But once they understood that they can strike from the right side where there is less players to look out for, that is where Hyderabad Hydras are going to be rushing in. And OGs with 7 finishes strong. Can they pull this off? If they take down the side of Team Hyderabad Hydras and, with the divided play coming in from the side of Kinetic, with the man advantage, they can get the winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Look, on paper right now, everything is going OG's way. I mean, these boys have the high ground. They're spread out. They have their backs against the wall. Team Kinetic is going to be in the center. That grenade was just a bit too cooked because it's not going to hit its mark, but this one might just do a tremendous amount of damage. It is going to go boom any second. Question is, did it take any lives with it? For now, all it's going to do is just shake the screens of Hyderabad Hydras. Now, Pradhan, he's a lost cause right now. He knows that all he can do is lay down as much fire as he can. He just has that one bandage to work with. In fact, he does want to just go over the mountain over here and lay down some lead in Hyderabad Hydra's direction. But the problem is, the apes on the other side aren't going to let him do so, as WizGod has his crosses secured on his position, and if they are reading their finish speed, they're going to realize that he's gone down, but looks like Max Kosh from the distance gets the better of Striker from HH.
Now this is where I wanted somebody to steal that finish, and eventually that does go into the favor of Kinetic, as OGs on the other side was wanting this to happen. Behind the ridges, they were wanting these two to go in for a clash, as Max Kosh will be doing a lot of damage against the side of Hyderabad Hydras, as Carry also gets taken down. The last man standing is going to be Maxi. One good grenade, and again the tables can turn over here, as Drigger from far away relying information. Now is the time for him to push, and eventually that is going to be the case, as 2 of the players or OGs will be coming in a bit more closer. A big trouble coming into the doorsteps of Kinetic Esports.
Well, here they come. They are going to be coming in full force. They know that now is the time to strike. There you have it. WizGod getting the better of Diljit. Max Kosh has been spotted out. In fact, he's going to take a few shots in his bag, but Trigger was just a little slow pulling out his weapon. However, grenades are going to be doing all the talking because it is a 4v1 situation. And, well, you might just see the boys from Orangutan beat their chest in pride as they do get that winner chicken dinner in the 3rd game on the finals of this showdown. A few fist bumps coming in for the boys over there. I love the fact that, their game faces are on right now, but I would have wanted to kind of see them just beat their chest just a little bit. You know what? When we're on camera, I'll do it for them.
I mean, I would love to see a big man do that. Looks more like a King Kong on the top of a Eiffel Tower or something like that. But ultimately, this was an amazing gameplay coming in from the side of Orangutans. Doing the rumble in the jungle are gonna beat this team. I do believe that they played it very, very clinical, right? Concentrating, coming in and third-partying every single game, and also making sure that even in the final moments they held on to their composure. I love the other 2 to fight and then rushed in to pick up that final finishes.
They did indeed. In fact, their positioning was just sublime because, they were towards the north. In fact, they did maneuver quite well between the teams. They knew exactly when to take those fights. And unfortunately for the other teams, it was more like shooting practice. And I'll explain why I say that. Now, a lot of teams aren't really well versed with the north part of Erangel because, it's only ever so often that you see final circles end in that spot. But Orangutan, boy oh boy, from the distance, in fact, they were getting knocks about 250, maybe 300 meters out, which means they were playing spoil sport for a lot of teams. As you did mention, they were third-partying at the right time. But again, that is part and parcel of the game. They do have the chicken dinner with a good amount of finishes as well, and that is going to catapult the marker to 2nd position in the overall leaderboard.
Now I'm looking forward to see the overall standing since you've already put it forward. I really want to see where Skylightz Gaming are going to hold themselves and how much is the difference between Skylightz Gaming and Orangutan just in case they have held that second position.
Well, we're going to have to wait for that because we are going to have a lot more stats and figures on our screens shortly. But of course, everybody wants to know who's going to be crowned the MVP in this game, which should be up on our screens shortly. But again, Orangutan, now you're going to be happy of this sentence. They played a clinical game. They knew that they had the lay of the land. They knew exactly when to push because they were keeping an eye out on the finish feed as well, and they kind of just assumed that both sides are going to have majority of the members down, and now is the time to strike. But ladies and gentlemen, your MVP is going to be Drigger from Orangutan. Just 2 finishes, but boy oh boy was he dishing out a lot of pain.
Now this is where, one person does the hard work, whether the other teammates can capitalize on it and make way for the Kings to be made. It's going to be Drigger out there. 23 minutes of survival time, obviously a 4.16 MVP rating, but with him, it's going to be the AKOP coming in over there. Look at that, 4 finishes for 500 damage, and these two duos were working out perfectly as Viscor was also trying to dish in damage as well, but Daljit on the other side, the way he saved his teammate from several fights, the way he was able to finish off the side of Global Esports and also at the same time concentrate on doing damage to other teams as well was phenomenal.
It was phenomenal indeed, and of course, Team Kinetic, they did find themselves in those precarious positions. But again, as promised, this is what I was expecting from Orangutan
exactly.
over there. All the apes just getting up and just beating the chest and, just instilling that fear in all their opponents. But in case you missed all the actions, don't worry, we've got you covered, and action was aplenty right from the get-go.
Now this is where our esports started things off against the side of TSM, but you need to understand if you let them breathe, TSM is just going to make sure they come back at you so hard that they won't give you space but they eventually eat you up, and that is what exactly they did with Team INS. Also had to take the same kind of fate against the side of 7 Seas at the final moment of the game where Clutch could pull it off. It was Aladdin who also got tagged off from far away. A third party did come in to support, but ultimately Team INS had the final laugh.
They did indeed, but of course that laugh was a bit short-lived because they were decimated by Orangutan just moments after. But again, that massive stalemate initially between Team Soul and Team Godlike did lead to Team Soul, getting the better of them. And in fact, Team Soul then moved in and pretty much wiped out Hydra official as well. They did have a good game all up until that last moment where I do believe it was Global Esports' last man standing who did do some damage, which again was unprecedented because he should have been fighting with KE on his background. But again, that little thing was a wrench thrown in the plans of Team Soul, and then Team Kinetic came in and capitalized on the situation.
Now, Global Esports on the other side are one of those teams who picked up a lot of enemies in this game, especially going and trying to backstab Godlike, trying to restrict the side of OR from making it inside the circle, tagging off the side of Soul who are trying to make it inside the circle, taking a fight against the side of Kinetic, and all of this will obviously be recorded in their memories, and eventually when the time is right, and if any of these teams feel that it was because of them we have not made it through and now we're going to do the same to them, Global Esports will have to watch out for their backs.
No wonder they changed their drop spots because they were like, we made a few enemies along the way. Maybe we might have a couple of teams dropping down in Yasnaya. So, this is definitely going to be on the back of their minds. But again, it was just a beautiful game coming in from Orangutan Gaming, making sure they held their composure, they held their nerve, while everybody else around them was losing their heads, and making sure, again, they were a 4-man strong team till the end. It just kind of eases the pressure off each one of them. But you know what? Let's actually get inside their heads because Mamba is on the stage with Orangutan Gaming right now.
Any pressure whatsoever. यहाँ पे काफी cool चश्मे पहन के आया, लेकिन ट्रिगर सबसे पहले आपके पास आना चाहता हूँ. कमबैक गेम था, मैच के पहले क्या लेके गए थे माइंडसेट? व्हाट वाज द कन्वर्सेशन बिफोर द गेम? कैसे टीम को प्रिपेयर किया आपने?
स्टार्टिंग से ही जो हमारा फर्स्ट गेम से हमारे कोच ने यही माइंडसेट दिया था हमें कि खुल के खेलना. गेम के बाद या गेम के बाद जो भी मैच होंगे उसका तुम्हें कोई रिग्रेट नहीं रहना चाहिए दिमाग में, जो ऑलरेडी हम पे पिछले टूर्नामेंट से था. तो वही था कि अपन 4 साथ में खेलेंगे, 4 भी ट्रस्ट करके, और रिजल्ट आ गया आपके सामने.
जी हाँ, बेहतरीन माइंडसेट, इट्स अ वेरी पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट. लेकिन बात करिए कि आज क्या अप्रोच ले गया था ये मैच में, लेकिन अगली 3 गेम जो होने वाले सबसे क्रूशियल मैचेस होने वाले, बिकॉज नाउ टीम्स विल गो ऑल गन्स ब्लेजिंग. यहाँ पे कोई कुछ भी होल्ड बैक नहीं करने वाले. तो अगले 3 गेम की आपकी क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहने वाली है?
वो रहने वाली है कि मतलब कॉन्फिडेंट रहना है, जो फाइट देगी मतलब जो ले सकते हैं हम वो लेंगे और नॉर्मल गेम खेलेंगे अपना, कोई प्रेशर नहीं है, इजी खेलेंगे। जैसे हमारे कोच ने हम लोग को बोला है कि खुल के खेलना है तो खुल के खेलेंगे, कोई प्रेशर नहीं लेंगे, नॉर्मल गेम खेलेंगे अपना जो खेल रहे हैं।
जी हाँ, नॉर्मल गेम खेलेंगे, लेकिन अभी आप पोजीशन नंबर 2 पे हो स्कोर बोर्ड में, आपके ऊपर स्काईलाइट्स है। कौन सी टीम लगती है आपकी सबसे बड़ी कॉम्पिटिटर होने वाली है आखिरी 3 मैचेस में?
आखिरी 3 मैच वैसे मैं पॉइंट्स टेबल देखा ही नहीं, मुझे पता ही नहीं कौन है ऊपर या नीचे, लेकिन कॉम्पिटिटर हम खुद को ही देखते हैं क्योंकि लास्ट टूर्नामेंट में हमने वी आर नॉट प्लेइंग फॉर #3, वी आर प्लेइंग फॉर #1 एंड स्टिल ये टूर्नामेंट में भी वी आर प्लेइंग फॉर #1, दैट्स इट। तो कॉम्पिटिटर्स सबसे बड़े हमारे लिए हम खुद ही हैं कॉम्पिटिटर्स।
यार एप आर्मी को पीआर ट्रेन करके भेजा हो यहाँ पे, आई वुड लव सम बैंटर आपके ऊपर स्काईलाइट्स, बट नॉनदलेस थैंक यू सो मच आप आए, कांग्रेचुलेशंस एंड गुड लक टू यू and to you as well. But these are the Ape Army boys and देखेंगे हमारे experts क्या कह रहे हैं, because यहाँ पे ये काफी confident नजर आ रहे हैं, काफी positive mindset के साथ खेल रहे हैं। क्या लगता है आपको?
Well, Mamba, I think they said it right because, all they said initially was the fact that they're going to trust on one another because if you are going to be a family of apes, you need to have that camaraderie amongst you. And, that's what we kind of speculated as well. The fact they had all 4 members alive till the end just put the weight off their shoulders just a wee bit. And, well, they got the job done with that chicken dinner.
Now, they also listen to the eldest member in the clan, right? So they're going to be listening to their coach, every single word he says. He said, stick together and have no regrets. And eventually, with the performance of the previous game, they're not going to have any kind of regrets, as they're going to be on the top with 26 points for themselves. The most crucial one, where Kinetic have also picked up the pace for 22 for themselves, as Team Soul somehow, even though they were stopped in their tracks from the get-go, but eventually they became that, barbarians to move forward to get 7 finishes and 8 position points. 15, Team Soul knows how to fight back.
Amen, I agree with you. And the fact that Skylightz just got that 1 point means on the leaderboard they should be at 26. And if my calculations are not wrong, Orangutan should be shy just 6 points of them, which means, well, that little cushion that Skylightz had is going to dissipate. But what a massive game coming in for Team Kinetic as well, which means they might even be in the top half of the overall leaderboard. Of course, all that we're going to see that in just a few short moments. But boy, oh boy, I like the fact that, we are seeing something different today here, Arca. Now, we did kind of anticipate that, all the teams are going to put their best foot forward. They're going to be amping up that aggression. That dial is going to be turned to beyond 100. Man, I mean, these guys are exactly showcasing what we thought.
Yes, obviously, they need to bring in their A game. This is not about you playing for 3 days or 2 days. It's just about 1 day, getting 6 maps for yourself. So if you tend to do a small mistake, that's going to be wrong for you. But ultimately, this was the rotation coming in from the side of OGs. Just eventually traversing far away into Zarki, where there was Ironness trying to come in and backstab them. All they concentrated is on going in for the rotation as soon as the farming happened. And from the side of Zarki, when they started to move in towards the side of shooting range, that was also good. But before that, from Ferry Pier, picking up vehicles and going to Zarki, that was a clever move.
Now, that is exactly what I was going to bring up, because they could have spent some time around Ferry Pier, but as soon as the circle did showcase itself, right, they were like, guys, listen, chances are we're going to be heading up north, and they immediately got into the vehicles. I think they might have just picked up maybe a pistol or 2 down at the ferry pier. They moved all the way, traversing through all these teams who, again, would have been wondering, scratching their heads, wait a second, why do we have a convoy moving this early on? But looks like it did work in their favor. Lucky for them that when Team INS took that little watery route towards the north, they didn't hit them hard right at the beginning. In fact, Team INS then went on and collided with 7C Esports. A little bit of late luck, as you like saying, kissing their forehead. But again, we can't take anything away from them. They held their ground, showcased their gun game, and, well, we got that chicken dinner in style.
Now, before that, the way they were holding that linear formation near the hills and then coming in together and again holding a linear formation. And finally, where I thought that they're going to just send half the cavalry where the others are going to be giving them cover fire, they proved me wrong. All 4 of them rushed in together because they knew the damage is done. This is for us the time for us to strike, and eventually they did put them down. 4 points away. Orangutan climbing up 5 positions over here to the 2nd position, just 6 points away, specifically against the side of Skylightz Gaming. This is where the apes can scream their way into the next game.
I'm just happy the Indian Education Service did definitely serve me well, because 6 points is what I was thinking. There you have it, jumping 5 spots, nestling in the 2nd position. Team EXO not far off with 38 of their own, and if you have a look at the finishes, they are going pretty aggressive this time around, in fact sharing that number with Orangutan. However, on the second half of the table. This is where the woes for teams like TSM are going to start building up, because we are halfway through the finals of this showdown, ladies and gentlemen, and still being in single digits is not where we expected the boys, well, always in the boys to be in.
Oh yes, OR Esports, Global Esports, Godlike, everybody have been put down. It's gonna be, these are the wounded lions, to be specific, when it comes to the lobby. They need to be very, very careful. I mean, the other teams over here, because the wounded lion's breath is more dangerous than its roar. So let's see whether that's going to be the case with teams, with games to come up, because ultimately they're going to be the barbarians, right? They're going to be barbarians let loose. All they're going to do is chop off heads and make sure they get finishes for themselves.
Look, the thing is, of course, there's a massive chunk of the 15 lakh prize pool at stake, so they have nothing to lose, because the next game, well, all game plans are going to be thrown out the window. It is going to be Sanhok. It is going to be the smallest map. It is going to be chaos. It is going to be pandemonium. And let me just tell you guys one thing. I know it. You guys love it too, because we definitely love all that chaos. And boy, oh boy, I wonder what's going to happen. Now this, as you mentioned, since we are midway through the games, this is where TSM and all the other teams at the bottom, like you said, a Wounded Lion's breath is going to be a little bit more tricky to deal with than his roar. A wounded animal has nothing to lose. They need to come out with their fangs and their claws bared and basically give it everything that they have.
Obviously, right. Orangutan, one of the strongest teams when it comes to the Sanhok. Let's see whether they can replicate another winner chicken dinner for themselves. But time for us to take a small break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be coming back. Share it among your friends and make sure that we see you guys on the other side.
Watch it.
ये लोग हैं डकैत। हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो। तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं। तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू।
अपेल लग कैसे पेल देगा साले?
You know, Johnny, we are here in the BGMI Showdown, but I can't wait for the Family of Gamers Showdown that we keep seeing the commercials for, because that is when esports is really booming in this country, when your folks get involved as well. But again, once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are midway through the finals in the Showdown, and now things are going to get heated up and a bit sticky, because we're going to be heading to the jungles of Sanhok.
Well, it's going to be quite interesting to see what's going to happen in this map, because before this game, we thought like Skylightz Gaming had pretty much solidified themselves as the leaders of the leaderboard, but that seems to be not the case so far, as Orangutan with that win are just 6 points shy of the first position. And let's not forget EXO, just 8 points for them for to be able to take the first position and call it theirs. But with 3 more matches left in the finals, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and even if you just have a look at the mid-order right now, right? You've got Kinetic Esports, Hyderabad Hydras at 25 points each. Team Soul has 23. Godlike have 17. One good game, one massive 25-pointer-plus game is going to propel them right till the tippity top. But again, in order for that to happen, it also means that Skylightz Gaming, Orangutan, and EXO need to have a bit of a bad game. But this is where that little oomph factor, that RNG factor of Sanhok comes in, because, yeah, you might have a few game plans up your sleeve, but the thing is, Mother Nature and the Circle in Sanhok have other plans almost every single time.
Well, exactly as you said, I mean, especially on Sanhok, the map that is the most random in the game with how the zones move around, and that makes the map the trickiest to play with. If you are not in the circle, the game has already started a sinister master plan against you to make you lose, and to find your way out of it, it can become quite tricky, because it's not just the zone that you have to worry about. There are other players, 60 other players that you will have to worry about who can take you out from anywhere.
True, and also, just this is going to be a random point. I like the fact that we have such alert admins on our desk, because it seemed like for a second, SprayGod's phone was in the hands of one of the admins, just making sure everything is running nice and smooth, because we want to make sure everybody has a level playing field. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get a bit hot and sticky, as we are going to be flying over the tropical forests of Sanhok now. Normally, I'd like a pina colada in Paradise Resort. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen this time around, as we are going to be pretty much heading in the northern direction, and as we speak, a lot of teams are already jumping down to their preferred drop spots.
Right down the middle, the plane path goes, and it is going to be quite interesting to see what. I'm just looking forward to seeing where Global Esports are going to go, because they seem to be the wild cards on this particular map. And would you look at that? Taking an exit quite close to the Paradise Resort area, looking to head towards the western part of the map. I believe they're going to be headed towards Hathen, and that's going to make the situation a lot more troublesome for Team TSM, because they are headed in the same direction along with the players of Team Kinetic and INS.
And speaking of split blocks, Enigma are going to be playing a 3-1 split, as 3 of the members are going to be in Cow, and the air is around. But oh my goodness, this is going to be awesome, because it's going to be Team Soul straight up against Godlike. It looks like Jonathan is going to be the first one brought down with the QBZ courtesy of Omega. And now Akshat with that Tommy gun going gangster over the remaining members of Team Godlike. Neo, he's lost a chunk of his HP, and it looks like Hector is going to be brought down by Shadow's M4 in the distance, which means they are going to be trading a few finishes in every single direction. Omega blown off his feet with a beautiful grenade thrown in by Neo, and now Godlike, they do have the man advantage. This grenade could be devastating as well. In fact, Akshat was almost taken off, but I do believe Neo has an idea of his position. But Goblin inside is going to make things even Stevens, as it is going to be a 2v2 situation at this moment.
What are these two teams doing, though? I mean, we enjoy it, the viewers enjoy it, but it's not good for either of them, especially Team Godlike. Now, Neo does not have any heals available on him. All he has to work with is the AKM. Shadow, he did find the knock, and Omega was taken out as well, but now the numbers lie in the favor of Team Soul, at least for a second. Shadow, he lines them up. Akshat making a massive mistake of running into the spray. Omega is putting on a first aid, and he's going to heal up as well, but Shadow, he sees his feet. Omega is still not 100% HP. The UMP can do wonders, and that's it. Team Soul getting wiped out, and Shadow, look at him making the gestures, saying, come at us with everything that you've got, and we will take you down.
Revenge is the dish best served cold, and it cannot get colder than this. Godlike, they have lost half their boys, but they're going to be happy. Even Team Soul, they've got to have a chuckle because they know exactly why this is happening. All of the lovely people at home watching know exactly why this is happening, but this time around, it's not Team Soul who are going to have the upper hand. It's going to be Godlike who make quick work of them. And let me tell you one thing, Shadow did run over there. Of course, he was aiming, and I do believe Hector in the background over there, Akshat, just seemed to run right across his crosshair, so he gets those 2 knocks, and well, the lost man couldn't really do anything. But the thing is now, Nigma Galaxy, they've heard all this commotion, and they might just come up to mop up whatever remains from these 2 teams. Wow.
Man, I don't think I'm going to stop laughing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sanhok for you.
Yep, this is Sanhok, and this is the BGMI showdown. You know what, to be honest, Akshat, had he just like crouched and walked, then he would have been fine, but he ran into that spray face first.
Hey, what do I like saying? Coulda, woulda, shoulda, because again, you know, we got to take these words out, but right now, another thing could be happening. It would be happening on our screens, and it should be happening because we want to see all the action as Global Esports are coming in hard for Team INS's Joker's position. Now, he is going to hold on to his spot, but his position has been given away. I think they have an idea that behind the wall, shots are going to be fired. In fact, he takes one, Manya goes down, but it's going to be Knuckle who brings him down instead.
Well, let's see though, can Global Esports go for a few more in this fight? INS, they're going to try and get away. Global Esports, now the priority for both these 2 teams will be to cross the bridge and get towards the ruin side, or maybe just cross over to the big island. But on the other side, Hydra Esports against Enigma Gaming, and Avi is going to be brought down by Skips, and well, that goes for a quick finish.
A quick finish indeed, but let's just have a look at the replay because this is something that we did want to see. I guess we're going to hold on to that for just a second because looks like Hydra officials' woes are still not over. Now, the thing is, have a look at your mini-map, right? Skips is all by his lonesome over here, and his teammates are going to be spread far and wide. In fact, Dynamite is going to be in Mong Nai, and well, Seeker and his teammate are going to be elsewhere. But coming back, Omega did open things up with Jonathan, but Akshat overhead did get another knock, but Omega, once he went boom, that is basically when things started going a little to the right. Now, Goblin, have a look at that. His outfit gave his position away. He thought he was secure behind the wall. In fact, he was trying to bait him out. But then, as we mentioned, Akshat just runs straight in the crosshairs, and well, that is all she wrote for Team Soul. And of course, another fight that did break out just moments ago. Global Esports up against Team INS. Have a look at the duck and weave, bobbing in and out of those shots, as Knuckle is more of a boxer than a gunman right now.
I mean, it's the early stages, right? And especially considering how early these fights were started, I believe the teams did not, in fact, have enough time to get that those ammo numbers up. And well, because of that, it's better if you can, even if you save half a clip, it's going to be worth it one way or the other in the later stage of the game. But on the other side, Enigma Gaming, well, they might have lost one of their players, but they're not looking to slow down anytime soon, picking on one of the lads from the side of TSM.
Well, they have got Blaze. He's going to be out in a blaze of glory at this moment, as Savitar is going to be the one who puts him in his coffin, which means always, although he does have the little high ground, he's trying to scour the terrain in the distance to see if he sees any commotion, any rustling or hustling in the distance. But then Rex's position and his teammate on the other side of that road on the high ground is something that they do need to keep in mind. Because again, you know, the thing is, it's not the enemy closest to you that's going to be a hindrance. It's the ones that you can't see from afar that lay down those lead. Because if you talk about precision shooting these days, mate, I mean, everyone is going to be really, really versatile with that M4 and slap on any scope on it. They're still going to get their shots.
Yeah, if they can see you, they can take you down, basically. I mean, we've seen players getting taken out, even when their figures stop to render. that has been one of the most interesting situations you can find yourself in, wherein you are just wondering where the shot came from, and there's someone standing in the distance with just an 8x laid out on you. But TSM and Enigma Gaming quite close to each other, to be honest, and it's going to make it a lot more interesting to see what their next move is going to be. Are they going to try and pick the fight, or are they just going to play for position? Because they are quite close to the center of the circle, so that means there is no incentive to force a fight right now.
You know, I mean, had INS had a few more members alive and kicking, I would have said that TSM might be in a pickle, but the thing is, I like this position. You have the high ground. On one end, you can see the entirety of that northwestern island, you know, even the bridge. If anything moves across that river Kwai, well, people are going to be spotted out. Now, Enigma, what they've done is they've kind of given up on their high ground. Now, that is something I do not want to see happening, because at least one of them should be up there, you know, just scouting out and having a look at anything that moves in the distance. But for now, both these teams are going to be happy with their position, largely thanks to the fact that they are pretty much near the center of the circle. And in case it does shift away from them, they still have a few options to make it to greener pastures. However, I wonder what's going to happen down south, because sooner or later, we did kind of anticipate Nigma Galaxy opening up on the last two members of Godlike. I wonder if that story is going to take place soon.
Well, let's see what's going to happen, because it is the third last game. And after this, there's just going to be one Miramar and one Erangel remaining. We do see Enigma Galaxy on our screens right now. As far as the overall rankings are considered, Enigma Galaxy not doing too great for themselves in the last 3 matches, just managing to secure 13 points, sitting on the 12th position. But as you said, XP, if you manage to secure that one chicken dinner with 10 to 15 finishes to your name, that is going to propel you really high up in the rankings. And if Enigma Galaxy managed to secure the win in this one with at least 12 finishes minimum, then it's going to put them and give them a fighting chance for the crown in the next 2 matches.
You know, I've got to agree with you 100% over there, because that is the case for a lot of the teams in this tournament so far. Now, Team XO, they're going to find that Painan is going to be theirs for the taking, largely because, well, Team Godlike decided to take the fight straight to the ruins, and they did, in fact, ruin Team Soul's chances of getting anything out of this game. But, of course, well, that is how the cookie crumbles, and we definitely enjoyed that crunch right at the beginning. But again, Skylightz Gaming. Now, they're going to be coming up from the docks. We know that they love splitting up when they drop down, but sooner or later, they are going to have to regroup as a tight-knit unit. Now, they still have a few options here, mate. Oh, baby, hold on to that thought, because Ace Black, well, he definitely gave his position away thanks to the fact that he is driving a vehicle out in Sanhok as Atanki. He is going to be watching on with the key 9. In fact, you did see his lips move just a little bit. He's relaying all that information to his teammates, who are just posting up behind him, waiting for HH to make a little bit of an oopsie.
Well, I think that has already happened, since, as you mentioned, Ace Black's position has been given away to the opposition, and now OR Esports, they know exactly where they need to position their crosses to take down this team. Hyderabad Hydras, they will have to be extremely careful. Using vehicles on Sanhok, it's not a wise decision. You make a lot of noise, and plus, Sanhok, most of the time, you are going to be stuck in those mid to close range combat situations, wherein as much information as you protect, you need to just be hidden, basically. And that's why the snake strategy is so good on this map. The greenery just hides you, but Ace Black once again in that beautiful car right there. Looks like he's driving around Jelly's spot.
Please.
And Jelly is just going to weave around the rock to try and hide himself.
Please don't shoot at that beautiful car. You can take a shot at the bike, because Carry has been taken off his bike and now he's going to be put down elsewhere. Looks like Aditya is going to feel the brunt from Maxi, but Atanki was going to be on hand to make sure that is not going to be negated. Ace Black is going to be in the crosshairs. Jelly has a little bit of a question in his mind now. He knows he's coming towards him. In fact, this is the time he needs to shoot. As soon as he comes out the rock over here, he's going to let loose with that M4. That 6.6 might just be a bit too zoomed in. Now is when you want to open a crosser and do that. I would have rather seen him take a little bit of a hip fire in that position, as Ace Black, against all odds, mate, is going to finally make it to safety. But the thing is, they've lost 2 members, and now once again they find themselves in a tricky situation. A striker is going to be confirmed and put 6 feet under. Maxi, his position is given away. Jelly's going to move in, Jelly's going to shoot, Jelly's going to connect, and Maxi's going to go down, which means now Ace Black is the last man standing for Hyderabad Hydras.
Well, for a second over there, I felt like Ace Black was just trying to mess with the players of OR, just driving the vehicles around, and Hyderabad Hydras knew that OR Esports was waiting for them. But then he gets caught off guard by Jelly, and even though it was just a panic situation, it was enough to drive him away from the rest of his team, and OR Esports to secure those 3 finishes and put their name upon them. But now it is going to be quite interesting to see if they are going to survive. Talking about Hyderabad Hydras, on the other side, Godlike Esports do manage to catch Sensei from the side of EXO and finish him off. Now Neo finds himself in a 1v3 situation with Fierce chasing him down. Will he be able to get away? Neo has backed off towards the, well, almost the exit corner of the Painan city. And the Circle also has, in fact, moved away from both these teams. The Circle just took a northern shift before this.
You know, the one is going to hope that the Matrix was plugged in right now, because he could have known the position of the opponents. His face. I think he has an idea. The grenade is going to be lobbed. It's going to be a bit too much. Unfortunately, it's not going to hit its mark, but what it does do is take a chunk out of Godlike Neo's HP. Now the blue is going to be coming in and playing spoil sport, but looks like Fist does get a little bit of an angle under that vehicle. And, well, that is all she wrote for Godlike Esports. Elsewhere in the Paradise Resort, not the city where the grass is green and the girls are pretty, it is a resort. 7C Esports are going to be making sure they fortify their position.
Well, there are no roses here. It's only about the guns. But let's see. Paradise City, as you said, it is quite crowded. 7C Esports, our esports, and we do have the Hydra Esports team towards the north. Orangutan taking control of the west. Skylightz Gaming, I want to talk about them for a bit because they are towards that query position for now, and playing late on Sanhok is an interesting decision.
It is, because again, you know, the thing is, you can take the brunt of the blue for quite a few circles, right? You can in fact run along with the blue if necessary, which means, well, you don't really need vehicles and give away your position from miles away. And we were kind of expecting them to, you know, push in on EXO's position early on, but again, they're going to make sure they survive in full numbers right till the end. And you know what? I'm not going to blame them, because that is exactly what I would have done. Trying to make sure you get to the latter stages of the game, you have those position points as well. And that is when, you know, once the chaos is going to ensure, which it will, which it 100% will, you know, that's when they can rack up on those finishes. But now for Team EXO, they've done something pretty decent. They've taken out Godlike, and now Fierce is going to be their scout, trying to scout out the perfect position for themselves, as Nigma Galaxy are going to be following in the wake of Global Esports. Have a look at that. They are going to be just west of Hathin, but the thing is, it is going to implode in on itself. The question is, are we going to go to the main island? Yes, we are. In fact, most of the real estate in the new circle is up for grabs.
Well, all of a sudden, Enigma Gaming are the best team in the game. They have control of Tatbok, and if they can manage to gatekeep the teams coming in from the south towards the northern side, then this is their game to win. They can rack up a lot of finishes during the process as well, and that's just going to sweeten the dish even more. But on the other side, I want to see what Nigma Galaxy are going to be up to, because as soon as they get close to the bridge, there is a possibility of Global Esports and TSM collapsing upon them. But Global Esports are going to be forced out of position as TSM, they start shooting as soon as they see the vehicles. And AJ is just going to be blown to smithereens and taken care of. Ninja George securing that finish for his team.
Well, TSM, as you mentioned, they did have a good position, and now they're going to be using it to their advantage elsewhere on the massive rock just south of the Paradise Resort. We do have our esports Rockstar taking the fight up against Team Kinetic. And wait a second, by the look of things, Team Kinetic might just be oblivious of his position. I think sound cue might have been given out. Yes, it has been. And now finally they realize, wait a second, somebody's going to be over here as Max Cross with the UMP goes down, hits the deck, and is going to secure that knock for himself. But it looks like Rockstar is going to be burned to a crisp inside as well. With Jadu out, Rockstar out, I wonder if the little canary can do something, because, well, speaking of his name, I do believe he is going to be retaliating in kind in Kinetic Esports' position. Also, you got to keep another thing in mind. His teammate Hero is going to be providing some cover, some semblance of cover from behind. But for Kinetic Esports, we had a look at the map, Johnny. Team EXO are coming in hot from behind.
Exactly, and that is just going to be a troublesome situation for, in fact, both these teams, Team Kinetic and our esports as well. But it might just work out for our esports if EXO engage on the players of Team Kinetic and take a few of them down, because Carreri and Hero, that wide angle right there, it's going to make it very tricky for Team Kinetic to actually pick off both of them easily. They can provide a decent amount of cover fire for each other, and Canary, he sees the opposition right in front of him. He did see the individuals coming his way, but is he prepared to take this fight? It is going to get quite intense for him for a few short seconds, and also along with taking the fight against the players of Team Kinetic, both these teams have to worry about getting inside the zone, because the blue zone is going to start to move in. Team EXO, they just gave up on this fight. They heard the commotion, they heard the noise, and they were like, yeah, we are not going to be a part of the action. We're just going to rotate wide towards the east and move in from to the zone from there.
Look at Skylightz Gaming. The team that dropped in the southernmost position as far as Sanhok is concerned is now the northernmost team. In fact, they're going to be coming in from the north, but this is what I was waiting for. Now, I like what Canadian did, right? They waited for them to move out. Hero should be chipping in as well as Max Cross has been taken down. It looks like KU could be in trouble. Pradhan has been following the distance. Pradhan has been brought down. The Canary is going to be singing the song of death as KU comes a bit closer, as Diljit and KU are going to be taking the fight 2-on-1 up against him. Now, the question is Hero going to come in and play a spoil sport or not? Because no, for now, Canary is going to make sure he gets the better of 3, but Diljit's grenade is going to not just shake our screen, but the very semblance of any cover that Canary had. As now, if he spots Diljit, this could be problematic for this team, but no, they're going to go in for the finish points, and you know what? I am not going to blame them at this point, as Diljit is going to look like he might just pick up one of his teammates.
Well, Hero Scope is covering up Daljit's position, and Daljit has used his that to his advantage. He's going to go for a revive. Canary does get finished off, but an incredible performance, dropping down 3 players. I have no idea what Hero was doing. He should have closed in a little bit earlier.
He definitely should have, but for now, all he can do is make sure he confirms those finishes that his teammates so valiantly knocked down just moments ago. Now, he did get 3 knocks. Unfortunately for them, they could only capitalize on 2 finishes. Again, now, survival is going to be the name of the game for Hero. The question is, can he live up to his name and be a hero for not just his team, but all the lovely fans out there, as I'm sure Canary, with all his positive energy, is going to be egging him on from the seat on the side. Now, the thing is, he is going to make it the blue zone, right? But the circle has kind of shifted a bit up north. We do have Tatmonk and that giant lumberyard still in play, where, in fact, we might just see some action break out, but looks like Global Esports are going to come under fire, courtesy Nigma Galaxy to the northwest.
Well, with the way Nigma Galaxy rotated, it's quite fair to say Global Esports never saw them coming, and now 2 players taken out, Ronnie and Mane are all that remain, and they don't have a lot of cover to work with. But look at the last surviving player for Hyderabad Hydras, Ace Black, up all the way towards the shoreline. All he's doing is trying to survive, but XO, in a world of hurt, as fierce, the scout for the team right now, he is going to be dropped by the players of 7C, and that is just going to pull Team EXO in a corner. It is going to put them in a corner, because it was Fierce's job to figure out where they will have an open entry towards the zone, and now I don't think they're going to find any. They're going to have to take these fights or maybe go for a heal battle.
Well, as Manya is going to make sure that Dream is living in nightmare, MJ has his sights set on the opponent, but there you have it. It's going to be MJ's M4 that does get the better of Manya. Question is, Ronnie finally gets up. He does take a few shots at Wixie, but he does get behind cover in the nick of time. Now, the thing is, Global Esports is Ronnie. Unfortunately, is going to be the last man standing, and he doesn't really have a lot of options, as Fierce is going to be brought down once again, because Punk was on hand to make sure he picks up his final combat, but now it's going to be the blue zone that finally snuffs his life out. Elsewhere, have a look at Ace Black. He doesn't have a lot of options. In fact, it's going to be Wixie, not Apollo, who gets the better of Global Esports, out in the 12th position with just 4 finishes. Now, this is going to be interesting. 7C are looking good, but the thing is, they're going to be surrounded by the enemy in about a minute or 2.
Yeah. And it's going to get worse and worse for them with every single minute that passes by. Look at this. WizGod, he's going to drop one. Does see Madman as well. Does not manage to connect the spray. On the other side, oh, TSM taking Wixie down. It was an important pick, because that was the man that Nigma Galaxy gave most of their first aids to. I believe he was at 11 or 12 first aids, and that means the heal battle strategy for Nigma Galaxy on Sanhok, it is out of question.
Now, if you have a look at Team EXO, Immortal on the right side of your map, Punk south of OG, I want to see how many first aids they have on themselves, because, you know, they might just go in for the heal battles, and it is not going to be a bad option. But again, if they run out a bit too quick, it isn't going to make too much of a difference. But over here, MJ patches himself up, just has one more first aid to work with, as Aquanox might just spot Ace Black in the distance as he does try and make his way into the circle. But the thing is, Skylightz Gaming are going to be kind of split as well. Now, Ace Black could be a little thorn in the sides for the 2 members up north. I'm talking about Gumla Boy and his teammate just there with him. Elsewhere, Diljit is going to face the brunt of WizGod, as Team Kinetic, well, they make a quick exit in the 10th position. Punk finally taken out as well, which means Immortal is now the last man standing for Team EXO as we head into the final few stages. 9 teams still alive, 26 players vying for control, and as expected, Ace Black is going to make sure he spoils the party for Samraj at least just now, and Gumla Boy goes down as well.
Well, that is just going to hurt the players of Skylightz Gaming, because now Pukar is the last surviving player for the team. TSM, I have to say, against all expectations in this particular match, they're doing really well for themselves.
They are, and Hyderabad Hydras Ace Black, even though he is still a one-man army, he does manage to secure a couple of finish points for his team, and there you have it, just a few more bandages left. He knows he's on borrowed time. He knows death is inevitable, but again, he is still going to try and patch himself up. up as much as he can, but there you have it. Finally, the life is going to be exiting his body as now he becomes a crate with green plumes of smoke coming out. Now, TSM, you did mention, you know, again, they were surrounded by the enemy. It's a miracle they still have one man alive and kicking.
I mean, they were 3-man strong a few moments ago, and as soon as I mentioned their name, they are down.
Johnny, you got a wicked tongue, mate.
Yeah, man. I hate it, but what? I can't do anything about it. Now it's up to Aquanox to see if he can, well, basically switch the tides of fate and help his teammates out. Sees the man from Nigma Galaxy. Easy takedown, but same for Ash from OG. From the distance, just landing that shot and making sure TSM are not going to be part of the action anymore.
Well, looks like Immortal is going to be still alive and kicking. 15 first aids left for him as Hydra official are going to try and take the fight straight to Enigma's house. Now Rex is going to be inside. In fact, one of them is going to be coming in. It is going to be Secret who does go up ahead. Now they are going to be setting up a bit of crossfire, but the thing is, they do have the number advantage, but Rex is going to make sure he's on point. He gets one. He almost gets the second, but it gets taken down. In fact, Enigma Gaming losing both their members in the house, which means only one man is going to be alive. And the problem is Savitar is on the other side of the map and he can't really do anything from his position. Now all he needs to do is somehow find a way to that next compound. But the problem is Ash from OG is still going to be in there, and I like what OG are doing, bud. They're making sure they have 3 members up top. Ooh, Savitar does spot someone in the distance, but chooses to patch himself up first.
So right now it's a fight for the first position as far as the overall rankings are considered, because Skylightz Gaming, they are out. Enigma Gaming, I was just about to say that they would, there was a possibility that they win this game, they're going to be on the first position, but now that is not going to happen, and I believe Orangutan, their dreams are going to be shattered as well. 7C Esports coming out of nowhere, Spray God has been taken down, but Sarang, he's moving forward out in the open, does get spotted out. So Orangutan, I believe they are going to go all the way, win this game, and be on the first position after this.
It does seem like it, but looks like Savitar is going to be the little thorn in the side as AK was taken down, and now Hydra official. They are going to be a bit of a problem for Sarang. He does administer that first aid. You do see him ejecting all that adrenaline in his system as Immortal is still just having a good time. In fact, he wants to make sure he gets a few more first aids as now he was down to his last 3. He has done his job though. Team EXO are going to get a few good position points. 8 is the minimum that they are going to walk away with in this game, but looks like it's going to be 10 now because Sarang was taken out. A 7C exit in the 4th position, and now OG Ash in a good position is going to get the better of one of the members from Hydra official, which means now it is going to be a 2v2 situation between OG and Hydra official.
Well, let's see. The fight is about to break out. Drigger's position has been revealed as Hydra Esports. They saw where he was moving towards. Ash taking the same position. And once they get inside this house, they will have some cover available to work with during the final few moments of the game. Now, same can't be said for the players of Hydra Official, as they are going to be out in the open with only the few boulders in front of them to work with. And one good nade can actually end it, but Dynamite does not have any dynamite in his pocket.
If I may just add a point over here, yes, the house would have been a decent option, but the thing is there's now going to be only one way of escaping through the window. This rock is going to be pivotal for control in this last few rounds, and Hydra official, they do have the man advantage. All they need to do right now, buddy, and this is pretty much it, all they need to do is make sure they have their crosshairs trained on that long window, because, well, they don't really have to move in anywhere. All they have to do is make sure, as you mentioned, lob in a few grenades. Maybe Dynamite is not carrying any sticks of dynamite. Well, Secret doesn't have any either. So again, even though they are going to be deploying all that smoke, now this is where the sound sense is going to be coming in very, very handy.
Well, I want to see how much utility the players of Orangutan have upon them, because if Team Hydra can take down the players of OG with an aid, the same works from the other side as well. And
they're going for
taking the exit through the door. They are going to try and go for a fight. It's a 2v2 situation, so the numbers are not going to go in their favor. And with Drigger going down, Hydra Esports can close out this game quite easily. Running around the smoke, Jackson is going to spot out Ash, and that should be it, ladies and gentlemen. Hydra Esports getting their winner chicken dinner on Sanhok.
They do get that winner chicken dinner. There you have it. Finally, we are going to see a few smiles on their faces, because again, they know the cameras are going to be on them. And let's be honest with you, we all are a little bit shy every now and then. Now, with this win, they're going to be climbing up to the 6th position in the overall standings. But let me tell you one thing, Orangutan Gaming are looking good. And I do have a little question. I'm going to be doing a little calculations in my head. is it going to be enough to topple Skylightz Gaming? I think they've done it, right?
Yep, that's the answer. They are sitting on the first position after this match. I mean, because they did get 12 points for placement, and then Skylightz Gaming were taken out a little bit earlier in this matchup. So Orangutan, I believe, they are going to be sitting on the first position, and now, but still. So here's the thing: the difference is not going to be great enough to keep them in the first, even if they mess up. There is literally no safety cushion. You make a single mistake, you go out one finish shorter, and you're going to be down back to the second.
Buddy, I mean, we just have 2 games in store for all the lovely viewers out there. And even Team EXO, the fact that, you know, they did manage to secure those position points. In fact, since 7 Seas Sarang did go down, unfortunately, they did get those extra 2 points as well, because Immortal, well, he was the man in charge of all the first aids in this game. So a 10-point jump for them minimum. This is what I'm talking about. They did have a couple of finishes. It might mean they might, in fact, catapult themselves to the second position. Oh boy, I love the fact that, you know, we are going to have competition right till the end. It is going to be a razor-thin finish once again.
I mean, it's going to be quite close, and again, that is what you expect when you just have 6 matches happening in the finals, right? But hey, Rex, I believe this is his second MVP of the day, with 2 finishes, 855 damage dished out, and 22 minutes of survival time.
Again, you know, Enigma Gaming, they found themselves in the thick and thin of all the action, something that they have kind of come to start loving. Because have a look at that, Savathar is going to be joining him as well with 4 finishes for himself, 451 points of damage. Ash from Orangutan Gaming, 420 points of damage for himself. Love that number. 3 finishes, as he is going to share that same number with Knuckle from Global Esports. Now, again, you know, this is what Sanhok is all about, right? Because you are taking a fight with someone in the front, but chances are you're making so much commotion that someone from the backside is going to come in and just whoosh, either give you a little bit of a backhand slap or just stab you in the back with a steely knife, and that is exactly what we did see. A lot of third partying, but once again, I like the fact that, you know, even till the end moment, Orangutan, even though they were funneled in that house, they weren't ones to stop away from a fight. Unfortunately, it did not go in their favor this time around.
Yeah, it did not really work out too great for them, but I know where the highlights are going to begin, and this is where, ladies and gentlemen, Team Soul and Team Godlike going at it like they do not care about the trophy anymore. It's just a vendetta against each other. But hey, I mean, we enjoy the action. I mean, 2 of the greatest teams in the country fighting it out. Go at it with all you have. We are just going to enjoy the action.
I mean, it is a personal vendetta, because I do believe with the Z-God, who basically, it was Neo, I do believe, one of the members from Godlike, who, you know, he does the Shadow, I beg your pardon.
Shadow, yeah.
He got that final nail in the coffin for Team Soul. Just lets go of his phone. He's staring them directly in the whites of the eyes and just smirking, while Jonathan was just losing his head. And, you know, Omega at that time kind of realized, he's like, all right, boys, you got me, don't worry about it. We still have 2 more games in hand.
I mean, exactly, 2 more games to go. Godlike better be careful in the next one, because next map, it is going to be Miramar, one of the strongest maps for Team Godlike, and if Team Soul take it away from them, then the last Erangel, it is going to be a little bit more interesting to see what they're up to. And while all this is happening, while these 2 teams are going at it against each other, Global Esports, they have a vendetta against the entire lobby at this point. They are just going to go wherever they want, do whatever they want. Even in this particular game, just dropping towards that Camp Alpha Island, the early fight against TSM as well.
Man, Ace Black over here, he definitely had an ace up his sleeve. Because, you know, when you're the last man, you really aren't going to be taking any chances. But he knew that he was going to be out in due time anyway, and he does take 2 extra finish points along with him. Now, the thing is, you know, we are going to have a look at the overall leaderboard in some time. But again, I do believe, as you did correctly mention, the leaders are going to be toppled. And I kind of have an inkling over here, Johnny, that Team EXO might just be above Skylightz as well. But we're going to hold on to that speculation, because at the end of the day, it was Hydra official that did win this game. And, you know, I do believe another thing, not a lot of finishes in double digits for any team this time around. I do believe 8 by Hydra official is going to be the highest.
Well, a lot of the finishes were being taken away. I mean, finish stealing was a very common thing in this matchup, which we usually do not see. And on Sanhok, it is going to be quite tricky, because when you're rotating and if you get knocked out, it doesn't necessarily mean the team that knocked you out is going to get the finish. But there are multiple fights happening. And as you said, XP, a few moments ago, the moment you start to pull the trigger, someone else is going to hear the noise and show up to be a part of the action. And that seems to be what what sets the tempo for the rest of the game. Skylightz Gaming were trying to play against that. They were not really necessarily going compound to compound, trying to just get those finishes and be a part of the action. They did not really necessarily want to be in the center of the circle as well. They were just trying to play for the edge. And at a certain point, as soon as that hard shift towards the south came in, that's when the game plan was completely ruined and they were taken out.
Absolutely, but now let's go and have a look at the match ranking as to which team walks away with how many points. It's going to be Hydra official, and there you have it. As expected, no team with finishes in double digits in this game, as 8 is going to be the higher number, as they are going to be sharing that number with Enigma Gaming. But 23 points is going to be a good jump, and well, 17 coming in from Orangutan. Let me quickly have a look at Skylightz. They didn't have a lot, as we are going to be pitting 2 teams against one another. Hydra up against Orangutan.
Well, Orangutan definitely had a wonderful opportunity to close out this game, but was stolen away from them by the last surviving player of Enigma Gaming. And why did Enigma Gaming do that? Well, that is going to be the enigma of it. But Hydra official are definitely going to be a happy bunch of lads. 1200 damage dished out, 8 finishes secured out of that. And again, if I'm not wrong, they have gotten a chicken dinner every single day.
They have indeed. I mean, we might just want to be making sure we have all our facts right. Otherwise, well, we could be in a little bit of a tricky situation. But no, I think you are absolutely right. They did get a chicken dinner. But the thing is, I mean, right now, they're going to be making some waves as well, coming up to, I do believe, was it the 6th position? We're going to hold on because we have an interview on stage with Mama Senior.
जी हाँ, सीक्रेट और डायनामाइट मेरे साथ जुड़ने वाले. सबसे पहला सवाल सीक्रेट से ही पूछो. यूजुअली काफी ज्यादा खुश होते, काफी मुस्कान होती है. आज इतने खुश नजर नहीं आ रहे, क्या हो गया? और एंड का ये सवाल मैं जरूर पूछना चाहूंगा. मैं भी जानना चाहता हूँ, जनता भी जानना चाहती है. एंड में हील क्यों कर रहे थे?
एंड में फर्स्ट एड्स मिल गए थे. अभी तो निकालना है, बाकी देखते हैं कैसा जाता है. 2 गेम्स आई होप अच्छे जाए, सो विल विन.
यहाँ 2 गेम्स अच्छे जाने की जरूरत पड़ने वाली है, लेकिन 2 मैचेस बाकी. आपकी अगली 2 मैचेस का क्या प्लान होने वाला? बिकॉज मुझे लग रहा है प्रेशर नजर आ रहा है इनके चेहरे के ऊपर. ये यूजुअली हंसते रहते हैं.
टेंशन तो है, लेकिन हम ट्राई करेंगे अगला 2 मैच ऐसे जैसे पिछले मैच निकाले वैसा ही निकाले. तो ऐसा ही ट्राई रहेगा, ट्राई हार्ड करेंगे पूरा.
अब मुझे ये बताइए सीक्रेट, कल आप खेले थे, उसके पहले भी आपने खेला है, काफ़ी अच्छा खेले थे, वो बीइंग कंसिस्टेंट. लेकिन कंपेयर टू येस्टरडे आज क्या अलग कर रहे हैं? व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज गोइंग रॉन्ग?
लक फेवर नहीं कर रहा थोड़ा, बिकॉज जो एरांगल का गेम था लेटेस्ट वाला, उसमें हम लोग बहुत अच्छा रोटेशन दिए थे जोन के बाहर से. बट वहाँ पे हम लोग ने जो कंपाउंड पे क्रैश किया, वहाँ पे सोल के 2 बंदे 9 फुट बैठे थे और हमारे 2 गए, एंड वो गेम भी थ्रो हुआ. उसके पहले विकेंडी में हील बैटल कर रहा था, उसमें भी फर्स्ट एड्स कम पड़ गए. वही लक का थोड़ा इश्यू चल रहा है और कुछ नहीं.
लक का देखो, लक एक चीज ऐसी है जो आप कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते. लेकिन मायूस मत हो, कीप द एनर्जी अप हाई, थोड़ा हंसो, थोड़ा मुस्कुराओ, बिकॉज एट द एंड ऑफ द डे यू आर ऑल हियर टू एंजॉय द कंपटीशन. बट नॉनदलेस ये तो प्लेयर्स का कहना है, जानेंगे हमारे एनालिस्ट क्या कह रहे हैं. ऑडियो.
Oh boy, I mean, let me just tell you one thing. They are doing a few good things out there, and we were just having a little bit of banter over here. We had a look at a few stats that were available to us, but in a few short moments, we are going to just break down what exactly happened in the map of Sanhok. But again, Johnny, we are going to have a little bit of a shuffle at the top. In fact, let's just have a look at the overall rankings. Orangutan Gaming now in the first position with 57 points, and well, Skylightz and Team EXO are going to be sharing the 2nd and 3rd position with 50 points each.
See, this is where the chicken dinner becomes important in the tiebreakers. And again, for the new viewers who who haven't really caught up with the rule changes that were there earlier on, the priority was given to those finishes in the in case there was going to be a tiebreaker situation. But now the priority goes to chicken dinners, placement points, and then the least priority goes to those finishes. But on the other side of the leaderboard, TSM moving up slowly and steadily, but I don't think it's enough.
Well, I mean, 16 points after 4 games, and when you have your leaders at 57, that is going to be a 41-point difference. Well, it's going to be a bit tricky to make that up in 2 games. Now, hypothetically speaking, on paper, if you do have 25 points a game, you get 50. It is possible, but for that to happen, it also means Orangutan have to go out with nada. And chances are, the way the apes are going to be taking control, it might just be the planet of the apes sooner rather than later. They are looking good. And again, you know, once you have the momentum, once you have that confidence, it just kind of feels a lot easier, right? I mean, your hands are working perfect. The adrenaline is coursing through your veins, but your hands aren't shaky. And, well, let's see if they are going to do that in the next couple of games as well.
Well, it's going to be quite interesting because coming right up, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the map of Miramar, the penultimate game of the BGMI Showdown. And after that, we just have one last Erangel before we crown the champions. So again, it was not a marathon. It was never supposed to be. It's a sprint, and we are quite close to the finish line.
Well, we're going to take a quick little break. The action continues after this.
Watch it.
ये लोग हैं डकैत। हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो। तो हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं। तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू। अपेल लगा के पेल देगा साले।
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. BGMI Showdown almost coming to an end. The second last game is about to begin. This is Super Johnny joined by Arka. And well, Arka, we did see some interesting things on Sanhok, but do you expect the early clashes to happen on the next Erangel as well? Or Miramar, sorry.
For the teams in the middle bracket, all they have to do is go challenge out the teams on the top, restrict them for putting more points on the table, and that's the only way for them to have a chance to make it to the championship title itself. But ultimately, you know, it's all about you sticking down to your strategies, because the teams on the top right now, the pressure is off their shoulder. If somebody tries to knock on their doorsteps, what are they going to do? Just put them down on their knees and pick up those finishes, because it's all about them taking an average of 10 every single game.
Well, as you said, if you manage to keep an average of 10 points in the next two matches, then it's going to be quite quite safe for us to say that, hey, the team will just solidify their name on that trophy that's lying in the middle of the stage right now. But I wish I was a fly on the, not on the wall, because there are no walls in that arena. On the table though of the Orangutan squad, and here, what's going down? What was Trigger saying? Was that a motivational speech or a threat to the players that you don't perform in the next game? See what will do.
I don't think he's gonna be a leader like that, but rather he said that better listen to me, guys, if you want to stay on the team. I mean, he's just making that up, obviously. And IGL will know what are the right words of motivation for his team. And, you know, he has done everything right so far, right?
Yes.
Placing this team in the right corner, allowing Trigger to do the digging into the opponents and his teammates, also helping him out perfectly. So OGs would want to dominate in this map as well. All they have to do is strike a balance again, get another 10 to 12 finishes, or probably get an average of 20 to 12 points, and in the final game, probably even if they go in for a heal battle, they'll be getting the championship for themselves.
Well, it is all about that championship, and with just 2 matches to go, everyone is going to be feeling immense pressure. But it is going to be quite interesting to see how this Miramar is going to go down, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys prepared? The second last game on our screens, and there is the plane.
Oh yes, the big bird is gonna hit the sky, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be the match 5 Miramar, the game changer match for the teams on the top. Are they gonna cement themselves, or the teams in the middle bracket will give them another challenge altogether with another map to go, as the flight path starts off from the side of Al-Azhar, ending towards the side of Monte Nuevo. This is where the flight path is going to be a little on the northern side, and the teams to be going on the southern side of the map, well, you know, they have a long journey up ahead.
Well, they do have a long journey up ahead, because this is the biggest map of the game. But let's see, OR Esports and Orangutan taking exits together. Hyderabad Hydras looking to play it quite safe, starting off from Campo Militar and Tierra Bronca, and a trajectory like this. We all know one of the top contenders, Skylightz Gaming, they like to start from the El Pozo position, and that is just going to be openly available. Theirs for the taking. Global Esports as well, moving up north, but my eyes are just pinned towards that Hacienda del Patron and San Martin area. I want to see what Global Esports and Team Soul are going to pull off in this match.
I mean, Picaro is where I would want to see Godlike landing off right next to Team Soul, and see whether they're going to be going in for a challenge, as Team INS will also be looking out for the northern side with Global Esports coming in close proximity to them. But OR Esports have proved to us that in the map of Miramar, they can go in for a 16 to 17 or probably 18 finishes whenever a chicken dinner, and in case they're able to pull that off, let me remind you, they'll be hitting the 40s, and then after the final game, they can still have a chance to go in and get that title for themselves, as Soul on the other side is going to be thinking like a gangster, heading on towards the side of Hacienda del Patron, the House of Mafia. But will they be challenged over here?
Well, it's Global Esports, Team Soul right now have been in a troublesome situation as far as the last 2 matches are considered, but it seems like Godlike, they're just going to let them be in this one, because they have gone all the way towards Picado, and they are going to look to play for the circle in the early stages. But talking about the zone, I mean, between Chumacera and Los Leones, EXO, they're going to be a happy bunch of lads, because they don't have a lot to worry about. If they get to Los Leones, they're going to be quite safe, but towards the La Cobriera area is where we see the players of INS and Global Esports clash.
Now, this is where INS would want to restrict the side of Global Esports from climbing up, right? Because they know the value of it. They are holding a very good spot in the middle bracket. So, probably they're looking forward to be that loose cannons in the game, pick up as many finishes as possible, and then later on concentrate on getting an average of 35 from this game. Yet again, let me remind you, if some new teams gets 30 points for themselves in this game, they're still in the race to get the championship for themselves, as Team INS will be looking forward to weaken the side of Godlike. Look at how divided Godlike is standing right now, with Nakul cooking up a grenade into the faces of Joker. Doesn't connect much, but a chip damage does go in towards him, but the push is going to be inevitable.
Well, it will be inevitable, as you said, but let's see. Nakul has the AKM, the perfect weapon to work with, but it is going to be Joker holding a very tight angle around the corner. Manya steps out, takes a lot of damage from the UMP. Oh! Why did Ronnie run back? He could have taken Joker out.
Now this is where he was scared, right? He wanted to give back up to his teammates, and that is where Manya is going to be coming up, doing the talking, and finally, with just a snap of a finger, Global Esports are going to say, we are the Thanos when it comes to the map of Miramar. INS, with a blink of an eye, says goodbye from the lobby. An unwanted fight which they took, and they're going to be regretting that throughout for a really long time.
Well, let's see what is going to happen from here on out. INS already out of the game. 15 teams remain within the first 4 minutes. The first squad wipe has already happened, and we are just waiting for the next one, which I believe it's going to happen soon, because there's a massive cluster of teams towards that Hacienda del Patron, Power Grid, San Martin, all of these position, Graveyard as well. Team Kinetic and Soul might clash over there. So 4 to 5 teams just on the northern edge of the circle, and whoever is out of position at any given point of time is just under immense pressure and a lot of threat from their surroundings.
Now, when you speak about pressure, one man knows how to put the pressure off his shoulder, and that's going to be Canary. That 1v4 which he almost pulled off in the map of Sanhok was phenomenal. If it was someone else over there, probably, you know, they would have just fallen back from a fight, but he stood there behind that rock. He wanted to pull that 1v4 thanks to the grenade of the opponents, which finally landed around his shoulder, and it blew his head off. But ultimately, if we had pulled that 1v4, we could have witnessed another entertaining dance coming in from his side. Finger crossed to see one coming in from the side of our esports. We'll be jumping back right into the game where Team EXO are going to be the lone owners of Los Leones area. They're going to have ample amount of loot for themselves, but how are they planning to go ahead in this map? Are they going to be the assaulters, or are they going to play for position points?
Well, let's see what's going to happen. I mean, playing for position point would be the safer bet, because if you do run into those fights, then there's a 50% chance that you might get taken out. It does not always work out for everyone, right? But on the other side, Enigma Gaming, having already abandoned the city of San Martin, have decided to move south towards Picado, and it is going to be quite interesting to see how far inside the circle are they willing to go.
Now, early rotations again coming in from most of these teams, trying to holding the dead center of the circle. Now I want to see what Skylightz will be able to do, because Skylight's strongest forte yet again is going to be the map of Miramar, right? So I know that they will be holding that top 3 positions for themselves when it comes to the overall point standings, but in case they pull off a winner chicken dinner over here, the final game is where they can peacefully think of just going in for an average of 5 points, keeping their finger crossed and making sure that they lift up the championship for themselves, because it's been really long since they have made a name. After BGIS, I don't think so that Skylightz Gaming have performed that well in any tournaments to come, and their fans are wanting one, and I do believe Skylightz Gaming are in the right track.
Well, it is going to be quite intense, and as you said, Skylightz Gaming, they might be on the right track, but their train can be thrown off the tracks quite quickly by the players right behind them. That is going to be Global Esports. Because Global Esports, that's all they've been up to, just ruining the game, ruining the fun of other teams so far. They are one of the top contenders in this lobby, but they are really far behind in the rankings. And from here, I want to see how many fights is Global Esports going to run in. On the other side, TSM, for a moment, well, they are going to feel safe. But in the next, things can definitely take a turn for the worse.
Yeah, I would say one thing about Global Esports over here.
Yeah.
They're just trying to make sure that they eliminate the top threat and then try to get an average of 15 in every single game. But in between all those things, they get just getting finished off. But just in case, they'll be able to pull off another 15 to 20 pointer over here. In the final game, we all know what Global Esports are well known for. To get a finish winner chicken dinner for themselves, as Neo is going to be coming in from the side of Pradhan, who doesn't even know that there's a lurking snake coming in from the shadows. More probably will be striking in against them. A shadow at this point of time will be coming in from the eastern side. It might look like KE have got advantage of the situation, but Godel can change things, can turn the tables against them in a fraction of a second.
Well, Godlike, they can do that for Team Kinetic, but let's see. Neo is going to try and connect this nade. It is not going to hit its mark, and Neo is just going to use this opportunity to reposition himself. From the distance, though, Jonathan with the Scar L in his hands, and the scope just aimed towards Daljit. Is just waiting for him to peek that ridge. Prunes down for much more higher stability on the spray. Daljit with just pixels visible. Jonathan still holding on to that trigger, not really shooting anything or committing to that fight.
Obviously, he's giving out information to Zigot, telling that this is exactly where Daljit is. If you can loft a grenade, probably that is where, you know, we can also come into the picture. And exactly that is where Zigot is lofting those grenades. But it's just that the projectile is not reaching up, as Zigot is kind of fearing that if he gets taken down over here, that could be the beginning of the end for the side of Godl when it comes to this tournament. As far away, it's going to be Aquanox versus Sarang, which is taking place. And Aquanox has got the better of Sarang.
Well, let's see. Aquanox, as you mentioned, has taken down Sarang. TSM just managing to catch the players of 70 Esports off guard. And look at that. Another southern shift coming in. And all of a sudden, the massive cluster that you see just west of Los Leones is going to be forced to move south. Nigma Galaxy and our Esports are going to be happy about this because they were taking control of the southern Chumasera mountain and they can rotate from those hills. But Ku from the side of Team Kinetic, well, they're going to feel a lot of pressure as Godlike Esports has closed in. The first knock is there. Daljit taken down and Shadow is looking to go for a push but just misses the opportunity. Around the rock he goes, sees Ku but does not really realize that the opposition had the line of fire available. So Shadow is going to be taken out. Pradhan taking the duel against
Oh no!
Is going to fall as well, and Godlike Esports down to their final two players.
And this is where Ku did everything perfect, right? As soon as the strongest link was taken down, and that's going to be Daljit. It was his teammates who came into the picture. Look at Ku. Look at the placement of his crosshairs and the trigger displaying. Everything coming into play as Zigot is also going to be hitting the deck. Johnny is again going to be the last man standing, but can he do a 1v4 over here as he sees most of his teammates bleed out as Daljit will be revived from Q. He has to do something. He has to think otherwise. Johnny, can he be the lone survivor, or is he thinking of going in and assaulting the opponents? As Crosshairs will be looking out for Pradhan and Ku will be going in to clutch this a 1v4 as shots are going to be fired in. Johnny puts down Max Cars and that's going to be a welcome invitation for the 1v4 battle to take place as Johnny will be going over the horizon, try to connect the shot against Pradhan. Does do it, it does it, but at the end moment Daljit will be the last man getting the final off against him, and Godlike are going to say goodbye from the lobby. It was just Team Soul coming in late into this action, and now KU have to be careful. Kinetic have to be careful about Team Soul coming in.
Well, I want to see what the perspective of Team Soul looks like, because if they see those smokes being popped in the open, then they might just collapse upon the players of Team Kinetic and pick them off quite easily. And well, here they are. I guess they did see the beacon being lit. Max Cash is down. Ku again is going to be surviving the backlines along with Daljit trying to make a getaway. But Goblin is going for a hunt. He smells the blood out in the open. Well, there is no ocean here. It's a dry land of Miramar. But Akshat, he's going to look to finish off Max Cash. Ku once again stuck behind that rock. A couple of nades lobbed towards him. Does manage to survive for a few more seconds.
Oh, perfect placement of crosshairs yet again coming in from the side of Akshat, like exactly into the skulls of the opponents and then pressing the trigger to so much. I mean, I literally fell in love with this guy for a second. I mean, eventually they're going to be challenged off from the side of TSM, who are also strong enough to do the same. As Omega gets taken out, retaliation comes in from far away. OSS does the damage against the side of Omega. TSM are looking a bit stronger compared to the side of Team Soul as they can get a revival through. But I want to see whether Team Soul will be coming in with a barrage of grenades. Will the carpet bombing start off from the side of Goblin, where it can give an opening yet again to Oasis as Aquanox will be bleeding out right now?
Well, let's see. He is bleeding out slowly and steadily, but Oasis is closing in and he has to be extremely careful because the players of Team Soul can collapse upon the lads of TSM any given time. It is going to be quite interesting to see how TSM will be able to defend their position. Oasis is going to go for the finish onto Omega, and Team Soul, they lose one of their key players as the IGL has been finished off now.
I mean, I love the way, right? This is what I kept telling about the side of TSM. They need to bring their IGL up front. He's one of the best assaulters out there due to experience. He can just show them how to do it, and later on probably allow assaulters to go in forward. With Soul feeling the brunt of the heat coming in from the side of TSM, will eventually fall back and try to play for position points because they need a podium finish. They're one of those champions to look out for, but without a podium finish, probably the Rockets will not be flying high by the end of the day.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see what is going to happen between these two teams. The second airdrop, although, brings with it the AUG, the level 3 kit, and also the also important ghillie suit for the desert, of course, because this is Miramar. But On the other side, looking at the map, I see something interesting. The players of Global Esports, look at where they are rotating from, all the way down south of Minas del Valle, and that is just going to be a troublesome rotation because the southern edge is occupied by 4 different teams right now.
Oh yes, RE on the other side, they also already felt the brunt of Global Esports in case they get to know that one player of Global Esports finished off and the name pops up on the screen. They're going to be like, just concentrate on putting this team out first because it's not only going to give us 4 position points, but also a little bit of a satisfaction that we have taken that revenge against them as Nigma Galaxy way spread around in the open fields. I do understand in the map of Miramar, no matter how close you are, you're still far away, but sometimes you need to be very, very careful as Nigma Galaxy will have a chance to put down the side of OR. Jelly doesn't even realize that MJ was pretty close to him. Now he's going to tell his teammates to come in and hold this compounds, and that is where Nigma Galaxy can come out of surprise to put him down.
MJ just sat there waiting to see if Jelly is going to come around the ridge, but Jelly was a little too distracted, I guess, quite far away from his teammates, so he's going to have to regroup, and he has to do that very quickly. Aru and the other lads, they are looking to close in on the positions of EXO, and Orangutan is going to be a part of the action soon. But on the other side, Nigma Galaxy, they have to be extremely careful because now Global Esports, they have their backs.
Global Esports, yes, you were absolutely right. They're not looking out for their back because that is where our esports can actually think of taking a little bit of a western rotation and thinking that, you know, we might have a chance third party with somebody, and finally Global Esports will be able to taste their own medicine. All these are just speculations, right? Because we do see, courtesy of a minimap we have got over here, where we tend to see what things are going to happen. It seems like what I told is going to be coming out true, as one player, Nakul, is going to be taken down from the side of our esports far away. Jadu is still continuous assault against the side of Ronnie as well. GE, suddenly I can see a little bit of a fear in the faces of Ronnie.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be there because all this commotion is also going to attract the players of Nigma Galaxy. But let's see, the zone about to shift, and it is going to be headed towards the southeastern side. 7C Esports smack in the center along with the players of EXO.
OR Esports, let's not forget them as well. They're making it inside the circle. Now, what they can do best is pick up finishes. This is the time for them to make sure that they do the talking with the gun. Hopefully, we're able to see them do the same.
Well, let's see what's going to happen, though. Akshat from Team Soul on the other side does seem to have found the players of Hydra Esports, and one of the lads was knocked out, but it's not going to be easy for Team Soul to go for those finishes secure, especially lacking numbers in the early stage of the match. Or maybe I was wrong, as instead of 1, they find 2 of them. One more lad knocked out and finished as Dynamite will be forced to say bye-bye to the lobby. And Hydra Esports are going to be down to their final 2 players. Well, Team Kinetic, they're going to be down to none.
Now GE on the other side again coming in, challenging the side of OR. What we expected not to happen has eventually taken place. The unexpected of the unexpected fights are happening over here as OGs will be trying to take down the final 2 players. It's going to be Arthunki opening things against the side of GE. Puts down Nakul and gets a confirmation as well. GE are starting to feel the brunt of the teams outside of the circle and inside of the circle as well, as it's Canary coming in and backstabbing them. It's going to be Sensei versus the side of NGX to the center of the map.
Well, it is going to be a very interesting collision between these 2 squads. Hyderabad Hydras going up against TSM as well, as one player from either side has been taken down, but make that 2 as Blaze is going to knock out Carry. And now looking to go for a push. Maxi is stuck out in the open. Barely any HP left. The trade was there between the 2 lads, but Aquanox is looking to close in. He does see Maxi in the back. There's one more player just giving cover fire to his teammate. That's going to be Ace Black and allowing him to heal up, but that's not going to happen. Maxi with a nade lobbed out is going to look to finish off Oasis, but Ace Black is going to fall down as well, and that has to be the end of Hyderabad Hydras. There it is, the final nail in the coffin, done and dusted, and TSM racking up 7 finishes already.
Now this is the kind of fight, this is the kind of TSM I wanted to see from the get-go. It's going to be IGL still standing out there as Enigma hearing all these commotions coming in as a pack of wolves to pick up what is left out over there, and least to they realize that there is more against them. It is about 3 men of TSM standing out there trying to challenge out the big hills which is in front of them. And let me remind you this, all of this is happening to the corner, and one team has to make it inside the circle, and that's going to be TSM. For them, the blessing in disguise could be the side of Skylightz Gaming, just in case Skylightz Gaming weaken the side of Enigma. But that is where TSM can come chime in, pick up more finishes for themselves, as Goblin is still not going to stop himself, and Goblin with association of Ash are going to put an end for the side of Hydras.
Well, let's see. TSM, in fact, do start up the engagement against the players of Skylightz Gaming, dishing out the damage, but the knock comes in from the players of Nigma Galaxy. Now, because there was a lot of noise made with the spray that was committed to the players of Skylightz Gaming, Enigma Gaming have an idea of exactly where they have to shoot. 2 knocks secured, 1 knock traded. Aquanox, the last player surviving, does go for Avi. The damage has been dished out, but I don't think it's enough to go for the finishes. And TSM, they might be done for in this fight.
Now this is where he can still go in and revive one of his teammates, at least pick up Blaze and try to turn things around. As OS will be coming forward to give out information. He's telling that a revival is going through, rather cook a grenade than going in for a revival, as grenades are going to be tossed in over here. OS is going to say goodbye from the lobby. Knowledge is power, as knowledge has been in the hands of Aquanox. Let's see what this four-finger player can do. With the first 2 fingers being used as a 4-finger, this man is a wonder in making.
Well, that is definitely going to be quite incredible. Let's see, though. I mean, the way he moves on his phone, the way his fingers work, it is just an absolute pleasure to watch him play. But if he's alone in the game, there is not a lot you can do. Look at that. Enigma Gaming just picking off 2 players. Army taking 2 down. Pukan and Vex here out. Wow.
I mean, Abby, with that, you know, iron sight coming in from M4, that's one of the best ways for you to maintain the recoil, right? You don't have to worry about anything. Just place that middle stick right over the horizon and make sure you go in spraying, doing a very, very big damage against the side of Skylightz Gaming, as the blue will start to take the brunt as well. Enigma Gaming can get some more finishes for themselves, as Rex yet again does the damage against them. It's going to be the last man standing, and that's going to be Gamla Boy now tucking his tail and trying to run away to pray for position point. Will be meeting the crosses of Savitar, somehow surviving, as Enigma was trying to push a threat through the needle eye.
Well, but let's see, Enigma Gaming, they are going to be quite happy with themselves, with the way they've been picking these fights and how they've been reacting to the teams coming towards their positions. Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be down to their last players, and well, one of the big contenders for the first position on the overall leaderboard with that are just going to be the World of Hurt. But with 9 teams remaining, 27 players still alive, ladies and gentlemen, it is like the game heading towards the final few closing moments. Nigma Galaxy, it looks like they're getting gate kept right now by the players of Power Esports, who have found 1 knock, but the trade did come in fact. Rockstar getting knocked out.
I mean, Gamla Boy amongst all these things just made it to the center of the map. I hope he finds a ridge for himself, or a dunes at least, so that he gets into hiding and not comes into anybody's crosshairs, because for him it's all about getting those placement points. But OR, the way they've taken the fight against the side of Team EXO, it seems like they're going to be on the receiving end all of a sudden, thanks to the side of OGs. Yet again, it's going to be the side of Orangutans coming in and making sure they weaken the side of OR, but ultimately it leads to they realize that they're supporting the team right above them, and that's going to be the side of Team EXO.
Well, EXO Sensei, the IGL himself, having been taken out, is going to try and see how, in fact, they can react to the assault coming in from OR Esports. Aru is not scared of anything, just straight up going for a push. And why not? The nade was already lobbed towards the players of EXO, but he's a little too close for comfort. Immortal just hiding on the other side of this barn. And well, this nade is going to be lobbed outside towards Punk, and it's perfect! Aru finding the knock. Sensei seems to be the last player surviving from the side of EXO, willing to take this fight, but that's not going to be lasting long, since EXO are just taken care of in an instant, and Sensei is dropped out as well.
Now OR are doing everything right over here, right? I really want to see how many finishes they've got for themselves. 7Cs are trying to do the same as well, as Team Soul have picked up so many fights so far, and they have been completely successful in either of those fights. And I would like to say this, you know, with the man disadvantage coming in against them, if there is a 4-man standing inside the circle, probably Team Soul can't make it. But with the 3 of their strongest players still alive, the hope is still on for the fans of Team Soul.
Well, the hope is still going to be there, as you said, and if they can manage to consistently win this game and the next one as well, they can challenge the trophy as well. But Again, the stars are laid out for Team Soul. They are on the northeastern edge of the circle, completely isolated. The only other team that can challenge them, it's going to be Orangutan, but we'll come back to that later as 7C Esports Aladdin just dishing out the damage on the players of Nigma Galaxy and saving the lives of OR Esports in the process.
Now this is where OR Esports, now trouble is going to be coming for them, because they not only have to make it inside the circle, but find themselves some hard cover or a place where they're not going to be walking into anybody's crosshair, which is going to be very, very hard, because Team Soul, Enigma as well as 7Cs have got dunes or high grounds for themselves where everything can go in their favor. With just 2 men standing from the side of Team OR, this is going to be the final fight for them to prove themselves that they still have a chance for the championship title itself.
Well, they still have an opportunity. They still have a chance, as you said. Team Soul with 3 players, Orangutan with 3 as well. The last lad from the side of Enigma Gaming has been spotted out. Akshat, he's looking to finish him off. A lot of utility lob towards Avi, but he's just going to hide behind that shack and try and protect himself.
Now, Gamla Boy, out of all these things, is still alive from the side of Skylightz Gaming. Yet again, bringing his team into the top 5 or top 6 is something which was very, very important for him. And since he's done the job, now we have to see whether, OR Esports will be able to chime in through. It's going to be Aditya getting cleared off thanks to the side of 7Cs, who are able to, find out where the exact location of OR is. But Team Soul became the blessing in disguise as they took on one of the players of 7Cs. But OR on the other side will be putting Gamla Boy down and getting a finish for themselves. It's going to be OGs coming out in the open, and now Team Soul wants to take a fight against every single team out there. They look around, the crosshair is going to find someone.
Well, it has to find someone. They do have the man advantage now. Down to the top 4 teams remaining, and even Orangutan are down 1 player. But AKOP, it looks like he's getting a revive. Trigger is extremely low, close to the ridge and close to the players of Team Soul. But oh no, Spray God has been spotted out. Akshat is going to get knocked out in the process. And this can open the floodgates for the side of Orangutan. They have the perfect opportunity to collapse upon the players of TSM. And wonderful cover fire from WizGod. AKOP closes in, but his HP is low. Hector will be able to get the trade in, but WizGod on the other side will be looking to close things out. And if Team Soul are out of this game, then it has to be Orangutan's chicken dinner. The damage is there with the UMP. Hector is extremely low, and WizGod, he's going to try and wrap around, see if he can get this final finish. And there it is. Down to the top 3 we go.
I mean, Orangutan Esports are proving to us that out of nowhere, they're going to be the favorites to win the championship. What a gameplay coming in from their side. Waiting for the metal to get hot and then coming and striking against it when required was their key to success. As Atanki right now would want to get the finish against the side of Spray God, one of the strongest players when it comes to maintaining recoil. It's going to be hard for him, right? The name says it all. Spray God he is, and he's going to make sure that he connects every single bullet which comes out of his gun. And finally, it's going to be a 1v3 fight, which is going to be impossible for him to pull out. But in case he does, then it's going to be a different story altogether. But no, it's going to be Orangutan yet again. The apes themselves screaming in joy as they get another winner chicken dinner for themselves.
I mean, I guess I have to do it now, right? OG! Oh, all out. That's the war cry you hear in the arena every single time this team goes into a game, and there is a reason for it. It's not just to motivate them, it's a threat to everyone else. 2 games and Orangutan not just taking the first position, but as you said, they have pretty much solidified their win.
Now Team Soul, very rarely do we see such tension inside the boot camp, right? I mean, everybody are telling it. The blame game probably has started over here, whereas Orangutan on the other side would like to keep themselves composed. I know their heart's going to be telling them, jump, enjoy, do a canary dance, but they're going to be like, no, we are the Orangutans. We need to keep ourselves composed because the next game is still to come in. We have still a little more to prove ourselves, and all they're going to aim is getting those 5 to 6 average points, and after which they might be the champions of the champions out here at BGMI Showdown.
I mean, definitely, it's going to be quite exciting to see. They were contending the Master Series trophy a few days ago, missed out on the opportunity to secure it, and now they are back for vengeance. And with Orangutan, I have to say, it's about these glasses, man. Look at them. The swag is dripping everywhere.
I mean, worthy of it, right? When you're playing so well, you just have to put those glasses on.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, they strike when the iron is hot. Well, there are definitely sparks, so you have to protect your eyes as well.
What a game it was in the map of Miramar. Johnny, I know that, we will want to speak about many fights, but the valiant effort coming in from the side of Team OR was also one of those, right? They did try to put up a fight, pick up as many finishes as possible, but Team OR yet again coming in late into this tournament. From the get-go, if they had played this, probably they would have been on the top of the table.
Exactly, that's what we expected based on how the league stages went by. Or OR Esports at the top, but no, the slow start not really working out for them. And as you said, it's too little, too late, sitting on the 15th position before this game started. And I mean, the first position, the trophy is just going to be too far off their reach.
I mean, they'll have to call for a miracle, right? Probably a 30-pointer or a 40-pointer in the final game to lift the trophy. I wouldn't say it's impossible with the lineup they've got, literally. But ultimately, we're going to be looking at the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Spraygar himself, one of the best assaulter out there. I'm a huge fan of this guy because when you give him any kind of scope, he exactly knows how to maintain the recoil of that. And the way he places his crosshair and jiggles around at the same time, woof, this man is hot.
I mean, he is quite incredible, but so are the other lads in the list of the top players. We do have Atanki following up with 4 finishes, 600 plus damage. Goblin's going to be there, taking quite an early exit, but definitely making sure that the others were going out before him. And Aquanaut, I mean, we all know the mechanical prowess is there with this lad. A genius when it comes to how he plays based on like those finger position. And as I said, someone just told him about playing 4 fingers and he took that literally just using all 4 of them.
Johnny, I don't know whether you're going to agree with me on this. The reason why I had to stop you here is because I didn't want the ship to sail. Try to do this.
Yeah, I heard you the last time you said when
do
the
this
fingers move
and do
faster.
this.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, if you're watching, try to do this. These 2 fingers always run faster than these.
Here's the thing, when you're holding your phone like this, your
and
thumbs are a little bit more precise.
Yeah, I do understand that, but you know, once you know your fingers are the fastest moving fingers, then why don't you put it in use?
I mean, it's a trade-off, right? Either you can go for high speed or you can go for a higher accuracy, but to each their own, man. Everyone has their own style of playing, I mean. But Aquanox is definitely one of the few unique ones, we have to say. Everyone agrees on that.
Yep, absolutely. We did see just now the way he took down with that red dot AKM spray at the beginning of the highlights. But ultimately, KU, this is one other man. A man who knows how to slay the gods. Literally prove to us that, you know, if you have the composure against them and once they make a mistake, that is the time for you to strike. As Johnny on the other side, yet again, why is he the god beast? Look at that sprays connecting on both the players. If not for that off angle being held by the final player, I do believe Johnny could have pulled that of 1v4.
I mean, even if he had one more teammate out there just lobbing a Molotov in the way or a little bit of nade damage, then Jonathan definitely could have put off that clutch right there. It was incredible. But then again, I mean, even before that clutch moment, you do not really need to leave your last player behind. If the whole team is going to be present on the same page, you take the fight properly, then we would have seen Godlike being present in the game much longer. Also, I mean, as soon as the game started, there was a little bit of a switcheroo between Team Soul and Team Godlike, where Soul went to Hasia, then Patron. Godlike Esports decided to go towards Picado. And I think one of them needs to drop at their normal location if they want to take that early fight. Or maybe just like go to where Global Esports goes, I guess. Because I mean, I'm pretty sure the last game of the day, they're not going to go to their normal drop location.
I'm so sorry I had to use the word in between. I just wanted to say add a point to your sentence telling that the flight has taken off and they're still looking for the counter to buy the ticket. That is all I want to say.
Oh man, I mean, but it is entertaining to watch. It is quite fun to watch these teams to go at it with everything that they have. And now it comes down to the final game though. Last game of the day. Last game of the tournament as well.
With no overall points table coming up. Let me remind you this, ladies and gentlemen, with no overall points table coming up. If you were watching that game very, very carefully, you know which team had how many number of points. So get your pen and paper, start writing down numbers, because at the end of the day, we will get to know who's going to be on the top. Orangutan Esports on the other side almost have their finger laid on the championship. All they have to do is grab it by its fullest power and then pull it away from all those who are also trying to hold it out there. Skylightz Gaming did try to survive as well. The final map or the Erangel is going to be amazing.
Well, it is going to be quite interesting, but let's see what's going to happen next, as I mean, we are going to head towards a very interesting interview.
ये बदलाव कैसे आया?
हम आफ्टर BGMS हमारा मेन फोकस ये फाइनल था. हमारा BGMS में मेन गोल यही था कि हमें वहाँ से स्लॉट सिक्योर करके यहाँ आना है और यहाँ पे जीतना है. तो हमारा मेन फोकस फाइनल्स था, उसमें हम परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं।
जी हाँ, मेन फोकस फाइनल जरूर था, आपने परफॉर्म भी अच्छा किया, लेकिन आखिरी गेम होने वाला है, प्रेशर महसूस हो रहा है, क्या प्लान लेके जा रहे हैं आप?
देखो जैसा मैंने बोला था, पिछला इंटरव्यू हुआ था, प्रेशर नहीं लेना है, खुल के खेलना है बस, प्रेशर कुछ भी नहीं है, बस नॉर्मल गेम खेलेंगे अपना जो खेलते हैं।
या नॉर्मल गेम तो खेलेंगे ही खेलेंगे, लेकिन आखिरी मैच है, यहाँ पे स्टेक्स आर वेरी हाई, आपको पता है क्या दाव पे लगा हुआ है, क्या नहीं लगा हुआ। कौन सी टीम आपका सबसे बड़ा कंपटीशन यहाँ पे होने वाली, बिकॉज हर एक मैप में आप जब भी उतरते हैं टीम्स ड्रॉप स्टडी करती है, क्या लगता है कौन सी टीम यहाँ पे आपको सबसे ज़्यादा दिक्कत दे सकती है?
मैंने पॉइंट्स टेबल नहीं देखा है तो मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है कौन है, बट हम अपना गेम खेलते हैं, हमें पता है कब क्या करना है, तो हम संभाल लेंगे।
ये संभालेंगे जरूर, बताएंगे भी नहीं हम आपको, बिकॉज सी वी वांट टू कैरी ऑन विद द सस्पेंस। यहाँ पे देखिए प्लेयर्स तो कहते रहते हैं उनको क्या महसूस हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा है, बट हमारे समीक्षक क्या कह रहे हैं उनसे जानेंगे, प्यारे से समीक्षक हमारा इंतजार कर रहे हैं। सो व्हाट डू यू फोक्स?
Well, we weren't saying anything, Mambo. We were listening to the interview. And quite an interesting conversation right there with the players of Orangutan, focused in on the trophy.
I mean, they've got their priorities set. And that's one of the best ways for you to take the fight. And again, as they said, stick to your gameplay. Do not do anything new. Try to trust in one another. Trying to go in and play this game like any other game you play, because ultimately you have one winner with the chicken dinner in the previous ones when you thought the same. But ultimately, two teams I'm kind of worried about right now is going to be the side of OR, who might again not be making it into the top 3, as well as the side of Team EXO, who did so much of hard work in the previous game and couldn't reap benefits of most of it. Where are these two teams standings? 8 finishes is what I saw from the side of Team OR, probably 9, and 19 points is what they've got in the bottom of the table, climbing up to 35 points. So the final game, if they get a 30-pointer, probably they'll be coming to the second position yet again, with the curse supporting them this time. Let me remind you, the curse supporting them, but rather not going against them. They might hit the second spot.
Well, OR Esports, I think climbing up to the second is definitely going to be a big challenge for them. Since, as we said, they were 15 before the match started. I believe they're going to be somewhere around the 8th, 9th, 10th position. That's how they're going to climb. On the other side, Orangutan Esports, first position. We know that's guaranteed to them at this point. Well, at least for now, not after the last game. We're going to find out what happens after the last game. But it is going to be quite interesting to see where the other lads are. And again, ladies and gentlemen, no overall rankings right now. So Orangutan is first. We know that because they were first before this match started and they won this game. So quite obvious where they're going to be. I believe 7C Esports and Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be not too far away. But if you want to guarantee the trophy, it's better you go out with a chicken dinner in the last game. And ladies and gentlemen, one final time, the map of Erangel is going to be upon us.
I mean, look at that Orangutan name repeated twice. Can they replicate another one in the map of Erangel and get a triple chicken dinner in the finals itself and prove to us that they're also one of those teams to look out for? As finally, this was the moment. I was looking down at my calculator and I was just counting it out, like much more, you know. And and I was like, wait, how much points did Orangutan say? And I lift up and I see 26 coming in from the other one. Probably they're there.
Yeah, they are going to be there. But I mean, again, last game of the day, last game of the tournament, and I mean, as you said, Orangutan, everything is just laid out for their victory. But what is going to happen, only time will tell. But for now, we're going to head to a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Watch it.
ये लोग हैं डकैत, हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो। हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं। तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू। अपेल लगा के पेल देगा साले।
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't even speak right now because I'm so excited and flurried. This is it, the final game, Arca, in the showdown, and it is going to decide the fate as to who is going to be crowned the kings of this throwdown. But it does seem like the apes are running away with the show. But anyway, it's going to be the last game. It's going to be Erangel. What are you expecting in this match?
Heal battles, especially from the top team, not wanting to come to the center of the map, just avoid everything. Look at that, again the strategy coming in, and this time it is going to be the guy with the spectacles telling that this is what we are supposed to do. Just make sure that you get all those medkits handed over to me. Probably I'll run out of somewhere and then go in for a heal battle.
Wait for it. Alrighty, he said his few words. They're going to take their time, and of course they're going to be bringing it in. But now Team Soul, well, they aren't going to have the best of days. However, it does seem like they're going to still give it the best at the very end. Now the thing is, it is the last game. Of course, the teams on the bottom of the table, well, all they can do is try and be a bit of a spoiled sport for the teams at the top, which means, well, it is still Erangel. But the thing is, I kind of have an expectation that the drop spots might just be shuffled around this time around.
The drop spots. Oh, is it gonna be hot again? Because as soon as we say that, we have Godlike in front of our screens.
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
I like what happened in the last game. Soul goes to Hacienda del Patron, and Godlike, they drop down in Pecado.
I mean, the first day also it happened, right? Godlike went in search of Soul to Pecado, and then Soul went to El Pozo. That was also pretty unique. But this time, yeah, the final game, I would not mind a pan fight between these two big legends out there. El Clasico between the side of Godlike and Team Soul. But ultimately, it's all coming down to who's going to be performing the best.
Damn, man. We just saw a little bit of a gyroscope display on our screens. And if you tilt your phone that much, how do you keep an eye on the enemy? I'm pretty sure your head kind of moves along with your device as well. But ladies and gentlemen, in just a few short moments, the Big Bird is going to take the skies for the last time in the Battlegrounds Mobile India Showdown. And let me tell you one thing, it has been exhilarating right up until the end. But for now, this is it, the penultimate game. This is where everything comes down to the line. As for the last time in the Showdown, well, we're going to be flying high above the green, luscious plains and forests of Erangel. And looks like we're going to be flying just south of Ferrypair and ending things north of Lipovka once again, which means for the teams that drop down on the Sosnovka military base, well, they're going to have a nice time, but again, we might see a few clashes for vehicles for the teams that like heading to the northwest.
Northwest it is. As soon as you say northwest, my eyes are searching for the side of orangutans. Where are they gonna go in? Because they've got a very, very good lead right now according to the calculations I've done with the calculator. So if I'm not wrong, all they have to do is concentrate on an average of 5 at least before they get taken down. And to stop them are gonna be the side of Skylightz, 7C, Enigma, because they want to just find out where the orangutans are and probably bring down the King Kongs.
You know, we are keeping an eye out on the chat, and looks like we have a few mathematical geniuses in the chat itself, which means, well, they have an idea as to how much of a lead they have. Now, we're kind of speculating it's about at least 15-ish, but I'm not going to let anything loose because, well, they are going to have a little bit of a target painted on their backs. But now, as teams are going to be dropping down from the heavens above, INS, of course, are going to be heading to the military base once again. And our esports are going to be north of them. Of course, they might just drive down all the way to Novo Ripnoi. But have a look at that. Seoul definitely abandoning Gatka this time on the circle is going to be pretty similar to what we've seen in the past. We are going to have a northern trend towards it with a decent amount in the water. But my eyes are going to be on Team Seoul. They're going to be calling Yasnaya Polyana their home for now. And as far as Godlike is concerned, well, we have a lot of teams dropping down in the big city. We have Global Esports, we have Team Seoul, and we have Team Godlike. But Ronnie is the first to open up as Shadow is taken down, and Knuckle is going to bring down the Green Goblin himself.
Now this is where Godlike is pulling too many strings is what I would like to say. For now it might sound like sweet music, but in days to come you're just gonna have very bad music played into your faces. But ultimately it's gonna be Team Seoul on the receiving end, as with the shotguns as well as with the UMPs. Global Esports exactly know what to do, as Neo is gonna be detected over here. Ronnie is waiting for the perfect moment to go in with that deadly shotgun and get that finish, as Shadow will be bleeding it out from downstairs. Someone comes in, but Ronnie says, I have earphones, my friend, and I'm going to come up with it, but it's going to be the DBS.
It's the battle of the shotguns over here, but now Knuckle with his UMP is going to make sure that, well, that DBS is going to be negated, as he is going to be finally brought down, and now they're punching their opposition to death. This is a statement amongst the big boys, the big dogs in this tournament, as Jonathan is going to come in from behind, but now Mana's going to be lying in wait, but Jonathan's going to be quicker on the trigger, making sure he puts him down 6 feet under, and now it is going to be a one-man standing army, but we know it's Jonathan. We know this lad can do miracles in the game of BGMI. And the thing is, Knuckle is going to go in for the revive by the look of things, as Ronnie is going to be back up on his feet. Ronnie goes and picks up Manya, which means GE still have a good chance, but now in come Team Seoul. Goblin was picked up. It does look like Jonathan is going to make the right move. He is going to back away from this fight because, well, he might not be able to take on the entirety of Team Seoul, but have a look at the determination on Akshit's face. Now, they know that it's a lost cause. They know they aren't going to be battling it out for the winners over here, but again, it's all those bragging rights on the line, my dear friend.
Team Seoul, they have a chance for a podium finish. You know, let's keep that also in mind over here. If they extend too much, they might lose that opportunity altogether. But the way they've come back into this fight, after losing a player, Goblin got taken down. I somewhere felt that he's got to be finished off. But GE were more concentrating on the side of Godlike, so they became a blessing in disguise for the side of Seoul. And now it's time for Seoul to thank them and be the blessing in disguise for the side of Godlike by clearing off the side of GE, who have ran out of ammunitions, who have ran out of medkits, as well as Mania gets taken down. Now is the moment for Team Seoul to rush in.
Well, they are going to be making their move. They are going to be anticipating, as you just mentioned moments ago, that, you know, they might be down on their medkits. And, well, you do need to patch yourselves up. But again, Team Seoul, as you mentioned, still in a good position to get a podium finish. If they do get a big, big game of 20-pointer or something, they might just make it to the tippity top. However, Jonathan, well, all he's going to do now is back off and let anyone come in his direction, because we do know that he has that precision when it comes down to aiming. He has that little mind headspace when it comes down to maneuvering around the opposition. And, well, he's going to be lying in wait to see if anything skedaddles his way. But for now, Team Seoul looks like they don't have all the information that they wanted. They're going to be backing away, making sure they loot to their heart's content. And you know what? I think that's the right call in this situation, because, again, the podium finish is still up for grabs.
Oh my goodness, my heartbeat just went up to 100, really high, and suddenly it's going to be coming back. And it, somewhere my brain says, don't allow it to happen. Keep the momentum going, because again, it might go into race. Because towards the side of Rozok, we're able to see few teams as expected. Orangutans on the other side. If you have the mini map, which you do right now, look at where orangutans have placed themselves.
All the way in Lipovka and around the little cliffs overlooking the water. In fact, just to the north. Again, for them, survival is going to be the name of the game. And Manya thought he was going to be a bit sneaky over here, but looks like Jonathan was lying in wait right outside. And there you have it. Global Esports are going to be reduced to a two-man squad. Now, smokes are going to be deployed because, of course, have a look at Jonathan's backpack. He has nothing. He doesn't even have a backpack.
but this man can count his bullets, and that is why he's well known in the community, right? He exactly knows when to press the trigger, how to take players down as the opponents are going to be taunting him, trying to spray down and check whether he's going to be coming out in the open. They have a vague idea that Johnny might be there on the other side, and that's why they place the crosshairs over there and just going to wait it out by his team. So coming in from the other side altogether, probably they got an information that Godlike is over here, as he'll be rushing in to take the fight. Let's see whether he'll be coming here on the top as Knuckle puts an end for him. It's going to be Team Soul now taking the side of TSM, and Akshat exactly knows where to place himself.
Well, TSM want to join the party as well. They have lost one of their members at this stage. Goblin is, in fact, going to get another knock over there. Arachnox goes down. Now OS and Blaze are going to be in the building with Akshat. He's going to go gangster all over them with that Tommy gun. In fact, the Blaze overnight, ladies and gentlemen, Team Soul have secured 4 finishes for themselves. And, well, looks like TSM, they were lambs led to the slaughter. And, well, a lot of kebabs are going to be going around as TSM are going to better subdued. Godlike also, in all this commotion, were taken out. And now it's going to be a bit of a struggle between Global Esports and Team Soul. Now, if Team Soul keep this up, buddy, if they get another couple of finishes over here, that's going to be a total of 6. Their momentum is going to be in their favor. And as you mentioned, they might just be maybe in the numero dos or even the 3rd position by the end of this tournament.
It's funny that you bought in a goat meat in a game where chicken dinner matters the most.
Yes, I see you got that.
But ultimately, it's Team Soul eating it up, right? They don't mind whatever it is. Let it be human. They want to just put the person down, loot up those crates. TSM right now, they did one thing. Soul was looking around so much out there for that loot. They couldn't get it, but TSM farmed everything, came and gave it in the hands of Team Soul and told them, now you're going to look even more better. Why don't you continue your assault? And let's see whether that's going to take place as our esports now heading towards the side of Yasna. Yet again, the same kind of rotation they want to take to go towards the Stolber area. Orangutan are just going to stay silent next to Lipovka itself.
They're going to let them pass through. They're going to be like, yeah, we see you go by. You might think that your backs are going to be secure, but sooner or later, we're going to come in from behind and, well, go ape crazy on you. But for now, Striker, he does have an idea that 7C Esports, all the way up in Severny, are thinking that the city might just be theirs for the taking, but little do they know that they are being watched through the shadows. And for now, Aladdin and Madman are going to be on the left of your screen. Striker is going to be dead smack center, but the problem is his teammates are a bit further away. Have a look at your minimap over there. I wonder if you can see, there you have it, Carrie's position is going to be a little precarious because his buggy is definitely out of sight, which means if 7C Esports are pushed towards the north side of the city, that is where it might spell trouble. But for now, Aladdin could be caught in the crossfire of that grenade, but no, he moves in the nick of time.
I mean, that eventually told them that somebody is there around. They're just going to run around like headless chickens trying to avoid the next follow-up coming up over here. But you need to do that, right? When a grenade is cooked in, towards you, you can expect the second one to be coming up, the follow-up grenade to be coming up. But ultimately, it was the gun which did the talking, as HS is going to put down Aladdin. Now give that opening for the side of Team HS to get more for themselves. Hyderabad Hydras have proved a lot in this game, but eventually now making big mistakes. Sprayguard is going to punish them.
Well, Ace Black is going to be losing all his cards out of his suit right now as he's going to be brought down elsewhere. Looks like Nigma Galaxy are opening up on Team XO, and one by one they're going to be toppling over like dominoes. But elsewhere, back in Yasnaya, Global Esports have just taken the better of Team Soul's Goblin. But for now, Striker, he is going to just deploy a little bit of a smoke plume, making sure that he does obscure the vision of the opponents as he is going to traverse around. His Carry did try and go in for the revive. Unfortunately, they are going to be exchanging a few throwables at this position. Now, that grenade could be a little detrimental for Carry. However, Sprayguard kind of chucked it in the wrong direction. Shrapnel raining down from the skies above. Carry is going to have to scurry a bit to the end, but it looks like Knuckle just knocked out his teammate Bonnie back in Yasnaya.
Now this is where, every small mistake is going to be giving a very, very hefty prize, as OGs will be making it inside the circle, trying to play for position points, the right corner to be held by your team, as GE will now take the fight against the side of Team Soul and put an end for them completely at the 14th position. With just 4 finishes.
Well, we were speculating a podium finish. That might just be a bit too slim at this moment. But for now, 7C Esports, they have a chance as well. If they capitalize on a few more finishes, they might just give Orangutan a run for their money. But for now, SprayGod, he knows where Carry is. Carry does a little bit of an oopsie. In fact, he does go dead smack into the center of the church. I know it's a Sunday. I know you should be hitting up church, but not in this fashion, my dear friends. Because for now, Maxi is going to make sure he does a little bit of retaliation of his own. But the thing is, for the Hyderabad Hydras, they had all the best positions so far, but it seems like 7C Esports, well, just like an amoeba engulfs its prey, they're surrounding them in every single direction.
Oh my god. My god, look at the fight which is going to take place over here. 7Cs is trying to come in from different angles, as you already mentioned. Hyderabad Hydras are just going to extend this fight because they know that they can pull in a third party over here. Probably that could be a blessing in disguise at far, far away. I do see a golden vehicle moving around and hoping to see who it is. SprayGod being persistent with the sprays, burning his resources is all he's doing, as Striker's location is going to be compromised. Sauron's grenade might be lofted into his faces, but at the nick of time, he runs away.
Well, they are going to be making the move, as they are going to be a little hesitant going in because, of course, they are expecting a couple of crossfires to be set up. But have a look at all of these position. He is going to be lobbing in a grenade. Striker is going to be taken down. There you have it. This is when Madman should be rushing in. This is when Sauron should be rushing in. In fact, there you have it. Madman, he is going to be going up from the first floor. In fact, he's going to surprise the enemies point blank. That was something that Maxi was not expecting whatsoever. And now, only one man is going to be carrying all that weight on his shoulders as far as Hyderabad Hydra is concerned. And looks like that man is Carry OP himself, but his position is going to be given away to the opponents. And now he does have his weapon in his hands, but unfortunately, that is all she wrote, as Hyderabad Hydras have breathed their last in the showdown.
I mean, 4 finishes strong. 7C Esports have understood the momentum. They have nothing to lose. They're holding the second position in the overall points table, if I'm not wrong. Because after what happened in the previous game, we are not able to say who is standing where. On an average, if they're holding the second or the third position, they have nothing to lose. What are they going to concentrate on right now is just going in on full assault, try to pick up as many finishes as possible, and if given a chance, snatch away the trophy from the hands of Orangutan, who are looking very, very strong for it. Position points is what they've got, as OR Esports will be picking that, hairdrop for themselves.
Arca, now this is something where I'm going to be a little bit worried, because now I get it what OG want to do, right? They want to make sure they come in from the north, somewhere just to the northwest of the shooting range, but little do they know, 7C Esports fight lying in wait, and of course this is the fight that we did miss out on, as it was going to be Ronnie who's going to be the MVP in this situation, as he gets the better of a couple of members of Soul, but the grenade comes in. This was that team knock that we did see earlier, but then it was just a one-on-one situation, and well, Knuckle got the better of Hector. That is how Team Soul, who did have a good start compared to, Team Godlike and Global Esports initially, well, they're going to be wiped out from the face of Erangel. Now, speaking of Orangutan Gaming, they are making the moves, but the problem is 7C Esports is going to be right next. In fact, they might just get a little bit of a visual on their opponents. Question is, are they going to stop to take a fight? But I think the best thing is they want to make sure they get a little bit of fortification for themselves. But now Skylightz Gaming Gunla Boy is going to be shooting everything he has in WizGod's direction.
Now WizGod, the seriousness on the players of OG shows that they're pretty much serious about getting this last game into their favors. The way they've traversed through over here to make it to the best spot ever inside the circle is going to be giving them all that position points. What a spray coming in from the side of Gumla Boy, going flat on his belly in this game. Remember, if you want to maintain the recoil, you need to control the gun better, and the best way to do it is the crouch or going flat on your belly.
Well, the Koenigsegg is going to be up in flames, but luckily for them, they have a Lamborghini on hand as well, which means they still have modes of transportation available for them. But as you mentioned, this was a bit of a gamble, and it paid off so beautifully, because now they do have one of the best positions high up on the mountain. There you have a look at the map coming in, but 7C Esports, they are going to be lying in their wake. In fact, we might just see, I do believe, the top 2 teams in the overall standings go up against one another. But you got to keep one thing in mind, Skylightz Gaming, they have the shooting range on lockdown. Question is, can they make something for themselves out of this game?
with the drop coming in almost the center, we can expect the circle to be almost favoring OR or Skylightz Gaming, but it's going to be 7Cs who have found the hunters, who have found it's going to be hunted, I would like to say, as eventually Trigger is going to get finished off. This is where 7C is going to be telling that, I know who it is, it's better we chase them and put them down, and they're going to allow the teammates to do so, but ultimately they weaken the opponents and struck fear, and OGs, the apes are right now running into the jungle, not wanting to get taken down.
Buddy, they are not taking any chances whatsoever. They see some commotion, they're like, you know what, we're going to be heading out. It looks like it's kind of working out for them, because for now, they have the high ground, they have that airdrop all for themselves for the taking, and they do have the center of the circle as well. But the problem is, when you are at the center, that is where all crosses are pointed usually, and WizGod realizes that, uh-oh, I see some more commotion in the distance as Hydra official are going to be laying down lead in their direction. And for now, again, survival, as you mentioned, bare minimum of 5 points is what they need, as OR is going to be taken up against the last member of Global Esports' Knuckle. He's going to be taken down, and well, GE, the spoiled sports, the real loose cannons in this tournament, have been wiped out in the 11th position.
Now, they went in with a purpose, right? They went in with an aim to take down the side of Soul and Godlike, and they were successful with it, for which they're going to be pretty happy, right? They're just going to say cheers by the end of the day, at least for doing so, but ultimately 7C, they need to hunt down the side of OGs. They shouldn't allow them to stay alive even more better, because only 10 teams are alive over here, and if they want the trophy for themselves, they have to make sure that the end OGs run right away.
Well, speaking of OGs, your winners of the first game in Erangel, Skylightz Gaming are coming under heavy fire from Nigma Galaxy, but looks like Samraj is going to retaliate in kind, but he gets taken down by Apollo himself, which means Vexy is going to have to be on the back foot, and I do believe Gamla Boy is the next man who is still alive. Now, as far as Enigma Galaxy is concerned, they've lost MJ, but it looks like the revive just might come through, because for them, Skylightz Gaming, they aren't pushing in on their position. Keep in mind, our esports is still going to be in the midst. Our esports is going to be there. Oh, Vexy might just spot something if he just comes over this rise.
Now that is where Kinetic is going to be very, very hard against the side of Jelly, putting him down and under, as there's going to be throwables which is going to be lofted by either of these teams. Rockstar versus Evo, where Evo doesn't miss too much. Let's see whether Rockstar will be able to rewrite history over here, as the grenade goes into perfection. Rex, who's low on HP, if this grenade connects, yet it does connect against one of those players. Now they're all going to group up into a vehicle and run away, because they also need that podium finish for themselves.
They do indeed, but the thing is, elsewhere, Nigma Galaxy have been sent back into a galaxy far, far away in the 10th position with a decent 6 finishes to their names, but that also means that Skylightz, well, they're going to be racking up those finishes, something that they desperately need. Now, Dobby's position has been given away. He thought he had his back secure. Unfortunately, Enigma rolled in from behind, and, well, the magic is going to be slipping out of his fingers. Now, for Canary and Rockstar, they are on foot. They're going to have to deploy some smokes. I do see a buggy where that smoke is right now, which means they just might still have a vehicle to make it to the next circle. Now, Enigma, they're playing a dangerous game. They're all going to be clumped in together, but for now, luckily, they aren't going to come under fire. Ash does come under fire. However, it's going to be KU from KE Sports that's going to be putting him in the ground, which means Orangutan Gaming, buddy. Oh boy, their woes are going to continue, as now they're just 2 members alive and kicking. Question is, can they survive till the end? Can they cement their position? Can they win this showdown?
No. You're asking too many questions, and I'm scared to answer those, because ultimately I do not want to put in a caster's curse. Because I have been seeing that things are not going my way when it comes to predictions, but ultimately, you know, all this fun aside, it's going to be 7Cs who are looking the strongest. They want finishes after finishes. Look at them now. They're going to concentrate against the side of OR. Every time they find a player, every time they find a team, they just want to finish them off so that it becomes a very good chance for them. And look at that. And Lady Luck is going to say, I'm going to be in your side for one last time, and let's see how much you're going to rake up from that.
Well, let's see if they do capitalize on this little godsend, because looks like grenades are going to be talking as Aru goes down, Athunki goes down, and Wex over here is going to be opening up on Wexy. Unfortunately for him, his bullets were just a bit slower, but it looks like somebody else got the better of Samraj. In fact, it was Savathar who was in a beautiful position, which means, well, Skylightz Gaming, they are in a world of trouble, as now only Wexy is going to be alive. That is a beautiful grenade. In fact, it goes right on Samraj. It goes boom, and, well, he is going to be shredded to pieces. Wexy's position is going to be known to the members from Enigma Gaming. One good grenade, and this is it. We could be bidding adieu to Skylightz Gaming. In fact, a couple are going to come in on either side. He's going to make a move. The visual confirmation does come in. Vex is going to peek in from the right side of the tree. He shoots, almost gets a knock on Savathar, but it's going to be Savathar's M4 that puts him 6 feet in that cold, cold ground.
7C searching out for the next prey, searching out to take down the side of OGs as well, as Daljit will be coming in a bit more closer. OGs, the way they played it out very, very cleverly. The apes do know where to find the trees. The apes do know how to hide themselves, but Daljit can sense something in front of him. He's going to be lofting a grenade. It's going to be the best of the best to do, right? He knows somebody is hiding out there, so probably this is one of those finishes which is going to help him out, as the vehicle blast is going to be revealing AKOPE. It's going to be the next grenades lofted over there, as Wizguard, the next location you're going to be looking out for is obviously going to be the hardest cover near him.
Man, I'll tell you one thing, Wizguard, the last man standing, he is going to be taken on by the members of Kinetic Esports, and KU. He knows exactly where the enemy is. There you have it. That is all she wrote. Orangutan Gaming, your leaders up until now, out in the 6th position. Question is it going to be enough? Because the team, I do believe, which was in the 2nd spot, 7C Esports, they are on a bit of a domination spree, as Sarang is going to pick up 3 quick finishes for himself. Also, keep in mind, my dear friend, they have all 4 members still alive and kicking. They have the finishes to back them up. If they get the chicken dinner, we might see a bit of an upset. But for now, Max Gosh comes under fire from Jackson, and well, he's going to make sure he confirms his finish as quickly as he brought him down.
Now this is where I would really want to look out and see what is going to be the points looking like, because you know, it's all about getting the 6th position, right? In the 6th position, they've got 4 points for themselves, and all they can hope is that Skylightz Gaming do not get a winner chicken dinner with at least 10 to 15 finishes. If they cross 10 finishes, probably 7Cs might be the champions over here.
Right, I think you meant 7C Esports over there, because I do believe Skylightz, well, they have breathed their last. They're going to be out of contention.
Oh yeah, 7C, sorry.
Right now, 7C, man, have a look at that, Arca. 10 finishes for themselves already. Just do some quick maths right now, right? Imagine if Orangutan had about a 15-point lead. That's going to be negated by the chicken dinner. Then all these finishes are going to be adding up as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a nail-biter of a finish, and I'm excited to see whether it's going to be the apes or the masters of the open waters that do win the entirety of this showdown. But for now, the action is still going to continue, as Hydra is going to be laying down lead, just suppressing the enemies in the distance, as they do need to make their way into the next circle. And speaking of the next circle, for now, under strict control of 7C Esports.
7C, I've always had my heart out for this team before. It's because of Sarang's hard work. Madman was a person who was loaned in. I just realized that Madman is one of the players from 8-bit who was just bought into this team to add on to that firepower, and it looks like everything is going right in their favor, as 10 finishes strong. 7Cs are looking forward to more finishes, as well as that winner chicken dinner. Let's not put a curse on them, but rather pray that they might do something wonderful over here. But at the end of the day, in case there is a tie, it's the winner chicken dinner. It's going to be counted.
Oh, it is going to be the winner chicken dinner indeed. And in case they do share the same amount of chicken dinners, well, the position points are going to be coming in, as Pradhan from the distance is going to be spotted out. However, he does manage to get himself into cover in the nick of time. Now, 7C Esports, they have a good position as far as that down bird is concerned, because, well, have a look at all the cover around them. But the problem is, all the other teams are going to be just a little bit high up. As Sarang on the left flank, he does spot some movement in the distance. And keep one thing in mind, ladies and gentlemen, they need to capitalize on every single finish in this round, henceforth and here on, because, well, their chances of winning the entirety of the showdown might just be a little bit better, as Jackson is going to go out with a bang, as Diljit is going to be lobbing in grenades. In fact, Secret goes down as well, and Clutchguard's INS is going to be making sure he lets his M4 do all the talking. Hydra official in a world of trouble.
Now this is where 7Cs are concentrating, right? And INS understood that there's somebody in the dunes, and they're looking forward to go in and take the fight against the side of 7Cs. If somebody can dominate against them, it's going to be the side of INS, but that's not going to be the case, as Sarang from the off angle will be finding cut short over here, but he needs that finish for himself. No matter how much he's trying, he's just not able to find him in one corner, but I just hope his teammates have looked into this very corner where he's got knocked out, as it's going to be a little bit of a heal battle, which also might be coming into the picture. Now everybody wants to concentrate on this very corner where there's 4 men standing, and let me remind you, that is 7Cs who are playing it for the championship.
They are literally playing it for the championship. Couldn't have said it better. Everything is going to be put on the line, and this is indiscriminatory fire in every single direction. They're going to make sure they come down.
Oh, one more!
Last magazine. He does get the better of Diljit. 11 finishes for themselves, and if they get that chicken dinner just now, that's going to be 26 points for them, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm pretty sure they want to hit that big 3-0, and if they do so, well, chances are we just might see them crowned winners of the showdown. Before now, Plus God is going to be on the flank. He does have an idea that someone could be nearby, and Dynamite isn't going to make a single move because I'm pretty sure he can see Clutch God jumping around on his right. But for now, 4 teams alive. 7C, the only one with all 4 members still intact. Now, although the circle has kind of shifted away from them, they're still going to be doing a lot of damage as 2 of them are going to be going up in the buggy as Sarang is going to be providing cover from behind.
Oh, Sarang is the best person right now. Gets a knock against the side of Clutch God. Crazy Soul, the last man standing, as Pradhan comes in from the other side. It's going to be Sprayguard doing the talking. 7Cs are playing as if this is the match of their life, and this is how you need to play it. Look at Sprayguard. He's going to be telling his teammates, you just going to follow whatever I say. I'm going to be leading the fight from the front. I'm going to be picking up finishes after finishes, because at the end of the day, it's the championship, my friend, which is going to be coming into question. Aladdin, one with the nature. Madman with solo of HP. As Sarang will be putting in smokes to come in from the right flank. 7Cs have got the real estate for themselves. All they have to do is put some final few nails in the coffin, and if they do it, they're going to be the champions of this tournament.
Well, they definitely have the genie in the lamp in their favor, granting them all their wishes. The Sprayguard does take a massive chunk out. K's been spotted out. It's going to be Dynamite, who's going to be the one delivering all that hurt, but it's going to be Crazy Soul's grenade that gets Sprayguard off his feet, and this follow-up grenade could just put him down in the ground as Crazy Soul. He knows that the revive might be coming in, but he doesn't know that Sprayguard is kind of slinked back down. But Sarang on the other side is going to be coming in with grenades off his own. One good grenade could spell trouble for Team INS. However, the fact that they've deployed all this smoke means that revive is still going to come in, and Clutch God, he might just be burned to a crisp.
The next grenade of the Molly coming in over there will be getting the confirmation, but follow-up grenade on the other side was so phenomenal. Now it's going to be carpet bombing coming in from the side of Sarang. He knows he's right next to the tree, or he's just going to be lofting it a little more further as the splash radius does hit in over there. One person with the vehicle will be coming in from the other side. It's going to be the final 3 teams over here, and ultimately Madman finds the final nail in the coffin. It's going to be 3v4, 3v2 to be specific. Let's see who's going to be taking it home.
30 points is what is on the line right now. With these last 2 finishes, they can make it, and it is going to be INS wiped out. 7C Esports coming in with the heavy, with the biggest win of their careers right now. Your winners in the last game, and let me tell you something, buddy. 30 points from this game, they might just topple Orangutan. Woo!
7C Esports, thanks to Sprayguard, this man on the screen. He has been proving himself. He has been proving himself worthy from the get-go. And the way he assaulted, the crosshair placement, the recoil control, every single thing coming in right in Orangutans. They kind of feel they would have lost it over here, but nobody knows the truth. Nobody knows the truth.
Nobody knows right now. They played a bit too complacent, and with that, they might have just let this showdown slip through their fingers. But ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the end of all the action in the last few days over here. Of course, we had the league stage. We had the best teams, the 24 top teams in India, throw down in the showdown. But there can only be one winner. And let me tell you one thing, it has been exhilarating, especially on the final day. These last 6 games, they went by a bit too quick, and I get it, buddy. I understand the despair on your face because, well, it looks like 7C Esports might have toppled the eggs. But again, Arca, you and I, Johnny as well, we've had a wonderful time bringing all our lovely viewers these games, and now what we are going to do is, instead of probably coming back to us, we might just throw straight away to Mamba Senior on the stage. But before that, buddy, oh my goodness, what a tournament. How do you feel?
I mean, OGs, every single time they came to the interview, they would know what to say right, but not act upon it. They said that even in the final game, what is your strategy? Oh no, we're just going to stick to whatever we have done so far and probably, you know, try to play the same A game. And what do they do in the game? They tuck their tails and run away. They're not taking those fights. Yeah, they could have taken the fight into enemies' faces, picked up 4 to 5 finishes. We always say no matter how many points you have, always find an average in every single game.
keep in mind, right, it was a fight between the top two teams, right? Because Orangutan had that down plane as their position. 7C were coming in. They could have fortified themselves. They could have hunkered in. They could have wiped them out. But unfortunately, as you mentioned, they gave too much precedence on those position points. And I do believe they went out in the 6th, if I'm not wrong, which means, well, they don't really have, that's it, just 4 points from this game. Which means, again, the 30 bomb coming in from 7C Esports just might have swept them off their feet. But again, all this speculation aside, I know a lot of mathematicians in the chat are going to be pretty much letting us know who is your winner here in the showdown. But we're going to make sure we get all the information correct as everything is being tallied up. And right now, it does look like 7C might take it. Team EXO, again, they had a wonderful start to this tournament. They had a wonderful start to the day as well. Unfortunately, they just kind of fizzled out. Our Punky on his screen, just a little disappointed.
I mean, 7C's roadmap looks like this, right? The first game they played, they got 11 position points. The second one they played, they got 12 finish points. The third one they played, they got 15 position points. Where the fourth game they played, they tried to find an average, which they couldn't do it. The fifth game they played, again, 6 finishes and no position points. They exactly knew which team to go on what. And finally, the final game they played, they bought everything on over here. And it's good for us to say they outplayed themselves in any of the tournaments they played so far.
You know, now there's one thing that is obviously different from a LAN event to, you know, playing in the comfort and vicinity of your own boot camp is the fact that even though you haven't made it to the top, you still have to sit there for everyone to watch. But again, that is what builds character, right? I get it, you might be down and out, but again, you have all these wonderful eyes on you. You have all your favorite fans and teams and family back home supporting you. So lads, just take a bow, all of you, the top 16 teams in India, you made it to the final stage. There is going to be a winner, but then for some to win, others must topple. But let me tell you one thing, it has been an entertaining affair till this point.
I mean, I wouldn't have said otherwise to whatever you have said so far. I would say that Orangutan on the other side, you know, they had the swag. They had the cool. We have been saying this from the beginning.
All right,
but
Arka.
ultimately, XP, I'm going to do the rest of the things. I'm going to let you do the rest of it.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, from Arka, Super Johnny and I, we're going to bid you adieu. But now, let's have a look and see who Mamba is going to crown the champions in the showdown.
4 days of non-stop action at the first ever official LAN tournament for the game. Teams gave it their all to get through the group stages into the grand finals. Right now we'll find out which team is it going to be to lift that trophy. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, for the presentation ceremony, first of all, I would like to call upon the stage head of esports and talent at Loco. Devansh, we could have you come up on the dais for the Loco MVP award. Welcome. But ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls, the Loco MVP award goes to 7C Spray God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now for the Grenadier award, I would like to call upon the dais our director at Crafton, Mr. Shyam Deshpande. Hello. For the Grenadier award, we have Fierce from Team EXO! Thank you so much. And now for the longest finish, I would like to invite upon the stage Mr. Siddharth Mehrotra, Head of Business Development at Crafton. Hi. Now for the longest finish, who do we have, ladies and gentlemen? Any guesses? Any guesses? Who do we have for the longest finish? We have Trigger from OG. Thank you so much. Now for the most finishes, I would like to invite upon the stage Rosa from India Publishing at Craft. And Rosa, if you could just have you come up on the stage. Most finishes by team, ladies and gentlemen. I want all of you folks to guess who that is going to be. No, welcome. Hello. Alright, ladies and gents, any guesses in the chat, in the arena? Who is it going to be? Most finishes by a team. It is none other than 7C Esports. When it starts getting real for all the teams and all the players. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, and the players as well. Now I would like to invite upon the stage CEO of Craft in India, Sean. If you could just have you come up on the stage, please. From the backstage, we have Sean coming up. Welcome. Of course, it's been quite a spectacular show over here. But I want to ask you, what has your experience been with the BGMI Showdown? How was your experience in the studio for the first ever official LAN studio event?
Yep. I just said it's very exciting to have this offline LAN events for BGMI since quite some time. So I'm hoping that we can have esports fans in this venue. Maybe in upcoming events very soon.
Hopefully soon enough, because we're all waiting for all the audience to show up over here, because it's a lovely atmosphere when we have the audience in the arena. But I'm sure the audience wants to know what is next for BGMI.
We are going to open the registration for BGIS, BATTLEGROUNDS Mobile India series. It's open for all esports players and teams. So please make sure that you don't lose this opportunity to show your interest in the events.
Oh, absolutely. 20th of July, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, but now this is when all the teams start coming up. Who do we have? Here's the thing. We'll have 3 teams come up, but only one will be able to lift up this trophy. For the second runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, do we have any guesses in the arena? No guesses, all right. It is going to be nonetheless nobody else but Enigma Gaming. We have Rex, Evo, Egi, Savitar. We have all the players coming up. Was second in the MVP rankings, played really well, tried really hard, and definitely did come out on the higher end of the points table. Maybe the next side they'll have the trophy in their hand, but nonetheless, wonderful, magnificent performance from Enigma Gaming. But now, for the first runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Orangutan Gaming! We have Ash, AKOP, Trigger, and WizGod, and Believe. Now this is the moment we've all been waiting for. We started off with 24 teams in the group stage, reducing it to a 16 in the grand finals. But unfortunately, only one team will lift this trophy up. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the grand champions, 7C Esports! Players are waiting to lift the trophy up. Sean, thank you so much for joining with us. Thank you so much. Now you can go ahead and lift that trophy up. At its finest. We saw a number of rising talents showing their prowess in the old guard standing tall. All these teams came out here, gave it their best shot, but only one true champion remained, and that was 7C Esports. Congratulations to all the teams who came out here and proved their mettle. I hope you as audiences enjoyed the show. I know for a fact I did, certainly. Of course, so did the casters. Thanks so much for watching, but nonetheless, I come here bearing good news. Registrations for the BGIS 2022 open on the 28th of July. Follow BGMI Esports official on YouTube and Instagram. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for watching. It is going to be Mama signing off. See you in the next one.
shit on you.
ये लोग हैं डकैत। हमारा पहले वो हक वाला फ्लैट ले लिया, उसके बाद हमारी पार्किंग।
ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट से ना मैं एकदम तंग आ गई हूँ।
अब तो ना बस सिर्फ फैसला हो। हम कौन सा डरते हैं, कर लो फैसला। तो हो गया फाइनल, परसों रखते हैं मैच, और जो जीत गया पार्किंग उसकी।
क्यों बेटा हार गया ना? जैसे तू कैंपिंग करके खेलता है ना, बॉट्स भी तेरे से अच्छा खेलते हैं। तेरा तो नाम भी बॉट जैसा है, गोलू। अपेल लग कैसे पेल देगा साले।